I clearly changed my job to become the only god-level job god. But he was laughed at by his classmates as a good-looking waste. Just because in this world, games and reality have merged. Monsters are rampant, and dungeons, secret realms, and wild monsters are rampant everywhere. I have changed my job to god, and it takes billions of experience points to level up. Defeating a monster only gives you a few points of experience. I was forced to stay at the initial level and was unable to break through. What's worse is that god is actually a supporting profession that lacks means of attack and can only rely on powerful combat professionals. This destined me to be a vassal and unable to stand on my own. However, when I looked at my own personal attributes, I realized I was wrong. Longxia Empire, Anhui Province, Wanhua City. On the playground of the No. 1 middle school, hundreds of senior high school students were standing on the playground, waiting for their first job transfer. On the stage, Principal Gu Qing was giving a speech in a solemn and passionate voice. Students, it has taken 10 years to sharpen your sword. Today's success is the reward for your years of persistence. He paused, then continued with a smile. Today is the day for you to change your job. You should have already mastered the knowledge about changing your job. I won't say much, so as not to make you feel that I am talking too much nonsense. I hope that you can contribute your strength to the Longxia Empire like Situ Mingwe. Situ Mingwe mentioned by Gu Qing was once a student of Wanhua No. 1 middle school. He changed his job to become a judgment knight, and is now a level 80 warrior, guarding a piece of land. I stared at the mysteriously glowing job-changing formation on the stage, and couldn't help but feel excited. Half a year ago, I traveled to this world, integrated the memories of my original body, and gradually came to understand this new world. This world has been integrated with the game for 200 years, and the job change ceremony for people begins after the end of the 3rd year of high school. Dungeons, secret realms, battlefields, wild monsters, as long as you kill monsters, you can gain experience. Kill monsters, level up, learn skills, and increase your strength. It is difficult for humans to survive in the battle with monsters and wild monsters. Only by constantly improving their levels can they fight for a living space. Countless predecessors sacrificed their lives to bring a brief period of stability, but the threat still exists. Every year, a dungeon will erupt, and a large number of monsters will pour out and attack villages, towns, and cities. Changing jobs has become the only hope for mankind. Only after changing jobs can they gain powerful strength and resist the attacks of monsters. However, there are good and bad professions for job transfers, which are divided into combat professions, auxiliary professions, and life professions. Life occupations are the most basic. Although opportunities are scarce, some people have made a name for themselves on the battlefield by relying on life occupations. Auxiliary professions are crucial. Every combat team cannot do without auxiliary professions. Even if one combat profession is missing, there will never be a lack of auxiliary professions. Combat professions are even more scarce, and the chance of switching to a combat profession is less than 1 in 10. The high school seniors in the audience were nervous and anxious, and everyone was filled with fear and expectation of the unknown. The opportunity to change jobs was like a gamble. If you win, you can enter the upper class. If you lose, you won't even have the chance to start over. Although I had excellent grades and ranked among the top in theoretical courses, at this moment, the knowledge did not seem to be of much help. Whether I could successfully change my career depended entirely on luck. Fugayer, how are you? Are you excited? A familiar voice came from behind. I turned around and saw Chendong looking at me with a smile on his face. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. What do you think? In this world, the first job change is more important than the college entrance examination, and it basically determines a person's future life. Whether you become a soldier charging into battle or a worker building a city, job change determines everything. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't get a good job. Just follow me and I guarantee you'll have food and drink, Chendong said with a smile, patting his chest. Chendong is not just bragging. As my friend, his family background is different from mine. His father is the richest man in Wanhua, and most of the city construction is funded by him. Even if Chendong fails, he can still have no worries about food and clothing. It is indeed easy to ensure that I have no worries about food and drink. But I never want to rely on others. I want to make a name for myself, so I didn't respond to Qingdong's words. Su Ridong next to him interrupted in dissatisfaction. Qingdong, why are you telling him all this? Wait until the job transfer is over, and then we can celebrate together? Su Ridong is Qingdong's follower. His family also runs a business, and he has a close relationship with Qingdong. He obviously wants to take the opportunity to curry favor with him. Wang Fugui has good grades, maybe he can switch to a hidden profession, Qingdong said proudly. Do you think it's so easy to switch to a hidden profession? There may not be even one in the entire Wanhua, let alone him, Su Ridong responded with disdain. And what does changing jobs have to do with grades? Another classmate followed up with sarcasm. Maybe he will change to a livelihood career? Being a farmer is not bad, go back to farming, haha. Qingdong frowned and shouted angrily. Can you guys shut up? If you have nothing better to do, go piss and play with the mud. I ignored the ridicule. Those people don't know what power is, they just gossip behind my back. If grades have no effect on job transfer, why does the Empire have to wait until the third year of high school to hold the job transfer ceremony? Historically, the first job change was not 100% successful, but after several rounds of reforms, the success rate of job change has increased to 100%. Don't these people understand the relationship? Gu Qing walked to the job transfer array, took out a list, and said in a clear and powerful voice, "The students whose names I read will come up and enter the job transfer array." Zhang San! Gu Qing personally presided over the job transfer ceremony. Zhang San, whose name was called, stepped onto the stage and entered the magic circle. A flash of light appeared, and the job change ceremony ended quickly. Life-related occupation, chef. Zhang San walked out of the magic circle helplessly with a wry smile on his face. Chef, the most likely future in this life is to become a state banquet chef. As Gu Qing's voice continued to sound, the job transfer ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner on the stage. One life profession after another appeared, but not even a single auxiliary profession appeared. The students below the stage began to discuss in a low voice, and the atmosphere was a little dull. Gu Qing frowned slightly. The quality of students this year is average. Su Yutong. Hearing this name, Gu Qing couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation. Su Yutong was the second in the school, second only to me. When Su Yutong heard her name, she quickly walked out of the crowd and headed towards the magic circle. She glanced at me provocatively as she passed me. I had a blank expression and mixed feelings. Su Yutong has always been hostile to me, and this is the reason I have always known. The root of all this was that I repeatedly surpassed her, and my lead in academic performance made her, who had always been strong, extremely unhappy. This time, I will definitely surpass you! She raised her chin proudly and walked onto the stage with confident steps. Go in, concentrate, there's no rush, I reminded her calmly. At this time, I was different from others. When other students walked onto the stage, I usually didn't say much, but I paid special attention to Su Yutong. Her talent was too good to be wasted. What if she awakened a hidden profession? Su Yutong nodded slightly, and then walked into the professional magic circle. As the magic circle was activated, a ray of light cut through the sky, and the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Holy crap! A strange phenomenon fell from the sky. It's really a hidden profession. I couldn't help but burst out with curse words, and I was so excited that I almost lost control. The strange phenomenon fell from the sky represents the birth of a hidden profession, or even a more powerful profession. Hidden class, Thunder Mage. The moment I saw this class, I was shocked. Mage is the best among combat classes, and Thunder Mage is obviously a high-end mage who focuses on power, so rare that it is shocking. Su Yutong is so amazing! Is this the first time a combat profession appears? And it's a mage! People in the audience were talking and looking at her with envy. She is indeed a goddess, so enviable! I sighed in my heart. I smiled and nodded at Su Yutong, and said to her gently, Good, work hard in the future. In the environment of No. 1 middle school, it is very lucky to be able to awaken a hidden profession. After all, there was only one last year. But I still had some expectations in my heart, and my eyes unconsciously fell on myself. After all, although Su Yutong's grades were strong, my grades had always been more outstanding, and I had always been the first every year, and I had never fallen behind. Qingdong! Soon after, Qindong's name was called. Qindong walked onto the stage without any pressure. His powerful family background made him fearless. No matter what profession he awakened, his family would invest a lot of resources to help him quickly improve to level 20, and then change his job for the second time. He walked into the magic circle, and a light flashed. Assistant occupation priest. Qindong's profession is also good, and he is quite important among auxiliary professions. In the later stage, he can even switch to a priest, or become a holy messenger. It is a powerful auxiliary profession with promising prospects. Qindong stepped down from the stage with a smile and walked to my side. Come on, Fugir. I have awakened the auxiliary profession. You can definitely awaken the hidden profession. I just smiled bitterly in response, but I was getting more and more nervous. If I awakened a life profession, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment? He's still thinking about hiding his career? It's good enough if he can have a good career to make a living. Stop dreaming. Su Redong sneered. Su Redong. Coincidentally, his name was called. Su Redong walked up to the stage with a smug smile, and sneered as he walked past me. A poor guy is a poor guy, and he will always be a poor guy. Do you want to surpass us? Dream on, he said sarcastically. I frowned slightly. My family was indeed very poor, to the point where we could barely afford to eat. If my sister hadn't been admitted to Longxia's #1 university and supported me with a scholarship, I wouldn't even have the chance to go to school. However, there is an old saying in my mind. A man may be poor, but his ambition is not poor. If you lose even your ambition, then it's really over. Su Redong walked into the job transfer formation with a smile on his face. Then a flash of light passed by. Combat occupation, swordsman. Su Redong walked out of the job change formation with a smile on his face. He was very happy to change to a combat profession. In this respect, he was better than Qindong. Well, not bad. Gu Qing nodded. Su Redong's profession was average, but it was better than 70% of the people present. Combat professions were still very rare. After receiving the praise from the principal, Su Redong became even more proud. Su Redong walked down from the stage with a confident step and passed by me with a smug look on his face. Poor guy, you wouldn't even dare to think about a combat profession in your lifetime, right? Su Redong sneered at me. I don't understand how I offended Su Redong, and why he keeps biting me. I couldn't help but fight back. Whose dog was not tied up and ran out to bite someone? You! Su Redong didn't expect me to fight back, and his face turned blue with anger. Wan Fugue! But at this moment, the principal's voice came, and it was finally my turn. Su Redong's words were interrupted, and he could only snort angrily and watch me walk onto the stage coldly. I walked up, feeling extremely nervous, and followed the principal's instructions into the job transfer array. Instantly, I felt a holy light enveloping my entire body. The sky was shining with golden light, and the atmosphere of the entire venue became extremely hot. The light became stronger and stronger, almost impossible to look directly at. At this moment, everything outside the field changed dramatically. A trace of shock flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. A strange phenomenon from the sky. It's another hidden profession. He couldn't believe what he saw. The appearance of 2 hidden professions really exceeded this year's goal. The golden light lasted for a full 10 minutes, and I never walked out of the formation. Gu Qing began to worry. Although there had never been any dangerous situation during the job transfer, everything was possible. After all, there couldn't be any mistakes with such potential talents. At this moment, Qindong also had a strange feeling. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, carefully feeling the golden light in the sky, and suddenly felt a kind and warm power. Just as he felt this energy, his profession unexpectedly changed. Hidden profession, divine envoy. Qindong opened his eyes and looked at the changes that had taken place on him in shock. What on earth is this golden light? He couldn't believe what he saw, but the people around him didn't seem to notice his changes. As the golden light gradually faded, I slowly walked out of the formation. Above the formation, a line of shining characters suddenly appeared, God-level occupation. All the students and teachers were shocked by this scene. Lian Gu Qing was also stunned. He stared at the flashing golden characters and couldn't recover for a long time. Although God-level professions have appeared before, They usually only appear when players reach level 80 and change their professions. In the past 200 years, such a profession has only appeared once. And now, I just changed my job and I encountered a god-level job? What's the symbol of that job? Why is it a question mark? Gu Qing was instantly excited and asked impatiently. What is your occupation? I looked down at my personal attributes. Name Wang Fugui. Occupation God. Level 10/999999999. Strength 10. Speed 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 9999. Equipment none. God's messenger, Qindong, becomes your God's messenger based on others' loyalty or respect for you. Skills: Divine Link Level 1, Divine Level Perception, Level 1. Divine Link Level 1. You can use the skills of the Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy enjoys the bonus of divinity, and the skill effect is doubled. Divine Level Perception, Level 1. Any skill learned will become of divine level quality. God's skills: Holy Blessing God, Level 1. Grasp of Holy Light God, Level 1. Holy Blessing God, Level 1. Bless the target. Increase the target's three-dimensional attributes except spirit by 50%, duration 300s, cooldown time 12 hours. Grasp of Holy Light God, Level 1. Summons the Grasp of Holy Light to cause light magic damage to the target, maximum number of targets 10, cooldown time 12 hours. I was simply stunned by this data. This is too strong. The spirit value is almost over 10,000. I'm afraid that even a level 80 warrior may not have such an attribute. And those skills are simply divine skills. Moreover, when did Qindong become my God's messenger? Although I don't know why Qindong became my God's messenger, now I can use some of his skills, and these skills have been strengthened by the God level. Ordinary skills have become God level skills in my hands. As long as I have enough God envies, my skills can be infinitely enhanced. This is simply too abnormal. But soon, I noticed another problem. Behind the level, the upper limit of experience points is as high as 1 billion. When can I accumulate this 1 billion experience points? I hesitated for a moment, but still didn't reveal the full effects of my skills. Well, my skills are all passive. One can improve three-dimensional attributes, and the other can double the effect of the skills I have learned. I didn't say much, after all, these skills are too powerful. Gu Qing seemed to understand my concerns and did not ask any more questions. After all, the 4 words, God-level profession, have destined my future to be extraordinary. Okay, go down. Gu Qing waved his hand, with a hint of alienation in his tone. He didn't take special care of me, but made me seem more ordinary, which was better for me. Based on your skills, you should be considered a support profession. Although you are very powerful, you are still more of a support, Gu Qing said loudly. He said this deliberately in order to reduce other people's attention to me before the news spread. After hearing the principal's explanation, the students below suddenly felt that it was no big deal. It turns out there are hidden professions like God-level professions. I really hope I can switch to a God-level profession. Some students began to fantasize and felt that they also had the opportunity to switch to a God-level profession. Fugui, you're awesome. We are both supporting professions, but you're better than me, Qindong said happily while hugging me. Then, he suddenly looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. No matter how I look at you now, I feel that you are full of majesty, and even have a kind temperament, Qindong said with a confused look on his face. Looking at me, he seemed to feel a layer of holy light covering me. I felt a little embarrassed, probably because Qindong was my messenger of God, so he naturally thought I was extremely sacred. It's just a supporting profession, what's so great about it? Su Ridong muttered indignantly. Su Ridong, who was laughing at me just now, was slapped in the face. Now I directly switched to a God-level auxiliary profession, and instantly became the object of everyone's envy. Su Yutong came over from not far away, staring at me with full fighting spirit. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. Although it's a support profession, it's God-level. However, I won't admit that I lost to you. In tomorrow's big test, let's see who kills more monsters. She has been beaten by me for 3 years, and she always comes in second, which makes her feel unwilling. If she can't beat me again when the big exam is approaching, she may live in my shadow for the rest of her life. But this challenge is actually not fair to me. Now everyone thinks I am just a support profession. Is it a joke that a combat profession and a support profession compete in killing monsters? Okay. I nodded. It didn't matter. There was no pressure on me in a game without any stakes. The job transfer ceremony ended quickly. During this ceremony, there were a total of 23 combat professions, 34 auxiliary professions, and 145 life professions in the whole school, including only one hidden profession and one god-level profession. Gu Cheng was very satisfied with the result. As soon as the ceremony was over, he immediately classified my information as confidential and reported it to his superiors, waiting for their decision. Before his superiors made a decision, he would definitely take good care of me. When I returned home, I found that I was still living in the same simple bungalow that I had lived in for more than 10 years. The environment was so bad that it was unbearable. If my sister hadn't been admitted to Longxia's top university and sent me living expenses every month, my life would have been even more difficult. Therefore, I also hoped to enter Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning like my sister and change my destiny. At this time, Gu Qing appeared in front of my house with a bunch of things. How can there be such a poor place in Wanhua City? Gu Qing has lived in Wanhua for so many years, but this is the first time he has come to such a place. The pungent stench filled the air, and he endured the discomfort and finally knocked on my door. At that time, I had just put the rice into the pot when I heard a knock on the door. I walked to open the door in confusion and saw Gu Qing standing at the door carrying a lot of bags. Principal? I looked at him in surprise. Fugui, have you eaten? Gu Qing asked me with a smile. I'm just about to eat. Do you want to talk to me about something? I answered calmly. It's okay. I haven't eaten yet either. I brought some food on the way. Would you like to eat with me? Gu Qing gestured to the food in his hand. Never mind. His request was too difficult for me to refuse. We ate in silence, and Gu Qing chatted about some unimportant things. You have a big exam tomorrow, so get some rest and try to be admitted into the top university in Longxia like your sister. He advised me sincerely. I will. I nodded, knowing in my heart that my goal was to be the #1 university in Longxia, and I had to do my best to get in. That's good. In a while, someone from the war zone might come to you. This is an opportunity. If you can gain the favor of the war zone and receive funding, it will be of great help to you. After Gu Cheng finished speaking, my face changed, and I vaguely realized that he might have reported my information. I see. I responded calmly. Afterwards, he briefly explained some details and left. The next day, when I arrived at school, the school had already made all preparations. Nearly 200 students changed jobs yesterday. In addition to life occupations, there were more than 50 students preparing to take the exam. Most of them were auxiliary occupations. However, it was not only #1 middle school that took the exam, but also 5 other high schools, with a total of about 200 to 300 people. Fugay! Qindong waved at me from a distance, motioning me to get in the car with him. This exam is different from other exams. You don't have to sit in an exam room and write, but go out to the wild to take on a dungeon challenge. Only those who have participated know how dangerous it is. Thousands of people die in the dungeon every year. Among the 200 or 300 people, only 30 can pass the dungeon, and only 70 can actually come out alive. Support professions, in particular, are often more vulnerable to sacrifice than combat professions. I walked towards Qingdong and found that most of the people on the bus were classmates from #1 middle school, including Su Ridong and Su Yutong. Fugui, I've made up my mind. You will follow me after we enter the dungeon. Although I am a supporting profession, I'll tell you in secret that my profession has mutated and become a hidden profession. In addition to supporting abilities, I also have offensive means. Don't worry, I can definitely protect you. Qindong whispered to me. I knew about his career change, from a priest to a divine messenger, and he was my divine messenger. But I didn't know that the divine messenger was actually a hidden profession. I didn't refuse. My skills are powerful, but they have a long cooldown period, so I have to use them properly. I must not use them lightly during this period. Su Ridong approached Su Yutong with a smile on his face. Su Yutong, let's team up. We are both combat professions. I will fight in close combat, and you will harvest from a distance. We will definitely win. Besides, my father bought me a bronze weapon. I will definitely be able to kill to my heart's content after entering the dungeon. Su Yutong frowned. She didn't like getting too close to the opposite sex. Sorry, I just need assistance. After thinking for a moment, Su Yutong took the initiative to walk up to me and said, Let's form a team. Although we had bet on who could kill more monsters, this was a big test, and no jokes were allowed. After all, she was a hidden profession, so to be safe, teaming up with me was the best choice. Okay, Miss Su, are you attracted by the charm of our family's wealth? Qindong responded without hesitation. I shook my head helplessly. However, Su Yutong's participation can indeed save a lot of trouble. She can easily deal with those low-level monsters, so I can save skills. Hearing Qindong's words, Su Yutong frowned slightly. Don't talk nonsense. She obviously didn't like being paired with others, and she didn't like others pairing her with others. She is proud and her goal is to become one of the best students in Longxiao like the Red Lotus Sword Immortal. Romance is not in her plans at all. With our assistance, I guarantee you'll be able to inflict heavy casualties and take off easily. Qindong was full of confidence. 1 mage and 2 assistants? That's enough healing. Su Ridong saw that Su Yutong rejected his invitation and turned to find Wang Fugui, and suddenly he felt nameless anger in his heart. Shuridong, can you keep your mouth shut? Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Qindong couldn't help it, and threatened him coldly. Su Ridong immediately calmed down. He was not afraid of Qindong, but he knew that the Qin family behind Qindong was too big to be provoked. Soon after, the bus drove out of Wanhua City, passed through the towering city walls and headed into the wilderness. Along the way, we finally arrived at our destination, the Dark Forest, a special dungeon for the Wanhua exam. This is a level 1 dungeon, and although no one has cleared it, it is suitable for students who have just changed jobs due to its complex environment. Although it is a level 1 instance, the instance is larger than some level 10 instances, and is perfect for students who have just changed jobs to take the exam. Therefore, this instance is still kept. After the school parked the car, the candidates entered the door of the copy in an orderly manner. The area around the copy was completely blocked to prevent others from breaking in without permission. The entrance to the copy is a huge white vortex, surrounded by high walls to prevent outsiders from entering. There are also many first-level whiteboard weapons scattered around. The test has begun. Everyone, go over there to get your weapons and then enter the dungeon. The dungeon will automatically record the number of monsters you kill. The more you kill, the higher your score. The team's score will be evenly distributed according to the number of people. The big test begins now. Su Yutong walked to the weapon rack and picked out a staff. Qindong also chose the same staff. I stood there hesitating for a moment, and finally chose a staff. The team consists of 3 people, all holding magic wands in their hands. This combination looks a little different at the scene. Heh! Su Ridong looked at us and sneered. He chose 2 teammates, a support and a long-range archer. Su Ridong once asked his father to spend a lot of money to buy a set of bronze weapons, but he was forbidden to bring them into the venue, so he had to take an ordinary iron sword. Seeing our strange combination, he laughed disdainfully. 3 mages? When you encounter a monster close to you, do you want to use your staff as a firewood stick? Ha! Su Ridong's words caused his teammates behind him to burst into laughter. I looked down at the staff in my hand. Withered Wood Staff. Level 1. Mental Power +1. Although there are no other additional attributes, the only thing that has been added is a little bit of mental power. Compared to my 9999 attribute, this bit of mental power is almost insignificant. You make sense. I pondered for a moment, put down my staff, and picked up an iron sword instead. Iron Sword. Level 1. Attack 3. The attack power of the iron sword is not that strong, only 3 points. It is difficult to kill a monster. My action attracted the surprised eyes of the people around me. A support profession holds an iron sword? Ha ha ha, you're really making me laugh to death. Su Ridong laughed mercilessly. Fugui, although the staff increases a little mental power, it can only improve the attributes of your auxiliary skills. Why do you use the iron sword? Qindong reminded me with some concern. It's okay. I don't mind losing a little bit of mental power. I smiled and shook my head, then walked forward. Qindong sighed helplessly and followed me. The three of them passed through the vortex, and in a flash, they appeared in a dense forest. "Everyone be careful," a candidate reminded nervously. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I saw a thrilling scene. The dungeon exit was surrounded by a group of short, muscular, green-skinned monsters. Goblin. Level 1, Threat 4. Everyone saw that the threat level number became heavier, and the color of the threat level gradually changed from white to red. The threat of 4 was dangerous enough for them. The goblin, armed with a club, came straight at us. The new candidates who entered the copy were instantly thrown into chaos. Several combat professionals at the front were injured by goblins using wooden sticks. It was those auxiliary professional candidates who reacted quickly and reminded, "Everyone unite and fight out first!" The auxiliary professions behind quickly used their skills to enhance the team members fighting in the front. At this time, the light on the field was flashing, and the halo effects were in a mess. Even I didn't know who gave me a blessing. Blessing of vitality, your physical strength is restored. Seeing the goblins approaching, Suyutong waved the staff in his hand without hesitation, and a bolt of lightning immediately hit the rushing goblin. The goblin was immediately electrocuted and fell heavily to the ground. Chendong gave Suyutong a buff, which increased her speed drastically, and she quickly made a gap. "Let's go!" Suyutong turned around and shouted to us, then rushed out of the encirclement with the two of them and ran quickly away. The other candidates also quickly resolved the siege of the goblins. Although the goblins were difficult to deal with, they were not fatal to the candidates. The injured candidates had no choice but to retreat because they could no longer move forward. Dungeon Mission 1. Defeat the Goblin Leader, reward, 200 experience points. Dungeon Mission 2. Kill the Minotaur, reward, 50 experience points. Dungeon Mission 3. Rescue the trapped elves, reward, elf ring. All candidates in the instance have received these 3 task reminders. Once all tasks are completed, the instance is considered cleared and will be closed. The first 2 tasks are relatively simple. Although the goblins and minotaurs are quite difficult, there are many of them, so it is not difficult to find and kill them. The most difficult task is the third one, to rescue the trapped elves. No one has seen the elves in decades, and it is impossible to know where they are. Su Yutong and I both have a deep understanding of the terrain and creatures of the dark forest. "Let's kill the Minotaur first." Su Yutong made a decisive decision. Although the Minotaur is a little further away, it is a monster that acts alone, unlike the goblin group. Goblins are social creatures, and their leaders have many minions and elite monsters. If you face the goblins first, you may be exhausted. Killing the Minotaur can complete a task first, and if you encounter difficulties, you can retreat in time. The two of them had no objection. Although I didn't want to expose my true strength, I still agreed. The 3 of us ran all the way and encountered a few scattered goblins on the way, all of which were easily dealt with by Su Yutong. She has defeated 4 or 5 goblins and gained a lot of experience, but she is still far from leveling up. She gave me a smug look, obviously knowing all about our little competition. Now she had killed 5 goblins, and I didn't even make a move, so it was obvious that she had already won and was ready to turn the tables. Soon, the 3 of us arrived at the Minotaur's haunt. The other candidates were still running around in the dense forest like headless flies, but we had already found the target accurately. Minotaur. Level 2, Threat Level 6. The Minotaur's threat level is already somewhat red, which means that its threat level has increased and it may be dangerous to face it alone. But we are a team, so of course we won't fight alone. "Add buff to me and try to kill it in one hit," Su Yutong instructed. "Okay," Chendong agreed, waving his staff, and a ray of holy light sprinkled on Su Yutong. Su Yutong immediately felt her attributes skyrocket. Her mental strength soared from 20 points to 28 points, and her other attributes also received significant improvements. "Your blessing is so powerful!" Su Yutong looked at Chendong in surprise. She didn't expect his skills to be so strong. "What about you?" Su Yutong turned and asked me. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "My skills can only benefit myself, sorry," I explained sheepishly. It's not that I can't bless Su Yutong, but I'm afraid my blessing will be too much for her to bear. After all, directly increasing the 3-dimensional attributes by 5,000 points is really amazing, right? So I decided that I would never use the divine blessing on anyone else except myself, mainly because I didn't want to cause too much of a stir. Su Yutong frowned slightly. In fact, Qingdong's blessing is equivalent to 2 auxiliary professions, which is enough to support her current needs. I really don't understand how powerful your god-level auxiliary profession is. Su Yutong shook her head somewhat dissatisfied, but did not continue to ask. A bolt of lightning gathered at the front of the staff, and with the roar of thunder and lightning, the Minotaur's attention was immediately attracted. It lowered its head and rushed over with its horns on top. At this moment, the lightning at the front of the staff finally condensed, and a dark lightning as thick as an arm hit the Minotaur. The Minotaur was hit by the lightning without any surprise and was blown away on the spot. However, this was not enough to kill it. After all, it was a level 2 creature. Although it was somewhat dazed by the thunder, the Minotaur quickly got up from the ground. Just as it stood firm, Su Yutong launched another attack. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck the Minotaur. This time, the Minotaur was directly electrocuted and turned into a huge black bull. It fell to the ground with smoke coming out. A white light flashed, and an experience value mark appeared next to the Minotaur's body. Su Yutong gained 20 experience points, and Qingdong also gained 20 points. After killing the powerful enemy, Su Yutong had accumulated 60 experience points, and only needed 40 points to level up. Moreover, she completed the copy mission 2 and received 50 experience points as a reward, which instantly upgraded her. Her level was raised to level 2, all attributes increased by 1 point, and she gained an additional 4 free attributes. Without hesitation, she added these points to her mental attributes. There's something! Qingdong suddenly shouted. The two rushed to the Minotaur's body and found a shining bracelet under it. The equipment actually exploded! Su Yutong was extremely surprised. As a genius in dungeon theory, Su Yutong knew that the drop rate of level 1 dungeons was extremely low, and it was usually difficult to drop equipment. Unexpectedly, this level 2 Minotaur actually dropped equipment. How do we divide it? She asked, looking at the bracelet. The bracelet was a blank piece of equipment that could only increase a small amount of mental power. You killed it, so it's naturally yours. After all, we didn't do much, I said indifferently. Until now, I basically didn't participate in the battle. It was Su Yutong who fought hard, and Qingdong only helped to increase the status once. Su Yutong didn't hesitate to equip the bracelet, and then looked at me. The next step is the Goblin. What are you going to make a move? She was obviously impatient to see how powerful my god-level professional skills were. After all, I hadn't made a move so far, and she was even more curious about what I could do. I pondered for a moment, and decided to wait until I encountered stronger monsters or groups of enemies before using my skills to maximize the effect of the skills. Let's wait until we get to the Goblin's lair. My skill has a long cooldown time and I don't want to waste it, I replied calmly. Su Yutong seemed even more curious, but didn't ask any more questions. Okay. Then, the three of them continued to move towards the Goblin's lair. Along the way, the upgraded Su Yutong easily dealt with the enemies without encountering too much challenge. Those scattered goblins could be killed instantly by her with one move. With our familiarity with the terrain, we quickly found the traces of the goblin camp. The goblin camp should be ahead. I looked around and found obvious signs of biological activity here, as well as totem-like decorations, which were the symbols of the goblin camp. Su Yutong nodded, and just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly stopped and whispered, "Wait, someone got there first!" She reminded us to hide ourselves. After all, in a dungeon, in addition to monsters, other players also pose a threat. The number of places is limited, and some ruthless players will reduce the number of competitors by harming others and strive for more opportunities. The three of them quickly hid in the bushes nearby. "Isn't that Su Ridong?" Qingdong said in surprise. Among the three people in front of him, there was a figure he was particularly familiar with. It was Su Ridong who always flattered him before. "It seems that they also plan to challenge the dungeon mission, but do they have the strength to do so?" I smiled slightly. Su Ridong was obviously coming for the goblin leader. There may be another reason why Su Ridong chose the goblin chieftain. The goblin chieftain is the only boss in the dungeon. Although it is a level 1 boss, it is very likely to drop a divine weapon. If they are lucky, once equipment explodes, they will be able to turn things around in one fell swoop and won't have to worry about equipment for a long time. However, can Su Ridong defeat the boss? Although he has formed a 3-person team, including ranged, melee and auxiliary, the only thing missing is a mage output. If they could have a mage, their team would be perfect. With the current lineup, their chances of defeating the goblin leader were slim. Let's go, keep up. Su Yutong planned to follow them to see if she could get any bargains. When Su Ridong and his teammates walked into the goblin camp, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Totem sign! We are at the goblin camp! Great! Everyone wanted to complete the dungeon mission. After all, 50 experience points were enough to get them closer to leveling up. And as the boss, the goblin leader had a high chance of dropping equipment. Brother Dong, can we kill the goblin leader? The assistant behind Su Ridong was a little worried and obviously did not have much confidence in this operation. Don't worry, I'm here to block the way in front of you. What are you afraid of? Su Ridong was full of confidence. He was not afraid of a single close combatant by himself, so with the support and ranged attackers, there should be no problem. Of course we are not afraid following Brother Dong, let's fuck him! Another team member was full of confidence, and the 3 of them walked forward with fighting spirit. Soon they encountered a group of goblins, among which there was an elite monster. Goblin Pitcher. Level 1, Threat Level 5. After the Goblin Pitcher discovered Su Ridong and the other 2, it quickly took out a stone from the basket behind it and threw it at them. The stone flew through the air at a high speed and arrived in front of the 3 people in almost a blink of an eye. The assistant was caught off guard and was hit in the arm by the stone. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and the auxiliary arm broke. Ah! He screamed in pain. His right forearm was twisted and deformed, obviously broken. At this moment, everyone realized how terrifying the Goblin Pitcher's strength was, and that he could easily break bones with just a piece of stone. Cover me! Su Ridong responded quickly. At his command, the long-range archer immediately drew his bow and shot arrows to cover him as he charged forward. Su Ridong rushed towards the goblin team with a sword in hand. The sword tip flashed. Just as the goblin holding a wooden stick was about to fight back, he was cut off the arm by the sword. Then he swung the sword again to kill him. However, more goblins immediately surrounded them. There are 5 goblin team members in this team, and Su Ridong is fighting alone at the moment. His teammates are still injured and cannot provide enough support. Faced with such a siege, Su Ridong had no choice but to use his skills to break through. Draw your sword and slash! He roared, and the iron sword was pulled out of the sheath, instantly slashing around him. Shwa! With a flash of sword light, the 3 goblins besieging him were slashed fiercely. One of them was cut in 2 from the waist and died instantly. The other 2 were also seriously injured. However, the goblins seemed to have no sense of pain. Instead of retreating, they became even more violent. The 2 injured goblins raised their sticks and smashed towards Su Ridong again. At this moment, the archer in the distance aimed at the opportunity, quickly released an arrow, and hit one of the goblins in the chest, knocking it back several meters. Seeing this, Su Ridong decided to take the opportunity to deal with another goblin. But at this moment, the goblin pitcher behind him threw a stone again, pointing it directly at Su Ridong. The stone came flying at a high speed and hit the iron sword in Su Ridong's hand. The iron sword flew out and fell to the ground. Seeing a goblin rushing towards him quickly with the wooden stick raised high in his hand, Su Ridong was unable to react for a moment. His heart tightened and he closed his eyes subconsciously. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from behind and hit the goblin directly. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground. Su Ridong was stunned. He opened his eyes and looked behind him, and found that it was Su Yutong standing there holding a magic wand, with Qingdong and me behind him. Su Yutong waved his staff without hesitation, firing thunder balls continuously, hitting the remaining 2 goblins directly. One of the injured goblins was destroyed by her attack, and she instantly gained experience. The only one left was the last goblin pitcher. Seeing the 3 people suddenly appearing, the goblin pitcher was slightly stunned, then turned around and tried to escape. Apparently, this goblin was also somewhat intelligent. After sensing that he was no match for his opponent, he chose to retreat without hesitation. Chase! Su Yutong ordered immediately. Her purpose is not only to save people, but more importantly to snatch monsters. Every monster is valuable experience, especially for us novices who have just changed jobs. Experience is particularly important. Only by upgrading can we achieve better results. Su Ridong frowned slightly, helped the injured assistant up, and saw that although his arm was broken, his life was not in danger. "Let's follow him too," Su Ridong said, and followed closely with the other two. We were chasing them at a fast pace, but the goblins ran very fast, and soon we were far behind them. Eventually, the goblin pitcher ran into a camp-like area. The three of them stopped immediately. "There's a goblin camp ahead," I said calmly. Su Yutong naturally knew what that place was. In addition to a large number of goblins, there was also a goblin leader. "What should we do?" Qindong asked, looking a little hesitant and uneasy. Compared to me and Su Yutong, Qindong's experience is obviously not as good as ours, and they both naturally understand the complexity of the situation. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of goblins suddenly rushed out of the camp. Groups of goblins also jumped down from the hillside and surrounded us. The three of them immediately became alert. When Su Ridong saw this situation, he immediately stopped. Looking at the densely packed goblins in front of him, his heart was shaken. He quickly pulled the two of them and hid in the bushes. "Boss, do you want to save them?" The assistant looked at Su Yutong and the other two who were trapped, and asked Su Ridong with a worried look on his face. They had been rescued by Su Yutong just now, and now Su Yutong was in danger. The first thing he thought of was to repay the life-saving grace, but he didn't know whether he could successfully rescue her. Su Ridong frowned slightly. "What can we do to save them? Can you defeat so many goblins?" He didn't plan to rescue me. First, he wasn't sure. Second, if I were to die, he wouldn't lose much, but would have a chance to get a higher score. As for Su Yutong, if she died, it would be a more favorable situation for him. Su Ridong's words made the assistant frown. Although he felt that this approach was not right, as an assistant, he could not change Su Ridong's decision and could only remain silent. The three of us stood back to back, looking around vigilantly. More and more goblins were gathering around us. Qindong immediately added a buff to Su Yutong. "What should I do? It seems like I'm going to lose the battle." Qindong swallowed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With so many goblins, it would be impossible for them to break through successfully even if the three of them were all combat professions. What's more, there are quite a few goblin pitchers among these goblins, and they pose a much greater threat than ordinary goblins. "Wang Fugui, where are your skills? What are you waiting for?" Su Yutong frowned and looked at me with dissatisfaction. She always remembered my mysterious professional skills. Although I told her that these skills could only work on myself, she still didn't believe it and thought I must have a hidden card. I looked around, and the dense crowd of goblins in front of me made me realize that it was finally time for me to take action. Holy blessing, rise! Chapter 8. Kill the goblin leader instantly. A golden light rose from Wang Fugui's body. Wang Fugui only felt that his strength suddenly surged, and his body was filled with endless power. Holy blessing God, bless the target, increase the target's three-dimensional attributes except spirit by 50%, duration 300s, cooldown time 12 hours. Wang Fugui's three-dimensional attributes except for spirit suddenly skyrocketed, from 10 points to 5,010 points in an instant. Su Yutong felt Wang Fugui's sudden change, her eyes moved slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Wang Fugui seemed like a different person in her eyes. If the previous Wang Fugui was a rookie, the current Wang Fugui was a terrifying giant beast that was thousands of feet tall. The difference was too obvious. At this time, the surrounding goblins rushed towards the three people, and the goblin pitchers also picked up stones and threw them at them. When Wang Fugui saw this, the figure suddenly disappeared, and he turned the sword in his hand and killed the goblins around him. Su Yutong and Qindong only felt a flash before their eyes, and a figure kept flashing in front of them, and then one goblin after another fell to the ground, and without exception, they were all cut in half. Their experience points are also increasing rapidly. The three of them are in the same team and share experience points. When Wang Fugui kills goblins, some of the experience he gains will be shared with them. Although these experiences are just a drop in the bucket for Wang Fugui, they are a huge fortune for the two of them. Rays of light flashed across the two of them, and they were actually upgrading rapidly. It reached level 7 in the blink of an eye. Both of them were shocked at this moment, staring blankly at the flashing figures around them. Although they couldn't see the figure, they knew that the figure was Wang Fugui. It only took Wang Fugui a dozen seconds to slaughter all the goblins around him. Then a figure flashed and appeared in front of the two of them. "Are you okay?" Wang Fugui asked the two people who were still in shock. "Fugui, no! Brother! How did you do it?" Qindong looked at Wang Fugui in shock and asked excitedly. "You can only keep this skill for 5 minutes. Don't tell anyone else. Remember to keep it a secret for me," Wang Fugui said lightly. He didn't hide anything from Qindong. As his messenger of God, Qindong's loyalty can be fully trusted and he will never betray him. "Oh my God, what kind of skill is this? So powerful? No wonder it's a god-level profession. Damn, I'm so envious." Qindong looked at Wang Fugui with a sour feeling as if he had eaten a lemon. "Is this your trump card?" Su Yutong was also extremely shocked, but calmer than Qindong. Wang Fugui looked at Su Yutong without comment. There is no direct answer. This is not his trump card. It is definitely a trump card now, but judging from his professional skills, he will have more and more such skills in the future, so this will just be his ordinary skill and cannot be considered a trump card. "Only 5 minutes, quick decision," Wang Fugui said to Su Yutong. He had to get rid of all the goblins in the camp, including the goblin leader, as soon as possible while the buff was still there. Su Yutong calmed herself down, nodded to Wang Fugui, quickly picked up the various items dropped by the goblins on the ground, and then walked quickly into the goblin camp. The 3 people named Su Ridong behind him were already terrified at this moment. In their sight, the goblins besieging Wang Fugui and his men fell down in an instant like rice being cut, and in the blink of an eye, no one was left standing. What's going on?" From their current perspective, they did not see that it was Wang Fugui who made the move, so they were a little confused about what happened in front of them, and why all the goblins suddenly fell down. "Go and have a look." Su Ridong was also puzzled, and immediately called for someone to go over and check. At this time, only the corpses of goblins were left on the ground, and there was nothing left for them. Seeing this, Su Ridong walked straight towards the goblin camp. Arriving at the gate of the goblin camp, Su Ridong stuck his head inside and saw that Wang Fugui and the other 2 were facing a group of goblins, a group of different goblins. The leader was a goblin wearing a flower crown, and the other goblins were much stronger than ordinary goblins, and overall they were a size larger. Goblin leader. Level 5. Threat 10. In Su Ridong's eyes, the threat posed by the goblin leader to him was a deep red, and the threat level was directly maxed out. This means that when Su Ridong faces the goblin leader alone, he will have no way out. Elite Goblin. Level 3. Threat 7. The threat posed by other goblins to Su Ridong is equally high, reaching level 7. If they encounter these goblins, there is basically no way for them to survive and they will surely die. When Su Ridong saw this scene, he instantly felt that Wang Fugui and the others were doomed. How is it possible to defeat such a high-level monster? But the 3 of them did not feel any fear at this time. Not to mention the presence of Wang Fugui, the cheater, Su Yutong and Qindong are already level 7, so they really don't care about the level 5 goblin leader. After Su Yutong added all the attributes to spirit, with 1 thunder skill, he was confident that he could severely injure the goblin leader, even if he couldn't kill him instantly. "Wang Fugui, are you okay?" Su Yutong looked at the goblin in front of him vigilantly and asked Wang Fugui. "There is no such thing as no in a man's dictionary. Wait." After Wang Fugui finished speaking, his figure disappeared and he attacked the goblin leader at a speed invisible to their naked eyes. The goblin leader was also unable to react, and by the time he realized what was happening, his head and body had already been separated. After the goblin leader died, something fell off his body. Wang Fugui was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He reached out and grabbed it and put it in his arms. Then quickly killed the other elite goblins. The elite goblins also dropped some things, but they were of no use to Wang Fugui, so he didn't keep them all for himself. Instead, it was handed over to Su Yutong and the other person for unified distribution. Task 1 is also completed, just wait for the final exam to be over. Wang Fugui's state has just ended at this time. Now he just needs to wait quietly for the exam to end and leave the copy. As for the last dungeon mission, he had no extravagant hopes. How could it be such a coincidence that he found a task that had not been completed for decades? After Wang Fugui's state disappeared, his whole aura weakened instantly. After all, the gap between 5,000 attributes and 10 attributes is still very obvious. Okay, let's go over there and take a rest and look at the spoils. Su Yutong pointed to the wooden house in the goblin camp ahead and said. The three of them immediately went to the wooden house to divide the spoils. Su Ridong outside the goblin camp had a look of disbelief on his face. He saw the entire scene of Wang Fugui's battle just now, and he couldn't believe that it was Wang Fugui, a poor guy whom he looked down upon. No! Impossible, he must have used some props. Chapter 9 Cursed Items. Su Ridong absolutely did not believe that Wang Fugui was so strong. He was just a support, how could he have such strong melee ability? Su Ridong pondered for a moment, then followed quietly, wanting to find out Wang Fugui's secret. He must have used some unusual method to improve his strength. If he got this method, his strength would increase greatly. Su Ridong suddenly became excited. I have already anticipated how powerful I will become after obtaining this method. Wang Fugui and the other two came to the wooden house, which contained some stone tables and stone benches, as well as a bonfire. The environment was the best in the camp, and it was obviously where the goblin leader lived. Then they took out the spoils. There are only two weapons, a black iron level staff and a black iron level long sword. I'll give you the staff, and sell the rest and split it up. Wang Fugui handed the staff to Su Yutong. Su Yutong took it, and then shook her head. The things are yours, I will give you the money after you get out. These are all the equipments that Wang Fugui fought for. She can't take them for free. It won't be too late to pay Wang Fugui after she gets out. Wang Fugui was not being pretentious, he really was short of money now. Dongzi, I don't have any equipment suitable for you. I'll give you some of the money after I sell it. It is impossible for Su Yutong to forget Qingdong. When forming a team of three, they naturally have to consider the interests of everyone. Forget it. Do I look like someone who is short of money? Give it to me when you have the right equipment. Qingdong simply waved his hand to refuse. Wang Fugui thought about it, and it made sense. With Qingdong's family background, he naturally wouldn't be interested in such a small amount of money. The long sword King Fugui used it directly himself. As for the other equipment, they had no value at all. They were all blank weapons and were of no use to them. They could only be sold for money. Then Wang Fugui took advantage of the two people's inattention and quietly took out the things that the goblin leader had exploded. A skill book. Thrust. Black iron used a sword weapon to run forward and then thrust forward, with a chance to break the enemy's armor. It's just a black iron level skill, not very strong. But his professional skills can turn all the skills he has learned into god-level skills. Without any hesitation, Wang Fugui learned it. The skill book immediately turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his body, and then he gained an additional skill. After being strengthened by god-level enlightenment, it became a god-level skill, which is completely different from the thrust. Rainbow Piercing the Sun God, level 1. Use a sword weapon to launch a sword energy, forward, ignoring defense, causing penetration damage equal to strength 200%, cooldown time, 12 hours. The skill changed from thrust to Rainbow Piercing the Sun, cancelling the pre-swing of running. It also directly ignored the enemy's armor, but for Wang Fugui, this was not very strong, because his strength attribute was too low, and he could not upgrade yet. If he wanted to exert his power, he had to cooperate with the divine blessing. Fugui, come and see, there is something here. Qingdong, who was wandering around, suddenly shouted to Wang Fugui. The two of them immediately came to Qingdong in confusion. What? Wang Fugui looked at Qingdong, who was standing in front of the middle seat strangely. Qingdong found a ring from under the throne-like chair. Cursed Elf Ring. Reduces the wearer's spiritual attributes tenfold. After seeing the properties of the ring, Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up. An item that can reduce spiritual attributes, isn't this exactly what he needs? His spiritual attribute is too high. If he encounters someone with detection skills, he will be shocked when he sees his spiritual attribute, and his strength will be exposed. Although his spiritual attribute is still 999 after being reduced tenfold, it is not so shocking anymore. What the hell is this? Only a fool would use equipment that reduces attributes, right? Qingdong couldn't help but complain when he saw the attributes. Wang Fugui's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Qingdong speechlessly. This thing should be related to Mission 3. There may be something hidden in this place. Look carefully. Su Yutong is much stronger than Qingdong. After seeing the ring, he immediately realized that there might be clues about the trapped elves here. Then the three of them began to search the wooden house carefully. After searching for a while without finding any clues, Qingdong sat on the goblin throne speechlessly, looking like he was giving up. There are no clues. We almost lifted up the floor, but we still can't find any. As Qingdong spoke, he placed his hand on the armrest of the throne, but felt a bulge. Qingdong pressed it in confusion. Click, click, click. Then there was a shaking sound from under the floor behind him. A passage leading underground appeared behind the throne. Shit! Found it! Qingdong didn't expect that his unintentional action would open the secret passage here. The two of them immediately rushed over and looked down at the secret passage. It was pitch black inside, and it led diagonally to an unknown underground place, and no one knew how deep it was. This should be where the elves are trapped. Maybe we can complete the third dungeon mission. Su Yutong showed joy on her face. Well, let's go down. The three of them made 3 torches using the materials available in the camp and slowly walked into the underground passage. It was very dark below, without any light at all. Even if the 3 of them lit torches, their vision was limited. Moreover, this passage slants downward all the time, and it is unknown how deep it is. It was not until the 3 of them had walked for more than half an hour that they finally saw something different. Some green lights appeared in front, and 2 round light bulb-like things were emitting faint light. There's a bright light. Could it be a gem? Qingdong saw the green light ahead and guessed. Su Yutong and Wang Fugui frowned slightly. They had never seen any record of gemstones being produced in the Dark Forest dungeon in the book. Just when they were wondering, the 2 light bulbs in front of them suddenly moved and approached them at a very fast speed. Wang Fugui was startled immediately, and reacted immediately by throwing the torch in his hand forward to illuminate the environment ahead. The torch illuminated the environment ahead, and the full view of the light bulb was also exposed to the 3 people. That's not a gem at all. It's clearly 2 eyes as big as fists, glowing green. The owner of the eyes is an ant-like reptile with 2 huge pincers on its mouth that can clamp a person in half at once. Cricket. Level 5. Threat 3. The other party's information immediately appeared in front of them. In Su Yutong's eyes, the threat was only 3, but in Wang Fugui's eyes, the threat was full. Wang Fugui guessed that the threat level might be calculated based on the level difference. He was only level 1, so creatures above level 5 were the biggest threat in his eyes. Su Yutong was the first to react. He waved the staff in his hand and fired a lightning ball at the ground cricket in front. With the help of the black iron staff, even Su Yutong's normal attacks were quite powerful. The thunder ball attacked the ground cricket, instantly creating a wound on its body, from which sticky green mucus flowed out. Chapter 10: The Trapped Spirit. However, this attack was not enough to kill the locust. Sizes! The ground cricket made a strange sound, steadied itself, and rushed towards the 3 people again. Su Yutong launched 2 lightning attacks again, and the ground cricket finally fell to the ground. It seems that this place is not safe, you must be careful around you. Su Yutong looked at the dead cricket on the ground and said lightly. The 2 nodded slightly. Then continued moving forward. They encountered a few more ground crickets on the way, and Su Yutong easily dealt with them all. Su Yutong knew that Wang Fugui's skills were still on cooldown, so now she was the only one left to fight the enemy. After walking for about another half an hour, they finally saw the end and came to a huge open space. There was a cage in the middle of the open space, surrounded by a pool of water, and there were some luminous plants around it to provide light for the cage in the middle. And in the cage, there was a petite elf. After seeing this, the 3 of them showed joy on their faces. If nothing goes wrong, this is the trapped elf they are looking for. Elf sister, brother is here to save you. Just when Qingdong was about to go over to rescue the elf, Wang Fugui and Su Yutong reached out to stop him at the same time. What's wrong? Qingdong looked at the two of them strangely. Look around. Wang Fugui reminded Qingdong. Only then did Qingdong discover that in the darkness around the cage, there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes glowing green. There were actually more than a dozen ground crickets hiding around. So much? Qingdong was surprised. Before, all they encountered were solitary ground crickets, and with Su Yutong around, they were able to deal with them easily. But if there are more than a dozen of them, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Su Yutong can't win alone. What should I do? It's hard to fight. Qingdong asked the two of them. Mainly asking about Wang Fugui. If Wang Fugui still has a trump card, he should use it quickly to save them from wasting time. If I use my skills, I can kill one instantly and then entangle another one, but there are 13 locusts here, and I can't deal with the rest. Su Yutong spoke slowly. She had fought against the ground crickets several times and was very clear about their strength. She could only deal with 2 at most. If no one could deal with the rest, they would have to give up mission 3. I should be able to solve one. Qingdong also said that he could handle one. In addition to the blessing skill, he also had an attack skill. Wang Fugui naturally knew what Qingdong's attack skills were. Leave the rest to me, Wang Fugui said lightly. He also has a skill, Grasp of Holy Light, which can kill up to 10 targets instantly. According to their calculations, it is just right. Su Yutong and Qingdong looked at Wang Fugui in shock. How many cards do you have left? Are you sure we are from the same group of people who changed jobs? Qingdong was a little confused. Why was there such a huge gap in strength among the professionals who changed their jobs? Their helpless enemies were actually under no pressure at all in front of Wang Fugui. Even Su Yutong's eyes when looking at Wang Fugui changed. It was a look of suspicion, but also a hint of admiration. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Wang Fugui didn't want to explain and signaled the two to start quickly. The 3 of them walked into the open space, and the surrounding locusts immediately besieged them. Su Yutong was the first to take action. With a wave of the staff in his hand, a thunder ball suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of one of the crickets, and then exploded instantly. Thunderstorm! Boom! With a loud bang, a thunderstorm with a diameter of 3 meters was formed instantly after the thunder ball exploded. The horrible thunder enveloped the ground crickets and killed them instantly. Su Yutong then continued to attack another locust, but was unable to kill it in a short period of time. On the other side, Qingdong gave himself a blessing to improve his attributes. Then he swung the staff in his hand, and a golden palm suddenly rose up from under the ground cricket closest to him, grasped the ground cricket tightly, and then smashed it to the ground with a bang. This ground cricket was also killed instantly by Qingdong with one blow. And now there are only 10 ground crickets left that have not been implicated. Wang Fugui walked out, stretched out his right hand towards the front, and directly released the grasp of holy light. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared underground where the ground crickets were. Large golden hands rose from the ground and grasped the ground crickets in their hands. Then Wang Fugui suddenly exerted force on his hand, and the golden palm also suddenly exerted force like Wang Fugui. Bang! The 10 locusts were instantly crushed by the powerful force of the golden palm. In the blink of an eye, 10 ground crickets were gone. Qingdong looked ahead in a daze. Why does the golden palm that Wang Fugui summoned just now look so similar to his grip of judgment? The difference is that Wang Fugui's golden palm is more powerful. Su Yutong also quickly got rid of the last locust. The levels of Qingdong and Su Yutong also increased again, reaching level 8. Fugui, how many tricks do you have? Qingdong asked Wang Fugui with envy. Wang Fugui's 2 moves completely opened their eyes. Is this really a guy from the same period as them? Why is there such a big gap in strength? Su Yutong and Qingdong suppressed their shock and came to the cage in the middle pond with Wang Fugui. This cage was not a problem for the few people. Wang Fugui easily pried it open with the iron sword in his hand. It seemed that the biggest difficulty of the task was the dozen or so locusts around. Ordinary people really can't deal with so many level 5 monsters. After being released, the elf in the cage slowly stood up from the ground. Thank you for saving me from the damn goblins. In return, I can help you purify an item. The elf, who was only about 1.2 meters tall, spoke to the three people sincerely. The three of them were stunned and instantly understood what it meant. It turns out that the cursed elven ring is the reward for the mission. After finding the elf, it can be purified into normal equipment. Qindong took out the cursed elven ring from his arms and prepared to give it to the elf. Etc. Wang Fugui suddenly stopped Qindong. I'll keep this thing for later use, can you give it to me? Wang Fugui also hopes to use this elf ring to hide his strength. Although he may get a very powerful item after purification, for Wang Fugui, the elf ring in the cursed state is more useful. Give me the ring, and I will compensate you with other things later. This thing was obtained by three people together, so Wang Fugui naturally couldn't take it for free, so he promised to compensate the two with other things in the future. Take it. Without any hesitation, Qindong handed the elf ring to Wang Fugui. Su Yutong didn't say much. She was already level 8 now, and what she had gotten was enough. If it weren't for Wang Fugui, she might not even be able to reach level 5, let alone level 8. Chapter 11 Mission completed, instance closed. We have nothing to purify, please leave. Wang Fugui accepted the cursed elf ring and said to the elf. The elf looked at Wang Fugui strangely. She clearly saw Wang Fugui put away the cursed props, but he said there were no props to be purified. Thank you for your kindness, please accept my sincere blessings. The elf put his hands together and a burst of green light fell on the three people. The three of them suddenly had a buff status. Elf's Blessing, recovery ability increased by 50%, duration, 30 days. It turned out to be a buff that lasted for a very long time. Although I didn't get the reward for task 3, it's good to have an extra recovery state. Let's go. Once the dungeon mission is completed, this dungeon will soon disappear. Wang Fugui said this to the two of them, and then returned the same way. Not long after, the three men came out of the underground passage. Suddenly, their eyes blurred and a huge net covered them. Then a sword flashed, aiming directly at Wang Fugui. The three men didn't expect to be attacked suddenly. Wang Fugui reacted quickly and dodged immediately, avoiding vital parts. The sword pierced his shoulder and blood flowed out instantly. And they also saw who had attacked him. Su Ridong! Qindong supported the big net above his head with both hands and looked at Su Ridong opposite him with gritted teeth. Oh! Go to hell! Su Ridong sneered and thrust the sword in his hand forward again. Wang Fugui suddenly groaned. At this time, a ball of lightning struck Su Ridong. Su Ridong was shocked and had to dodge and give up killing Wang Fugui. Fortunately, Su Yutong acted in time and resolved the crisis for Wang Fugui. What are you doing? Why don't you do anything? Su Ridong shouted at his companions in dissatisfaction. The archer pulled the bow at this time, but did not shoot the arrow immediately. It was because he did not take action immediately that Su Ridong's foolproof plan failed. The shooter looked at Wang Fugui and others in the net with some hesitation. These three people had just saved them not long ago, but now they were ungrateful and wanted to kill them. He couldn't bear to do it. The assistant was also a little hesitant, his thoughts wavering. Only Su Ridong had the strongest murderous intention towards Wang Fugui. Waste! Seeing that the two men did not take action, Su Ridong cursed inwardly and then attacked Wang Fugui again. In his eyes, Wang Fugui posed the greatest threat, and he would have a chance of winning the battle as long as he could defeat Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui frowned, raised the iron sword in his hand, and looked at the other party with indifference. A sneer appeared on Su Ridong's lips. Don't struggle. I know you've used up all your skills. Are they all on cooldown now? Su Ridong has followed Wang Fugui and the others for so long that he already knows that Wang Fugui's skills are all on cooldown, so he dared to take action at this time because he was sure that Wang Fugui had no power to resist. A sneer flashed across Wang Fugui's face. Su Ridong is now at most level 2, and his strength is limited. Although he doesn't have any powerful skills, he is still more than enough to deal with Su Ridong. A rainbow pierces the sun! Wang Fugui thrust a long sword in his hand forward suddenly. A red beam of light rose from the iron sword and instantly shot towards Su Ridong in front. The beam of light was so fast that Su Ridong didn't even have time to react as it went straight through him. The beam of light was still as powerful after passing through Su Ridong. It blasted a big hole in the wooden house and disappeared outside. It was unknown how far it went. Su Ridong held the iron sword in his hand and slowly looked down at his chest with an expression of disbelief. There was only an empty hole where his heart should have been. His heart had long been shattered. No! Impossible! Thump! Su Ridong fell to the ground with an unwilling look. Su Ridong's death startled the remaining two people, and then they ran away in fear. Afterwards, Su Yutong and the others broke free from the big net, but the two men had already disappeared. Are you okay? Su Yutong hurried over to check Wang Fugui's injuries. The wound on his shoulder was still bleeding. What do you think? Stop the bleeding for me. Wang Fugui is not an Iron Man either. Although his skills are powerful, his physical fitness is only 10 points. He is a fragile character with low health and high attack. He can be killed if he keeps bleeding. The bleeding must be stopped as soon as possible. Su Yutong tore off Wang Fugui's clothes and gave him a simple bandage. Although it could not stop the bleeding completely, it could slow down the blood flow. Carry him on your back, let's get out of here, Su Yutong said to Qindong. Without saying a word, Qindong carried Wang Fugui on his back and rushed towards the copy exit. Along the way, Su Yutong seemed more anxious than Wang Fugui, as if she was the one who was injured. Fugui, does Miss Su really like you? Your injury won't kill you, is she overreacting? Qindong whispered to Wang Fugui behind him. He could feel what Wang Fugui's condition was. He didn't lose too much blood. He was just a little pale and his breathing was stable. Basically, there was no big problem. However, Su Yutong's reaction was as if Wang Fugui was about to die. Wang Fugui smiled bitterly and took a look at his own condition. There was one more name in the column of the Messenger of God. Divine Envoy, Qindong Su Yutong, 45 out of 100. Su Yutong's name appeared behind the column of the messenger. If he guessed correctly, the number should be loyalty or favorability. But now Su Yutong has not officially become his messenger, so he cannot use Su Yutong's skills. As for the possibility that Su Yutong would fall in love with him, he thought it was really possible. The emergence of favorability was the beginning of love. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get going. Wang Fugui didn't say much and asked Qindong to take him out quickly. If the treatment is really delayed, he might really be in danger. Soon they arrived at the exit of the copy. It wasn't long before the end of the exam, only a few hours at most. Without any hesitation, the three of them walked straight through the exit and out. The copy mission has been completed. The copy will be closed in 1 hour. After the three people came out of the copy, a line of text appeared above the copy entrance. This stunned everyone present. Task 3 has been completed? Everyone present was a little surprised. Task 3, which had not been completed for decades, was actually completed by the young guys in this exam, which really surprised him. Doctor! Doctor! There are wounded people here! After Su Yutong came out, she shouted frantically to the people around her, calling the doctor stationed there to treat Wang Fugui's injuries. Following Su Yutong's shouting, a doctor and 2 nurses soon came over to treat Wang Fugui's wound. Chapter 12 Shocking Score. After simple treatment to stop the bleeding, Wang Fugui was no longer in danger. Soon, the candidates who received the notification that the copy was about to be closed walked out of the copy one by one. After the last candidate comes out, Gu Qing and many high school principals waved their hands at the entrance of the copy, and the results of all the candidates appeared immediately. Just like climbing up a ladder to heaven, the higher you go, the bigger the name becomes. Not bad, not bad. Gu Qing was very happy when he saw the huge names at the top were Su Yutong and Qindong. The two people scored 98 and 89 points respectively, ranking at the top, more than 10 points higher than the next person. What the hell? What is that? Before Gu Qing could feel happy, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd of examinees. Gu Qing looked puzzled, and then he saw everyone looking up at the sky in shock. Gu Qing looked up in some surprise, and then a huge name came into his sight. This name was as huge as if it covered half of the sky, and it was much higher than Su Yutong's position, so he didn't notice that there was a name above Su Yutong just now. Gu Qing was frightened and took a step back. Only then did I see the full picture of this name. Wang Fugui, 512 points. 512 points? How did you do that? Gu Qing was a little bit unbelievable. Since the school was founded, the highest score in the college entrance examination was only 198 points, and no one has ever scored over 200 points. How could Wang Fugui actually score 512 points? Then Gu Qing remembered that Wang Fugui was the student with that god-level profession. The previous record of 198 points was set by Wang Fugui's sister. What kind of monsters are these siblings? Gu Qing was a little suspicious. Were these two siblings reincarnated from some monster? Why were they scarier than the other? This isn't cheating, is it? Over 500 points? How is that possible? Some people feel that this score is not real. I protest. I suspect he cheated. Some people protested, saying that Wang Fugui had cheated and that such a score was simply impossible for a human to achieve. Only Su Yutong and Shandong had no doubts. In the dungeon, Wang Fugui killed an entire camp of goblins by himself, including the goblin leader and 10 level 5 earth crickets. This result was completely within their expectations, and it would be unacceptable if the score was not several times higher than theirs. Quiet! This score can't be wrong. The score calculation mechanism is based on how many monsters you kill. Everyone who enters the dungeon will have a mark, and no one can change this mark, so it's impossible for anyone to cheat. Gu Qing began to explain. It is impossible to cheat, it can only be said that Wang Fugui is too perverted. God-level professions are indeed extraordinary. Now that the exams are over, everyone can go home and fill in their application forms based on their scores. Gu Qing immediately arranged for all the candidates to get on the bus and return along the original route. The copy of the Dark Forest also completely disappeared at this time. All the tasks were completed and the copy was completely conquered. However, not everyone came out of this exam. More than 200 people went in, but less than 200 came out safely. Not counting those who were injured, there were dozens of deaths. This is only a level 1 copy, which shows how dangerous it is inside. Taking the bus, everyone returned to Wanhua City. But halfway through, everyone's eyes on Wang Fugui changed. Before, Wang Fugui was just a nobody, but the moment the results came out, he suddenly became the focus. After getting off the bus, the first thing to do is to deal with the equipment obtained in the copy. Although they are all blank equipment, they can still bring in a considerable income if sold. Give me the things, and stop running around. Go back and heal your wounds, Shandong said to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui is still injured and is not suitable to run around. He has nothing else to do anyway, so he runs around for Wang Fugui and deals with those blank equipment. Okay, thank you for your help. Wang Fugui was not being pretentious. He needed a lot of money now. First, he needed to raise enough money for the high living expenses of Longxia's first school, and second, he needed money to buy skill books. The best way for him to improve his strength now is to learn new skills. As long as he has enough skills, he will not be afraid of the long cooling time. After saying goodbye to the two, Wang Fugui returned to his home in the slums. When passing by the convenience store outside, the owner called him. Xiao Wang, your sister called. The convenience store owner said to Wang Fugui. That's right, Wang Fugui is still using a landline, and the way he contacts his sister is through the landline in the convenience store. Seeing this, Wang Fugui hurried over, picked up the phone and called back. The call was connected soon. Sister! Wang Fugui shouted excitedly. Is today the day of your big exam? Long Yu on the opposite side asked Wang Fugui. Yes, I got first place. Wang Fugui couldn't wait to share his achievements with his sister. Ah? Number 1? So impressive? Long Yu was also very happy for her younger brother. But she was not as surprised as others. In her mind, it was normal for her brother to get first place in the exam. With Wang Fugui's grades, it would have been surprising to her if he had failed. Wang Fugui heard something wrong in Long Yu's tone, as if she was worried about something and seemed absent-minded. Sister, what's wrong with you? Were you bullied? Wang Fugui asked Long Yu with a slightly frown. Long Yu didn't expect Wang Fugui to be so sensitive. He even noticed it. No, don't worry about me. Which college are you going to? I'll prepare some money for you. Although Long Yu's own life was not very good, she wanted her brother to go to a satisfactory academy. At worst, she could go to the dungeon a few more times and try her best. As long as the top-quality equipment was dropped, her brother's tuition and other expenses would be covered. Sister, I'm going to Longxia First Academy too. I'll come find you. Wang Fugui did not hide anything from Long Yu, nor did he give her any surprises. He was going to tell her the good news now. Long Yu was slightly stunned. The tuition fee of Longxia No. 1 University is not cheap, and she cannot afford it without relying on free financial aid. But for my brother, I gritted my teeth and thought, at worst I can just go to the dungeon a few more times. Okay, sister will wait for you. Long Yu nodded and immediately began to prepare for the tuition fee. Wang Fugui chatted with Long Yu for a while and then hung up the phone. On the other hand, after the superiors received the information sent by Gu Cheng, they rushed to Wanhua City overnight and brought people directly back into Gu Cheng's office. In the southeast war zone, the garrison guard, Wan Bailey, hurried to the principal's office. Gu Cheng! Where is the person with the god-level profession you mentioned? The first thing Wan Bailey did when he rushed in was to ask about Wang Fugui's whereabouts. The first job change was to a god-level job. How dare they slack off with such a genius? If the garrison commander had been busy, he would have come here in person. But even so, he still sent his own guards over, which was enough to prove how much the garrison commander valued Wang Fugui. Chapter 13. Unable to upgrade, waste? Gu Qing brought Wan Bailey to where Wang Fugui lived. Seeing the environment here, Wan Bailey frowned slightly and covered his nose calmly. The taste here was really hard for him to accept. He lives in a place like this? Wan Bailey said dissatisfiedly. Sir, there is nothing we can do. Our place is small and many residents are living in dire straits. People like Wang Fugui are not an exception. Gu Qing explained to Wan Bailey. As a guard of the garrison commander, Wan Bailey had certainly never seen such a place, but with so many cities in Longxia, there were actually many such places, but people in high positions could not see them at all. Wan Bailey didn't say anything more and asked Gu Qing to continue leading the way. They soon arrived at Wang Fugui's house. Then he knocked on Wang Fugui's door. Wang Fugui has been lying in bed recuperating these days. With the buff of the elf's blessing, his injuries are recovering quickly, and he will probably recover in a week. Hearing the knock on the door, Wang Fugui turned over and got out of bed with a strange look on his face. Who is it? Wang Fugui asked as he opened the door. Then he saw Gu Qing outside the door and a strange man who looked energetic. Principal Gu, why are you here? Wang Fugui still respected Gu Qing very much, and asked with some confusion when he saw this. Fugui, this person is sent by the Southeast War Zone, and he is here specifically for your matter. Gu Qing didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Wang Fugui's heart moved. He looked at Wan Bailey and nodded slightly. Hello? Are you Wang Fugui? The professional with the god-level profession? Wan Bailey looked Wang Fugui up and down, but he didn't see anything special about him. Wang Fugui nodded. There was no need for him to hide this matter, and he couldn't hide it. What exactly is your profession? What are the characteristics of your profession? What are your skills? Wan Bailey asked Wang Fugui expectantly. My profession is a holy envoy, and I have 2 skills. One can greatly improve my 3-dimensional attributes other than spirit, which can be improved by dozens of points. The other skill is long rainbow piercing the sun, which can use a sharp blade to release a penetrating attack that ignores defense. Wang Fugui spoke out the speech he had prepared in advance. If you want to hide your strength, you must be fully prepared. Holy Anva? Wan Bailey frowned in confusion. He had never heard of this profession. However, judging from Wang Fugui's skill description, it should be a profession that combines support and combat, and the main weapon is not a staff, but an offensive sword. Can you show me your skills? Wan Bailey still wanted to see Wang Fugui's skills before he could determine whether he was worth training. Wang Fugui nodded, followed the 2 of them out of the room, and came to an open space not far away. He took out a long sword and used the technique of Changhongguanri to attack the sky. A red beam of light was released from the sword in Wang Fugui's hand and instantly disappeared into the sky. Wan Bailey could feel the power of the skills used by Wang Fugui, but the power was not ideal. The attack power was at most about level 2 or 3 of a combat profession. Are you still level 1? Wan Bailey quickly discovered the problem. Wang Fugui's level was still level 1. You have to know that Wang Fugui has already taken the big exam and entered the copy, but he is still at level 1. This is not normal. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. Why? Wan Bailey was a little puzzled. Wang Fugui had achieved such good results in the copy, shouldn't he still be only level 1? Wang Fugui suddenly looked embarrassed, as if he didn't want to say it. If you have any questions, please tell me clearly, otherwise we can't solve them for you. After Wan Bailey noticed Wang Fugui's emotions, he said sincerely. Wang Fugui looked at Wan Bailey seriously, as if he was persuaded. My experience value is different from others, it is very high. I need a lot of experience to level up. Wang Fugui said with some disappointment. How many? Wan Bailey asked. If Wang Fugui was just a little bit higher than others, they could provide him with a lot of resources to fill this shortcoming. Maybe if they trained Wang Fugui until his next job change, things would improve. 999,999,000. The number Wang Fugui said instantly stunned Wan Bailey. Master Duel? Wan Bailey thought he had heard it wrong. 999,999,000. Wang Fugui repeated it again, and only then did Wan Bailey realize that he had heard it correctly. Nearly 1 billion experience points? Can I use so much experience points to reach the 3rd level? Does that mean you can't upgrade? Wan Bailey immediately realized the problem. Wang Fugui may not be able to upgrade in his lifetime, and can only be level 1. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. Wan Bailey stopped talking, turned around and left without saying goodbye. Hey, Master Wan! Seeing this, Gu Cheng hurriedly chased after him. He glanced at Wang Fugui and sighed deeply. He didn't know that Wang Fugui couldn't be promoted. If he knew, he wouldn't have reported Wang Fugui's situation. Given Wang Fugui's current situation, it would be useless even if he had a more advanced career. If he couldn't upgrade, he was doomed to be unable to improve his strength. The attributes are low, and no matter how powerful the skills are, they cannot make up for the shortcomings. Fugui, if you have any difficulties, you can come to me. Gu Qing patted Wang Fugui on the shoulder, sighed, and then hurried to chase Wan Bailey. How did you have the courage to report a person who couldn't be promoted? I made this trip in vain. Wan Bailey was very dissatisfied with Gu Cheng. A loser actually let him waste his time. Gu Cheng remained silent, and did not dare to speak. Wan Bailey didn't say much to Gu Cheng and left Wanhua City that day. Gu Cheng sighed and re-entered Wang Fugui's information into the database. In the past few days, because of Wang Fugui's amazing achievements, many prestigious universities have sent him letters, extending olive branches to him and promising generous conditions. Wang Fugui rejected all of them and just waited for news from Longxia's #1 university. Hard work pays off. On the 5th day, he finally received a letter from Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning, which invited him. If he is interested in Longxia #1 university, he can prepare to go to Kyoto for an interview. As long as he passes the interview, he will become a student of Longxia #1 university. Wang Fugui was very surprised, and he planned to go to Kyoto as soon as his injury healed. Chen Dong and Su Yutong also volunteered to choose Longxia as the #1 university. As one of the top 3 professionals in Wanhua City, he was successfully admitted to the first university in Longxia. Chen Dong also sold Wang Fugui's equipment to a good man for a good price, and Wang Fugui got a total of more than 20,000 yuan, which was enough for the trip to Kyoto. Chapter 14, Air Attack. On the 7th day after the exam, Wang Fugui's injuries were basically healed. Su Yutong, Chen Dong and the other 2 boarded a plane to Kyoto together today. Most of the passengers on this flight are students heading to Kyoto to study. Of course, not everyone goes to Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning, and Kyoto is not the only academy there. Students from various colleges were on this flight. Therefore, the higher-ups attached great importance to it and sent experts to escort it. Li Xiangtian is the expert who escorted this plane. His level is as high as 60, which makes him an expert after the second transformation. It's not easy to see a level 60 expert. Everyone present looked at Li Xiangtian curiously. It is basically difficult to see level 60 masters in a small place like Wanhua. Anyone with some skills would have left, and would not stay in a place like Wanhua because it is a waste of talent. Li Xiangtian is a man around 30 years old, very young. It is rare to find a master who reaches level 60 before the age of 30. Li Xiangtian stood alone on the side of the plane, observing the situation outside through the window. In this world, the sky is not safe either. Flying monsters may pose a threat to airplanes at any time. This is also Li Xiangtian's mission here, to prevent airplanes from being attacked by monsters. I wonder if we will encounter flying monsters on the way. Let's see how powerful the level 60 boss is. Chendong smacked his lips and said. Wang Fugui looked at him speechlessly. Why didn't he think positively? If they encountered a flying monster and the plane was destroyed, they would have no way of retreat. Boom! As soon as Chendong finished speaking, the fuselage of the plane suddenly vibrated and there was a violent shaking under his feet. This made everyone suddenly nervous. Dear passengers, please don't worry. The plane is about to pass through the troposphere. Please fasten your seat belts and do not walk around in the aisle. The captain's voice came over the plane's radio. Li Xiangtian frowned slightly, immediately stood up, walked across the aisle into the cab, and asked about the details. What happens? Li Xiangtian didn't believe that the plane had to pass through the troposphere. Something must have gone wrong to cause the plane to behave abnormally. The radar detected an unidentified creature appearing around the aircraft. The airflow disturbance just now came from this unidentified creature. The target has not been found yet. When the captain saw that it was Li Xiangtian, he immediately told the truth. Open the hatch. Li Xiangtian immediately asked the captain to open the cabin door. The captain did not hesitate and asked someone to open the cockpit door. In the strong wind, Li Xiangtian jumped out of the door. But the captain was not surprised. Li Xiangtian, who is at level 60, can already fly in the air and doesn't have to worry about falling. Li Xiangtian stood in the air, above the fuselage, and scanned the thick clouds around him. His intuition told him that there was a terrifying monster hidden in the clouds. Soon, Li Xiangtian focused his eyes and saw a huge flying bird flash by in the clouds to the right of the plane. Then a huge bird emerged from the clouds. It was a flying monster that was more than 30 meters long, and not much smaller than an airplane. Wild Wind Bird. Level 50. Threat 2. In Li Xiangtian's eyes, this tornado bird was not a threat, but this was relatively speaking. It posed a huge threat to everyone on the plane. After the squall bird emerged from the clouds, it rushed directly towards the plane. Li Xiangtian's eyes suddenly fixed. You beast! How dare you! Li Xiangtian snorted coldly, his body disappeared instantly, and in the blink of an eye he appeared between the plane and the tornado bird, blocking the tornado bird's attack. A golden light flashed by Li Xiangtian's body, and the Confronting bird hit Li Xiangtian. Li Xiangtian did not move at all, but was hit by the Confronting bird and his body became unstable, and he almost fell from the sky. The impact was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of all the passengers on the plane. Fuck! What a big bird! The passenger sitting by the window on the right saw the confrontation between Li Xiangtian and the storm bird through the window and exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of many passengers, and they unbuckled their seat belts and moved over to watch. Wang Fugui shook his head. These people really can't live with their own lives. Can any excitement be more important than life? They are not afraid of death. If there is a plane accident, they will be the first to die without the protection of seatbelts. Meow, I want to see it too. Chendong looked at the passengers on the other side with some envy. They sat on the left and couldn't see anything, which made Chendong a little envious of those who bought tickets on the right. Fuck! The fight started. Li Xiangtian is so strong. He almost broke his opponent's wings with one strike. He is indeed worthy of being a level 60 expert. When can I become so strong? Standing in the air and flying at will, it's so exciting. The guys on the right who were watching the fun kept exclaiming, as if they were watching a blockbuster movie. This made Qingdong scratch his head and he wished he could rush over right now. Li Xiangtian attacked the tornado bird several times in succession. The tornado bird was seriously injured at this time, and even one of its wings was deformed, but it had no intention of retreating. I gave you a chance but you didn't use it, so just stay here. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to leave, Li Xiangtian immediately decided to kill him. It's not that he can't beat the other person, he's just worried about involving the passengers behind him, so he has been mainly on the defensive. But now he wants to take the initiative to attack. Li Xiangtian stretched out his hand and a bright white spear appeared in his hand. Then he shot at the storm bird. The storm bird tried to struggle and barely dodged, but it was too late. Li Xiangtian's entire body turned into a silver cold light, and instantly passed through the body of the gale bird, leaving a big hole on its body. The level 50 gale bird was killed instantly by it. We won! The boss won! Li Xiangtian's moment of victory should be cheered by the passengers on the plane. Wait! There seems to be another one coming! Suddenly someone noticed that a gale bird appeared in front of the plane and attacked Li Xiangtian's back. Li Xiangtian was slightly stunned, and feeling the movement behind him, he quickly turned around and blocked the attack with the spear in his hand. The gale bird behind him directly attacked the spear in Li Xiangtian's hand, but the spear was not damaged at all. It was obviously a good equipment. Under the huge force of the gale bird, Li Xiangtian crashed into the plane behind him. In order to prevent the plane from being destroyed, Li Xiangtian forcibly changed his posture and barely avoided the flying plane. Then he looked seriously at the newly appeared gale bird. Wild Wind Bird. Level 60. Threat 5. This bird turned out to be a level 60 gale bird, which posed an even greater threat than the previous one. At this moment, Li Xiangtian's chances of winning were only 55 to 50. Come on, big guy! Passengers' shouts were heard from inside the plane, which made Li Xiangtian clench the spear in his hand. Chapter 15. Longxia First Academy. But the gale bird opened its mouth and spit out a ball of wind at him. Li Xiangtian frowned as he looked at the plane behind him. If he dodged, the wind bomb would attack the plane behind him, and all the passengers on the plane would be in danger. For the sake of the passengers behind him, Li Xiangtian had no choice but to block the wind bullet. Li Xiangtian held the spear horizontally in front of him, and the wind bullet directly hit the spear in front of him. The terrifying force instantly knocked him out and hit the fuselage behind him hard, leaving a dent on the outer shell of the aircraft. Bang! Li Xiangtian's impact caused the entire fuselage to shake, and the passengers inside screamed in surprise. Shit! It's not going to crash, is it? The passengers immediately became worried. Dear passengers, please return to your seats, fasten your seat belts, and for your safety please do not walk around. The flight attendants hurried over to advise the passengers who had left their seats to go back. The current situation is obviously not optimistic, although the plane will experience turbulence. Those who were watching the fun also realized the situation. They returned to their seats and fastened their seat belts while complaining, but they were not idle and kept complaining about the flight attendants not taking proper safety measures. Why don't you find a few more experts to escort us? Can one expert defeat the monsters outside? That's right. I wouldn't have taken the plane if I had known. If anything happened to me, my dad wouldn't let you go. You'd better get me to Kyoto safely. There are all kinds of people on this plane. Now that they are faced with a critical situation, they start complaining that the airline has not taken adequate safety measures. Some of the more prominent guys even started threatening the flight attendants. The flight attendants had no choice but to try their best to calm everyone down. There was nothing they could do in this situation. It was truly an unexpected event. Wang Fugui frowned slightly and looked at Li Xiangtian outside. The battle between Li Xiangtian and the tornado bird spread from the right side of the plane to the left side. At this time, Li Xiangtian's condition was not optimistic. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the wind bullet just now had caused him serious internal injuries. Moreover, Li Xiangtian also had to protect the plane from damage at all times, so he was even more restricted and his strength was greatly limited. Wang Fugui frowned when he saw this. He couldn't just watch Li Xiangtian lose. If Li Xiangtian lost, they would be finished. Wang Fugui stretched out his hand and gave Li Xiangtian a sacred blessing without making any expression towards him, as he was standing outside the window. Suddenly, a golden light fell on Li Xiangtian's head and shone on his body, bathing Li Xiangtian in the golden light. Li Xiangtian immediately found that his three-dimensional attributes had greatly increased, directly increasing by 5,000 points. His strength had increased several times. Li Xiangtian was startled and looked around, wondering who helped him. "I wonder which senior is helping me. Could you please come out and see me?" Li Xiangtian shouted loudly to the people around him with a respectful look on his face. But no one responded to him. This made Li Xiangtian a little confused. The auxiliary skills that can directly increase his strength several times are at least a boss-level auxiliary profession after the third transformation. Among the bosses he knows, few can do it. Just when Li Xiangtian was confused, the Gale bird attacked him again. Li Xiangtian's eyes suddenly focused. His strength had greatly improved, and he no longer took the storm bird seriously. The figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A silver light flashed, and Li Xiangtian shot a shot through the head of the Confronting bird. The Confronting bird didn't have time to react at all, and died. After getting rid of the Gale bird, Li Xiangtian looked around in confusion but found no trace of anyone. Only then did he return to the plane reluctantly. After the crisis was resolved, the passengers on the plane immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss is awesome! Such a strong monster was killed instantly by you, big brother. You are awesome!" After Li Xiangtian came back, he instantly felt the enthusiastic cheers from the passengers. Those who had previously complained about Li Xiangtian's lack of ability also changed their expressions and showed flattering expressions. Li Xiangtian smiled slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he was just a man in his 30s, not much older than those present. "You are all too kind. I was able to kill the tornado bird thanks to the help of the mysterious master. It was not just my achievement." Li Xiangtian did not take all the credit, but was very humble. This made Wang Fugui admire him very much. No one knew that someone helped Li Xiangtian. As long as Li Xiangtian didn't say anything, he could enjoy everyone's compliments. But he said it. "There is also a mysterious master? Where is he?" Everyone suddenly became curious about who this mysterious master was. "The senior may not like to show up. He has never shown up from beginning to end. Maybe he has left," Li Xiangtian explained. Many seniors have a tendency to hide from the world and do not like to show themselves in front of others. Most of the time they act silently, and then leave quietly. Li Xiangtian could understand this. After reaching a certain level of strength, he no longer had so many demands for worldly things, and he didn't like being noticed by others. "Wang Fugui, is that you?" Su Yutong asked softly in Wang Fugui's ear. The warm breath hit Wang Fugui's ears, making him feel itchy. "What?" Wang Fugui pretended to be confused and looked at Su Yutong beside him in confusion. Su Yutong rolled her eyes at Wang Fugui and didn't ask any further questions. But her intuition told her that Wang Fugui's hand reaching out to the window just now must be related to the golden light descending from Li Xiangtian's body. Wang Fugui has too many secrets hidden. Wang Fugui secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Yutong did not ask any further questions. But he found that Su Yutong's loyalty to him increased by 5 points. "It's already 50 points. Do I need to reach 100 points to become a divine messenger?" Wang Fugui is not quite sure, so he can only figure it out bit by bit. He will know after his loyalty is full. More than an hour later, the plane landed safely at Kyoto Airport. They felt safe here, and Li Xiangtian's mission was completed, so he left directly. The other passengers also dispersed. Wang Fugui and the other two took a car directly to Longxia's No. 1 school. This is the college that Wang Fugui has always dreamed of, and it is also the college that all Longxia students dream of. After the three got off the car, they appeared in front of a majestic gate. There were 6 large gold-plated characters written on the door frame, which was several dozen meters wide and more than 20 meters high. Longxia First University. The reason why Longxia No. 1 Academy is called No. 1 is not because of its name, but because of the teaching resources and terrifying faculty that Longxia Academy possesses. All the teachers there are masters who have reached the 2nd level, and all of them are professionals above level 40. "Uncle, how do I go to the freshman interview?" Wang Fugui came to the gate and asked the gatekeeper inside. "Ah?" The gatekeeper looked puzzled, then put his hands to his ears. Apparently he was a little deaf. I said interview. Meet in person? The gatekeeper suddenly looked terrified. No, no! You're too old, young man. You should find someone else to be gay with. The old man waved his hands frantically. Wang Fugui was speechless. How does this sound? It's not even close. Forget it, take a rest. Wang Fugui had no choice but to give up, thinking that he would not get anything out of it no matter how much he asked. Okay. The gatekeeper responded very promptly. This made Wang Fugui stunned. Looking at the old man who turned his gaze to the young and beautiful female student, I was a little confused as to whether the other party was really deaf or just pretending. Since I couldn't tell the location from the gatekeeper, I had to go inside the school and ask. After Wang Fugui and others left, the gatekeeper looked at Wang Fugui's back with a serious gaze. What a powerful spiritual attribute! It seems that Long Xia will be restless again. The gatekeeper shook his head and then continued to lie on the chair watching the beautiful legs and black stockings coming and going around him. It's good to be young. Chapter 16 Admission Interview. The three of them quickly followed the security guard's instructions and arrived at the interview location. There were quite a few people coming for the interview. The chairs outside were full of people, all looking nervous and waiting anxiously. The arrival of Wang Fugui and his two companions attracted the attention of these people, but they just took a glance and turned away. However, a few more relaxed young people were attracted by Su Yutong's beauty. Hi, are you freshmen too? One of them was a thin young man, only about 1.6 meters tall, who came over and greeted them enthusiastically, but his eyes were always on Su Yutong. I am Xiang Xinjiao, the top scorer in the exam in Shangyun City. Hello? Xiang Xinjiao enthusiastically extended his right hand to Su Yutong. This made Su Yutong frown slightly, and she did not extend her hand to shake hands with the other party. Qindong directly held the other person's hand and rescued Su Yutong. Hello, number one student? How many points did you get in the exam? Let us look up to you. Qindong asked the other party with a smile on his face. Xiang Xinjiao's face froze. He was very unhappy that Qindong suddenly crossed his arms. Not much, just 180 points. Xiang Xinjiao waved his hand and spoke modestly. But anyone can tell that the other person is showing off. But it does have something to show off. Everyone present looked at him sideways when they heard the number 180. After all, the record for the last major exam was set by the Red Lotus Sword Immortal last year, with 198 points, and it was already very impressive that Xiang Xinjiao could score 180 points. It's only 180. My brother is barely 3 times as strong as you. You still need to work harder. Qindong patted Xiang Xinjiao's shoulder, shook his head in disappointment, and said. Wang Fugui was speechless. He knew that Qindong had no good intentions in talking to the other party so enthusiastically, but he didn't expect that he would drag him into this. Xiang Xinjiao was a little dissatisfied when Qindong patted his shoulder, and then looked at Wang Fugui in confusion. Who are you? How many times stronger? You can't even brag. Xiang Xinjiao naturally didn't believe what Qindong said. His score had already reached the limit. How could someone score several times higher than his? Even a few points higher would be difficult to achieve. The existence of such a genius has long been known throughout the country. Wang Fugui felt helpless. The reason why no one knew about his horrific score was mainly because he concealed his occupation. The higher-ups believed that he could not be upgraded and had no training value, so naturally there was no plan to promote him. So he is not as famous as his sister. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. How many points did the top scorer in the Anhui City exam get? Qindong naturally did not miss this opportunity to show off, even though he was using Wang Fugui's name. Xiang Xinjiao looked at the 3 people with suspicion, took out his mobile phone and immediately checked the test results of Wanhua City. The next name that came into view was Wang Fugui's, and the score behind it was 512. It must be fake. Xiang Xinjiao immediately widened his eyes in shock and said in disbelief. More than 500 points, and no one noticed this incredible score? Is this really your score? Xiang Xinjiao asked Wang Fugui doubtfully. Stop it, we are here for an interview. Wang Fugui did not admit it, and said to Qindong with some dissatisfaction. It is better to have less trouble than more. As they have just arrived, the more high-profile they are, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Qindong closed his mouth helplessly. But Xiang Xinjiao began to get entangled. You cheated, didn't you? This score is impossible. You must have tampered with the system data. Xiang Xinjiao didn't believe that this was the result of the exam. He thought they must have tampered with the system. Humph! Changing the scores is a serious crime. I will report you. Xiang Xinjiao immediately contacted the relevant department using his mobile phone to report Wang Fugui for cheating. This made Wang Fugui speechless. How did I suddenly get into trouble? But he didn't care. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear, even if he was reported. Soon, everyone came out with familiar faces. Some came out with joy on their faces, while others came out with dejected looks. An interview does not mean that you will definitely be admitted to Longxia's top university. If you fail the interview, you will be eliminated. Su Yutong and Qindong also passed the interview successfully and were assigned to different classes. Fugui, don't worry, it's easy. I'll just ask you a few questions and you just need to answer them truthfully. Qindong said to Wang Fugui. With your ability, it should be easy to pass. Su Yutong was also full of confidence in Wang Fugui. If Wang Fugui couldn't pass, everyone here would probably be eliminated. Wang Fugui nodded and slowly walked into the interview room. There were 3 interviewers sitting in the room, all of them were teachers from the school. The interviewer took out Wang Fugui's information, and after reading it, the 3 of them had puzzled expressions on their faces and some frowned. Wang Fugui, right? The interviewer in the middle spoke slowly. Wang Fugui nodded. Your score is very good, 512 points, creating the highest score ever, and it is a god-level profession, and your skills are also good. You are very powerful in the early stage. After reading Wang Fugui's information, the interviewer praised him sincerely. But the information shows that you can't upgrade your level. What's going on? The interviewer frowned and asked Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's heart moved. Has his information been updated in the database? That's true. My experience cap is 999999999. It's very, very difficult to level up. Wang Fugui said truthfully. Wang Fugui's answer made the 3 interviewers frown deeply. Do you know that not being able to level up means your strength won't grow? No. Wang Fugui nodded. And you can't upgrade your level, so you lose the chance to change your job twice or 3 times. Your job is very powerful now, but your future development prospects are very slim. So I'm sorry, you can't enter Longxia Academy. After the interviewer confirmed that the information on the application was correct, he directly eliminated Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui didn't expect this result. Wait. Although my level cannot be increased, it does not mean that I am weak. Attributes can be improved by other methods, and learning skills is not affected. Although I cannot change my job for the second time, I am already a god-level job, so I think my future is not weak. Wang Fugui said with a solemn oath. The interviewer laughed when he heard what Wang Fugui said. What you said is true, but do you know how much resources your idea will consume? Every spiritual fruit that increases attributes is priceless. How much can you eat? Do you have so much money to spend? Wang Fugui's idea of using spiritual fruits and herbs to improve his attributes is not impossible, but it requires too many resources and most people cannot afford it. I will use my early advantages to find a lot of resources. The school doesn't need to worry about it. I just want to enter Longxia's #1 school. Wang Fugui's goal was very simple. He wanted to enter Longxia Academy so that no one else would have to take care of him after that. He believes that he can make a name for himself through his profession. Chapter 17 It's Your Own Sewing. Longxia Academy doesn't support useless people, please go back. The interviewer rejected Wang Fugui decisively and kicked him out without giving him a chance to speak. This made Wang Fugui frown. How's it going? What class are you assigned to? When Qindong saw Wang Fugui coming out, he immediately came over and asked. Wang Fugui shook his head in disappointment. Failed the interview. Wang Fugui was helpless. Do I really have to expose all my abilities in order to enter Longxia Academy? Wang Fugui's answer surprised the two of them. They had never expected this result. How is that possible? Are you sure? Qindong couldn't accept this result. With Wang Fugui's grades and strength, how could he not be able to enter Longxia Academy? But what they didn't know was that the reason why Wang Fugui couldn't get in was because he couldn't upgrade. Haha, I said he was bragging, right? He couldn't even pass the interview, and he still bragged about getting over 500 points? What a joke. When Xiang Xinjiao heard the conversation between the two, he immediately laughed. You cheated in the exam. I have already notified the relevant departments. Someone will come to catch you soon. Don't run away. Xiang Xinjiao said proudly. Su Yutong and Qindong looked at Xiang Xinjiao coldly, like beasts staring at their prey. Xiang Xinjiao was frightened by the looks of the two men. Then he pretended to be calm. What are you looking at? You, as accomplices, can't escape. Xiang Xinjiao snorted disdainfully. Fuck you, I can't stand it anymore. Qindong really couldn't stand Xiang Xinjiao, who was biting people indiscriminately, and was about to take action. Don't be impulsive. But Wang Fugui stopped him. Lend me your phone, Wang Fugui said to Qindong. Qindong calmed down, took out his cell phone and handed it to Wang Fugui. But his eyes were still looking at Xiang Xinjiao unfriendly. Wang Fugui dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. Hello? A strange female voice came from the other side. I'm looking for Long Yu. Wang Fugui knew that the person on the other end of the phone was not his sister, so he immediately stated his purpose. Oh, you are Long Yu's brother, right? Wait a moment. The other end of the line quickly went quiet, and after a while, a voice came from the other end of the line again. This time it was Long Yu's voice. Fugui, have you arrived in Kyoto? The first thing Long Yu thought of after receiving Wang Fugui's call was that Wang Fugui had already arrived in Kyoto. Where are you now? I'll pick you up. Long Yu continued to ask. Sister, I'm interviewing here now, I might be in trouble. Wang Fugui had no choice but to seek help from his sister. I'll be there soon. When Long Yu learned that Wang Fugui was in trouble, she immediately hung up the phone. Wang Fugui returned the phone to Qindong. At this moment, a group of people in uniform suddenly walked in from outside. Who just reported someone for cheating on the exam? This group of people were from the Education Administration Bureau. They received a complaint that someone was cheating in the exam. This was a big deal, so they sent people over quickly. Brother, it's me. I was the one who made the call. Xiang Xinjiao quickly raised his hand and said, You said someone cheated on the exam? Who was it? The person from the Education Administration Bureau frowned and asked Xiang Xinjiao. It's him, Wang Fugui. He scored 512 points in the exam. This is impossible. He was just eliminated by the interviewer. How could such a rubbish get such an incredible score? He must have cheated. Xiang Xinjiao pointed at Wang Fugui and said, Comrade, please show us your ID and assist us in our investigation. The person from the Education Administration Bureau walked up to Wang Fugui and spoke seriously. Wang Fugui did not resist and took out his ID card. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. He didn't believe that these people could really take him away. Comrade, I want to ask. Can this kind of report be made at will? What happens if the content of the report is not true? Wang Fugui asked the person from the Education Administration Bureau indifferently. The other party took Wang Fugui's ID card and answered Wang Fugui's question. If the report is untrue, the reporter will be suspected of slandering others and will be dealt with according to law. Wang Fugui was very satisfied with the answer from the Education Administration Bureau. He glanced at Xiang Xinjiao behind him indifferently. Xiang Xinjiao felt a little uneasy when he saw the look in Wang Fugui's eyes. The person from the Education Administration Bureau took out a portable device and placed Wang Fugui's ID card on it. Immediately, all of Wang Fugui's information was displayed. Wang Fugui's scores and latest information are clearly recorded on it. The person who entered this information was Gu Qing, the principal of Anhui Boshan No. 1 Middle School. More importantly, the name of the Southeast War Zone is also displayed on it. This shows that this information has been certified by the Southeast Theater Command, and the results are absolutely true and cannot be falsified. This shocked the people in the Education Administration Bureau. Then he respectfully returned the ID card to Wang Fugui. I'm sorry to trouble you. After the people from the Education Administration Bureau confirmed that Wang Fugui's information was correct, they apologized to Wang Fugui without any hesitation. After all, these students may grow up to be the best in various fields in the future, so it is better not to offend them if possible. It's okay. Now that I'm okay, what about the person who reported me? Wang Fugui looked at Xiang Xinjia behind him meaningfully. The person from the Education Administration Bureau suddenly looked gloomy and turned to walk towards Xiang Xinjia. Xiang Xinjia looked nervous as he heard the conversation between Wang Fugui and the people from the Education Administration Bureau. You are suspected of slandering others. Please follow me back to accept punishment. The Education Administration Bureau did not give Xiang Xinjiao any face at all. Compared with the genius who could score more than 500 points and was noticed by the Southeast War Zone in advance, Xiang Xinjiao was really nothing. No! He must have cheated. You need to investigate thoroughly. Xiang Xinjiao was still thinking about resisting, but the people from the Education Administration Bureau signaled their men to arrest the man. Don't touch me. Do you know who my father is? Let me go. Xiang Xinjiao struggled frantically in the hands of the people in the Education Administration Bureau, but it was of no avail. It was obvious that the Education Administration Bureau had already sided with Wang Fugui in this matter. No matter who Xiang Xinjiao brought out, they had to arrest the other party first. If Xiang Xinjiao really has a background, it won't be too late to release him later, but now we must give an explanation to the person involved. In front of everyone's eyes, Xiang Xinjiao was taken away by people from the Education Administration Bureau. No one knew what punishment he would receive. Fugui, what are you going to do now? After solving Xiang Xinjiao's problem, Qindong began to worry about Wang Fugui's affairs. If Wang Fugui fails the interview, won't he be able to study in Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning? Wang Fugui didn't say anything. He just sat aside and looked at the gate outside quietly. Just then, a figure walked in from the gate. A heroic woman walked in, her long black hair flowing like a waterfall, her face delicate, her skin as white as snow, her high nose bridge and long eyebrows revealing her determination and sharpness. She strode forward with confidence and charm, and as soon as she walked in, she attracted the attention of everyone present and became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 18, Red Lotus Sword Immortal. What happened? Long Yu saw Wang Fugui at a glance, walked over and asked. Sister Ye. When Qindong saw Long Yu, he immediately shouted excitedly. Long Yu naturally knew Qindong, and nodded slightly at Qindong as a greeting. Sister, I'm eliminated. Wang Fugui explained his situation to Long Yu. After hearing this, Long Yu frowned. The problem of Wang Fugui being unable to upgrade is indeed very tricky, but it is not unsolvable. At most, she will have to work harder than others and consume more resources. However, it is a bit too much to prevent her brother from entering the school. Wait for me. Long Yu walked directly into the interview room with a cold face. Then the students who were interviewing inside were kicked out, and the door was slammed shut. Everyone outside was stunned, not knowing what was going on. What are you doing? The student who was kicked out was very dissatisfied. Who are you? Don't you know first come first served? If it's your turn, just rush in. The man shouted at the door in dissatisfaction. You're asking for your life. Do you know who she is? How dare you talk to her like that? A freshman who was familiar with Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning hurriedly interrupted the other party. Who is it? Could it be the Lord of Heaven? That's the Red Lotus Sword Fairy. She was the top scholar in the previous term and ranked 5th on the list of heroes. I heard that if she hadn't had low qualifications, she might have been in the top 3 by now. How dare you offend her? After hearing the other party's explanation, the person who had just looked dissatisfied instantly wilted. Apparently he had also heard of the name of the Red Lotus Sword Immortal. Red Lotus Sword Immortal! Holy shit! After learning that Long Yu was the Red Lotus Sword Immortal, the surroundings exploded. All of them looked excited. Of course they were excited to see their dream idol. Only Wang Fugui was relatively calm. Because that's his sister. Honglian Sword Fairy is your sister? Su Yutong looked at Wang Fugui in disbelief. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. Well, my sister was admitted to Longxia's top university last year. Then why are you still so poor? Su Yutong was a little puzzled. That was the Red Lotus Sword Immortal, known as the most talented professional in the human world. How could the Red Lotus Sword Immortal's brother be so poor? Wang Fugui sighed. Not only is he poor, his sister is poor too. Although Long Yu had very good talent, it took only 1 year for him to reach level 39, and he was about to have his second awakening. But this is not just because of talent, it also requires a lot of resource cultivation. So Long Yu spent most of her money on resources, and the remaining small amount was used for Wang Fugui's schooling. So not only Wang Fugui is poor, but Long Yu is also poor. In order to save money to buy resources, she is now reluctant to even buy a mobile phone. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Wang Fugui shook his head. There were many people here and he didn't want to talk about his privacy. There were some noisy noises coming from the interview room, and soon Long Yu walked out with a cold expression on her face. Done, let's go in, Long Yu said to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui walked into the interview room with half belief and half doubt. He knew that his sister was doing well in Longxia's #1 school, and wanted to ask her to use her connections with the teachers to solve the problem, but he didn't expect that she would go in on her own. When Wang Fugui returned to the interview room, he found that the attitudes of the 3 interviewers towards him suddenly changed. From being arrogant before, he has turned into being fawning now. Since your sister has given you a guarantee, you will be admitted as an exception, but you can only be admitted to the new class. Here is your student ID. The interviewer wasted no time and gave Wang Fugui a student ID card. From then on, he became a student of Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning. Then I'm leaving? Wang Fugui was a little slow to react, and asked the interviewer with his student ID in hand. The interviewer smiled at Wang Fugui with a kind smile. Go ahead. When Wang Fugui came out of the interview room, he never expected that his sister would have such great influence in Longxia's #1 institution of higher learning. Sister, are you running for the principal? Wang Fugui was silent for a while and then asked seriously. If she is not the principal, why should the teachers who are interviewing listen to her? Don't be poor. If you're done, hurry up and get admitted to the school. You don't want to sleep on the streets at night, do you? Long Yu reached out and hit Wang Fugui on the head. Wang Fugui grimaced in pain. Then she looked at Su Yutong, who was looking at her with admiration. Who is this? Long Yu asked Wang Fugui puzzledly. She knew Qingdong, as he hung out with Wang Fugui all day long, so she was naturally familiar with him, but she had never seen this girl before. She's not your boy's girlfriend, is she? When did you learn to fall in love prematurely without telling me? When Long Yu thought of this, she immediately became dissatisfied and scolded Wang Fugui. What do you mean by puppy love? No, this is, buddy, we formed a team during the big exam. Wang Fugui didn't know how to introduce Su Yutong. His relationship with Su Yutong was not good before, and it only gradually improved after the big exam. Hello, sister. Su Yutong hurriedly greeted Long Yu with excitement. So that's how it is. You all got into Longxia Academy? Long Yu nodded and then asked. Qingdong and Su Yutong nodded at the same time. Not bad. If you have any problems in Longxia Academy, just come to me and I will help you solve them, Long Yu said to the two of them indifferently. Others might think that he was bragging when he said this, but no one would dare to question what the Red Lotus Sword Immortal said. As long as the school isn't set on fire, she can basically handle it. Thank you, sis. Qingdong and Long Yu were not that unfamiliar with each other, and he immediately thanked Long Yu happily. Thank you, sister Yu. Su Yutong was a little shy in front of Long Yu. Red Lotus Sword Immortal is her idol, so of course she is excited to see her idol for the first time. It was then that Wang Fugui discovered that Su Yutong's loyalty to him was growing rapidly, from 50 to 65, but he did nothing just because of Long Yu. I have something else to do, please report in by yourselves. Long Yu had other things to do, so she said goodbye immediately. Afterwards, Wang Fugui and the other two successfully completed the admission procedures and placed their belongings in the dormitory. There are not many people in the dormitory, probably because it is not time to report yet and some people have not arrived yet. After putting away his luggage, Wang Fugui planned to use his own money to buy a gift for his sister. Wang Fugui walked out of the school gate alone and went to a nearby mobile phone store. He planned to buy a mobile phone for himself and Long Yu. When we arrived at the mobile phone store, there were not many people in the store, and the salespeople were just chatting lazily together. Wang Fugui's arrival did not arouse their interest either. A few people knew that Wang Fugui was not a rich man just by looking at him. The clothes I wear are all old clothes that have been washed hundreds of times and are out of shape. So no one came to receive Wang Fugui. Chapter 19, New Class. Wang Fugui walked straight to the counter. No one greeted him, so he looked around himself. This mobile phone store is actually a mobile phone mall. There are counters for more than one brand. Several brands have their own counters inside, including international and domestic brands. Wang Fugui took a look at the mobile phones of major international brands. The starting price was often 10,000 yuan. He only had 20,000 yuan in his hand, so there was no need for him to even think about it. Later, Wang Fugui took a fancy to a small domestic brand, Charm. The price is affordable and the performance is decent. "Sir, how can I help you?" The charming shopping guide was quite diligent in her duties, unlike the others who were dismissive of him. "I need 2 mobile phones, priced under 2,000 yuan, which can meet basic daily needs." Wang Fugui didn't need to play games or anything, he just needed a communication tool, so performance didn't matter. "Then take a look at this, Charm 4 Pro, Couples Edition." The shopping guide brought 2 mobile phones to Wang Fugui, one blue and one red. Wang Fugui took a look and thought it was good, so he paid directly, took the phone and left. This surprised the other shopping guides. A poor boy whom they looked down upon was so straightforward. Although the commission from the sales of 4,000 yuan is not much, it is at least enough for them to have a meal, which is better than sitting there doing nothing. After returning, Wang Fugui applied for 2 mobile phone cards and then called Long Yu's mobile number. The voice that answered the phone was the same as before. "I'm looking for my sister. I have something to give her," Wang Fugui said to the girl opposite. "Your sister is not here. Is the stuff important? How about you send it to the dormitory first?" The girl opposite is Long Yu's roommate. Long Yu is not in the dormitory at the moment. She is currently striving to reach level 40 and preparing for a second job change, so she will not be back in a short time. "Okay, I'll leave it with you first." Wang Fugui nodded, asked the other party for his location, and then rushed to the girl's dormitory. Wang Fugui waited downstairs for a while, and then a young and beautiful girl walked out of the dormitory building. The girl looked around at the door, and then set her eyes on Wang Fugui. "Are you Wang Fugui?" The girl walked up to Wang Fugui and asked in confusion. Wang Fugui nodded. "I didn't expect Ye's brother to be so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend?" The girl's eyes lit up and she asked Wang Fugui with a wicked smile. "Well." Wang Fugui didn't know how to answer and felt a little embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm your sister's roommate. My name is Li Qing, just call me Sister Qing." Li Qing burst into laughter when she saw Wang Fugui's embarrassed look. "Sister Qing, this is the phone I bought for my sister. Please give it to her when she comes back." Wang Fugui handed the phone in his hand to Li Qing and said. Li Qing took the phone from Wang Fugui in surprise. But she knew how poor Long Yu was. She couldn't even afford to buy her a cell phone. Her brother shouldn't be so rich, right? "Okay, I get it. Was the number I just called yours?" Li Qing reacted instantly, and realized that the number Wang Fugui used just now might be hers. Wang Fugui nodded. "Okay, sister, I've got this in mind. I'll call you if it's okay. You can't ignore it," Li Qing said with a smile. Her eyes scanned Wang Fugui like a scanner, with a sly smile on her face, looking like a female hooligan. "Sister Qing, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Wang Fugui couldn't stand Li Qing's gaze, so he hurriedly said goodbye and fled the scene. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that the other party would eat him. Time passed quickly, Wang Fugui's roommates arrived one after another, and it was time to start school. Professional universities are different from ordinary universities. The school starts more than a month in advance. Because time is money, one day earlier may create a strong person. On the first day of school, Wang Fugui came to the new class. During this period, Wang Fugui also learned about the situation of the new class. To put it bluntly, it is a gathering place for people with connections and problem teenagers. There is not a single normal person. It is the most chaotic and worst class. This is also the reason why the interviewer made an exception and admitted Wang Fugui. It doesn't matter if he is put in the new class. There are useless people in it who have no training value anyway. Having one more Wang Fugui won't make much difference. Wang Fugui didn't care much about this. As long as he could use the resources of Lonxia Academy to obtain numerous skill books, it would be enough. As long as he had enough skills, his strength would be infinitely improved. When he arrived at the new class and just walked into the door, a book was thrown at him. Wang Fugui was quick-witted and quickly dodged by turning his head. Oh! When the students in the class saw Wang Fugui dodge away, they immediately booed in disappointment. Wang Fugui frowned, and the culprit who attacked him was a young man sitting by the window, who looked at Wang Fugui, who had just entered the room with an evil smile on his face. The people here are indeed all problem teenagers. Wang Fugui looked around and saw faces everywhere watching the show. Wang Fugui calmly walked to the empty seat and prepared to sit down, but the classmate behind him kicked the chair under his buttocks directly, almost making Wang Fugui sit on the ground. Wang Fugui looked at the other person coldly, but still held back. If he were to take action, he would definitely not be able to beat the opponent without using any skills, and he would be afraid of killing the opponent if he used his skills. Sometimes having too many skills is a problem. Even if he only uses the blessing skill, plus the curse item that reduces the attribute tenfold, he still has 500 three-dimensional attributes, which is not easy to control. If you are not careful, you may go too far. Wang Fugui's patience made the other party even more aggressive. Then he stood up and walked to Wang Fugui. As soon as Wang Fugui took out the book, he knocked the book to the ground. Coward! The other party sneered and laughed at Wang Fugui. The others also burst into laughter, mocking Wang Fugui without hesitation. I don't want to kill anyone, pick it up for me. Wang Fugui was completely angry and spoke to the other party indifferently. The other party was stunned, as if he had heard it wrong, and covered his ears with his hands and moved closer to Wang Fugui. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Are you talking to me? The students around him laughed even louder. Did I hear correctly? Doesn't he know who Fang Shijuan is? He really doesn't know how to live or die. In response to Wang Fugui's reaction, the people around him just laughed. Fang Shijuan is the strongest person in their new class except for the boss. Everyone present has been taught a lesson by Fang Shijuan. If you dare to talk to Fang Shijuan like that, there is only one outcome, being beaten half to death. I said pick it up for me. If the ears are useless, you can give them to someone in need. Wang Fugui said lightly. Wang Fugui's answer made Fang Shijuan's face darken. He clenched his right fist and raised his hand to punch Wang Fugui. Fang Shijuan's punch was so powerful that if it hit Wang Fugui, he would either be killed or injured. After all, Wang Fugui's physical fitness was only 10 points. What are you doing? Stop it! At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door, which made everyone in the class frown and feel their heads buzzing. Chapter 20: A Show of Power. Fang Shijuan's movements were also interrupted by the sound, and he couldn't help but cover his ears. A middle-aged man outside the door looked at Fang Shijuan with a cold face. This guy is the most difficult one in the new class. Teacher Situ, I was just joking with my new classmate. Fang Shijuan immediately changed his previous expression and explained with a smile. Stop pretending and go back to your seat, Sichuan said coldly. Fang Shijuan had no choice but to return to his seat obediently. The teacher came, and Wang Fugui couldn't say anything. He withdrew his hand that was ready to release a skill, bent down and picked up the book. Sichuan walked to the podium and looked at the 20 or so students below, feeling a headache. They don't know how to sit or stand properly. The street urchins in society are better than them. But as their teacher, I can't say that I can make them successful, but at least I should not let them get into trouble. Classmates, this year we have a new student. I'm sure you have already seen him. Let him come up and introduce himself, Sichuan said lightly. The professional university is not divided into grades like other universities. The graduation standard is based on level. As long as the level reaches 40 and passes the second transfer, you can graduate. You cannot graduate before then, but there is a time limit. The time spent in school cannot exceed 4 years. If you cannot graduate within 4 years, then you can no longer stay in school and have to enter society, but you cannot graduate. You can only wait until you have a second transfer and then come back to apply for graduation. So there are not only new students in the class, but also more old students, some of whom may have been here for 4 years. Of course, Class 1 is the worst class in Longxia Academy, with the weakest strength. The highest level is only level 29, and Fan Shijuan is only level 10. However, he is already one of the best here. Wang Fugui walked straight to the podium. Pick up a piece of chalk and write your name on the blackboard. My name is Wang Fugui. I don't want to cause trouble, nor do I want to be troubled. Otherwise, I will bear the consequences myself. Wang Fugui said lightly. When the people below saw the name written by Wang Fugui, they burst into laughter. Wang Fugui? What kind of name is that? Ha ha ha, my dog's name is more cultured than Fugui. Where did this country bumpkin come from? My dog's name is Wankai. Are you from the same village? Don't say that. It's great to be rich and powerful. We should always yearn for things we don't have. That makes sense. Hearing the noisy laughter at Wang Fugui from below, Situchuan frowned immediately. Be quiet! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you all into the dungeon. Situchuan shouted loudly, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Then he looked at Wang Fugui. He was afraid that this new student could not stand this humiliation and would do something out of line. But to his surprise, he didn't see any anger or shame in Wang Fugui's eyes. His eyes were calm, as if all the ridicule had nothing to do with him. This surprised Situchuan very much. It was not easy for someone so young to have such a state of mind. Then he thought of Wang Fugui's strange information and shocking test scores, and he had a feeling that this guy must have an extraordinary future. Okay, classmate Wang Fugui, you go down first. Wang Fugui returned to his seat. Then Situchuan began to give the lecture. In fact, there is nothing special about the course. It is just knowledge about various dungeons and secret realms, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of various monsters. This knowledge can be found. The most important thing in a professional university is strength. Basically, those strong students will not come to class, because they are fighting in dungeons all year round and have no time to come to class. Okay, get out of class, dismissed. Soon Situchuan finished explaining a part of the knowledge and announced the end of the get out of class. After Situchuan left, Wang Fugui packed up his books and was about to leave, but was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. The leading Fan Shijuan looked at Wang Fugui with a sneer on his face. You are so arrogant, you will take the consequences at your own risk? I want to see what the consequences are. It was obvious that Fan Shijuan came here to cause trouble for Wang Fugui. Then he waved his hand and ordered the people around him to go up and beat Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui frowned. Directly use the holy blessing, a golden light rises from the body, and the attributes skyrocket instantly. The fists and kicks from several people around him were like tickling Wang Fugui. Then Wang Fugui rolled over and jumped out of their encirclement. There's something, come on! When Fan Shijuan saw Wang Fugui easily break out of their encirclement, he suddenly became interested and then ordered his men to rush towards Wang Fugui again. But Wang Fugui could only hide, he did not dare to act rashly. With a strength attribute of over 500, he was afraid that he would kill the opponent instantly if he wasn't careful. These guys, whose average level was less than level 10, were really too weak. You just know how to hide. Country bumpkin, don't run if you can. Fan Shijuan became anxious when he saw that so many people couldn't catch up with Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui was speechless. Even if he didn't run, these people couldn't break his defense. But he didn't want to be beaten like this. Moreover, his blessing time was only 5 minutes and the time was almost up. He had no choice but to run away. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was better than being beaten to death after the time was up, or killing others. Wealth! Just when Wang Fugui was about to escape from the classroom, Qin Dong and Su Yutong arrived. Seeing Wang Fugui being chased and beaten by so many people, he was stunned for a moment. You dare to attack our Fugui, you are seeking death! Seeing this, Chandong went to help without saying a word. A blessing was cast upon himself, and Chandong waved his staff, and a golden hand emerged from the ground. With a wave of his hand, he slapped several people away. The tables and chairs in the classroom instantly fell to the ground, making a mess. Su Yutong was also very unhappy when he saw Wang Fugui being taken off. His eyes focused and a ball of lightning was fired out. A large number of students on the opposite side were electrocuted again. Only Fang Shijuan, who was at a level more than 10, was spared. This made Fang Shijuan slightly stunned. "Who are you?" Fang Shijuan looked at the two guys who suddenly rushed out and asked puzzledly. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of the strength of Chandong and Su Yutong. "Fugui, why are you so embarrassed? Why don't you beat them up?" Chandong said to Wang Fugui speechlessly. With the strength that Wang Fugui showed in the copy, wouldn't it be easy to teach this guy a lesson? "I'm afraid of beating them to death," Wang Fugui said lightly. This sentence instantly made Chandong feel relieved. Yes, if Wang Fugui took action, he could easily kill these guys. "Meow! Do you think I don't exist?" Fang Shijuan became furious when he saw Chandong and Wang Fugui chatting among themselves and completely ignoring him. A red light rose from his body and attacked the three people. Fang Shijuan, who was at level 10, still crushed the three of them in terms of strength, and Wang Fugui's blessing time had also expired, so he had no strength to resist at all. Chapter 21 Skill Library. Rebellion! But at this moment Situchuan suddenly came back, flashed in front of Wang Fugui, stretched out his hand, and a ray of cold air enveloped Fang Shijuan, instantly freezing him in place. After Situchuan left, he was worried that Wang Fugui would be bullied by Fang Shijuan and others as he had just arrived, so he returned the same way for fear of his safety. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, he found that Fang Shijuan was about to attack Wang Fugui. Fortunately, he came back in time. "Fang Shijuan! Are you itching for trouble again?" Situchuan yelled at Fang Shijuan angrily. Fang Shijuan was blocked by Situchuan and could not move. He felt as if he was in an ice cave and was shivering with cold. "Sorry." Fang Shijuan immediately gave in front of Situchuan. There is no student in the new class who is not afraid of Situchuan. Situchuan can really throw them into a copy. According to him, the school has casualty indicators every year, so it is normal for one or two to die. It would be best if all of them died so that he doesn't have to come to class. The most outrageous incident was when the whole class got into trouble and reported it to Situchuan. Situchuan was so angry that he threw everyone into a dungeon world and didn't release them until 3 days later. Someone almost died that time. So no matter how arrogant they were, they still behaved well in front of Situchuan and did not dare to act recklessly. If Situchuan couldn't control the students in the new class, he wouldn't be allowed to be the tutor. After hearing Fang Shijuan admit his mistake, Situchuan waved his hand and took back the ice from Fang Shijuan's body. Fang Shijuan felt a lot warmer instantly and shivered. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you leave?" Seeing that Wang Fugui and others were still standing there in a daze, Situchuan turned around and said, "Thank you, teacher." After thanking Situchuan, Wang Fugui hurriedly left with Chandong and the others. At the same time, Wang Fugui also realized that his strength was still too weak. Although he had many powerful skills, there were too few skills and too many cooldowns, which greatly limited him. He needed more skills to enhance his means. The quickest way to learn skills is naturally to spend money to buy skill books, but he only has more than 10,000 yuan in his hand now, and he probably can't buy any good skills. "Fugui, let's go to the library. Miss Su and I are almost level 10. It's time to prepare some appropriate skills to learn," Chandong said to Wang Fugui. It just happened to coincide with Wang Fugui's idea. Good. Wang Fugui also took the opportunity to see what skills were suitable for him. The library here is not a library in the literal sense. It not only has various books, but also provides various skill books for students. However, they are all paid and require a lot of money to buy. The three of them came to the library and went straight to the 3rd floor, because only the 3rd floor sold skill books, and the following floors were for general books. There is a separate front desk on the 3rd floor, and there is a security check machine near the front desk. You need to hand in your belongings before entering, and you need to go through the security scanner when leaving. If anyone is found trying to steal a skill book without paying, they will be severely punished. There is also all-round surveillance inside, so there is no need to worry about anyone daring to study directly inside. The three handed over their belongings and walked in. The structure inside is similar to that of a library, with bookshelves divided into different areas, and ancient books placed on the shelves. The difference is that these books are all skill books obtained from copies. The big areas are divided into melee skills, mage skills, range skills, and support skills. Qindong went straight to the auxiliary skill area, and Su Yutong also went straight to the mage skill area. Wang Fugui thought about it and walked into the auxiliary skills area with Qindong. Fugui, do you also want auxiliary skills? Qindong said in confusion when he saw Wang Fugui following him. Now in his eyes, Wang Fugui is no longer a supporting profession, but a powerful combat profession. Well, I need auxiliary skills. Wang Fugui nodded, said nothing more, and began to check the skill books on the bookshelf. There are quite a lot of skill books, and the entire bookshelf is filled with skill books of various levels. This is the foundation of Longxia's #1 academy. The skill books on this one bookshelf alone are comparable to those of an ordinary professional academy. Besides, there are many such bookshelves here. Wang Fugui picked up one of them at random and took a look. When he saw the price on it, his expression froze instantly. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000. A level 10 skill book costs 100,000. Later, Wang Fugui realized a serious problem. His level could not be raised, which meant that he could not learn advanced skill books and could only learn level 1. However, the first level skill book is very difficult to obtain and will only appear in the first level copy. But he has another way to acquire skills, which is to let his messenger of God learn the skills, that is, Qindong. As long as Qindong learns the corresponding skills, he will obtain the God-level enhanced version of the same skills. Then Wang Fugui put down the skill book in his hand and looked at Qindong. Qindong was holding a skill book and laughing at this moment. What makes you so happy? Wang Fugui asked Qindong puzzledly. Qindong turned to look at Wang Fugui, the smile on his face still not disappearing. Look, isn't this skill book particularly suitable for me? Wang Fugui took it and looked at it. A blessing skill that improves the target 3 dimensions by 30 points each, but the learning requirement is only level 10. It is indeed a good skill in the early stages. However, this auxiliary skill with clear values is not the best choice for Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui shook his head. The best auxiliary skills should be related to the spirit. After all, your future attributes will mainly be added to the spirit, and they will become stronger as your attributes become stronger. Wang Fugui said to Qindong in a deceitful way. Qindong thought about it carefully, and instantly felt that what Wang Fugui said made sense. That makes sense. I'll look for it again. Qindong put down the skill book in his hand and started looking carefully again. Wang Fugui gave up directly. There was nothing he could use on it. The lowest limit was 5 levels. It was too difficult to find a skill book that could be learned at level 1. He can only rely on himself to try his luck in the copy world. Qindong searched again and finally found a satisfactory skill book. Fugui, look at this. Qindong couldn't wait to share it with Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui walked over to take a look, and his eyes lit up when he saw this skill. Strength amplification increases the target's strength by 30% of their spirit, duration 120s, cooldown time 30 minutes. This is the spirit-related amplification skill he has been looking forward to. Good. Wang Fugui also took a fancy to this skill, and this skill book actually shows that a skill can be learned at level 5, so Qindong can learn it now. But the price. Wang Fugui took a look and was surprised by the huge string of zeros. It actually costs 1.2 million. Wang Fugui took a deep breath. As expected, professionals really cost money. Chapter 22 New Skills, Finding Cursed Items. But this is really nothing to Qindong. More than 1 million may just be his pocket money for a month. And if he told his father that he wanted to buy skills to improve his strength, his father would definitely transfer a large amount of money to him without saying a word. In his father's words, "Son, as long as the problem can be solved with money, It is not a problem. If money cannot solve it, I will spend money so that he can solve it with money. Money is just a number to Qingdong, so he never cared about the price at all. That's it, Qingdong said contentedly. Skills are more about quality than quantity. With Qingdong's current mental attributes, these skills are enough. If he had more, it would be a bit stressful. He might not be able to use all the skills even if his mental energy is exhausted, which would have an impact on the improvement of skill proficiency. Therefore, one cannot have too many skills in the early stage. There are still advanced skills to learn when the level is higher in the future. Then the two of them came out, and Su Yutong had also chosen a skill, an instant lightning skill with low consumption and fast cooldown. Although the power was a little smaller, it was longer lasting. Why didn't you take the skill book? Su Yutong asked Wang Fugui curiously. Wang Fugui shook his head. Nothing suitable, let's go. Wang Fugui didn't say much, but Qingdong seemed to realize something and thought of Wang Fugui's family background. But he didn't say much. He knew that Wang Fugui would not accept his financial help, so he could only express helplessness. The two of them came to the counter and took out a card each to pay. Su Yutong's family background is also good, so it is easy for her to spend money to buy a skill book. After they parted ways, Qingdong went back and learned this skill. Wang Fugui also got a hint and acquired a new skill. Divine Power Totem God, Level 1. Release a Divine Power Totem. Friendly creatures within the totem range gain a power boost of 30% of their spirit. Totem duration is 300s. Range 50-50 m. Cooldown time 12 h. Wang Fugui's expression changed after seeing the skill. Although there was no amplification and there was not much difference, but it changed from a single target to a range improvement, which would be a magical skill for the team. Just imagine that Wang Fugui and Qingdong form a team. With one totem, the three of them can directly increase their strength attributes by 3,000, and directly transform from assistants and mages into warriors. They will be invincible. Putting away his excitement, Wang Fugui returned to the library the next day. This time he was not here to look for a skill book, but to check information. Ever since he got the cursed elven ring last time, he has become interested in cursed items. If he could get a few of these cursed items, he would be able to hide his strength from others. This way, you won't be afraid of encountering a big guy with detection skills one day and exposing your strength. Wang Fugui searched in the library for a long time and finally found information about the cursed props. Wang Fugui saw traces of cursed props in a book titled Copy of the True Story. It is described above that as the plot progresses, you will sometimes get some quest items, and some quest items are cursed items that will reduce the wearer's attributes by a large amount. After completing the copy mission, the cursed items will be purified and turned into artifacts. This made Wang Fugui stunned. In other words, the cursed elven ring in his hand is a divine artifact? Wang Fugui wanted to continue looking for more information about the cursed props, but he couldn't find any traces, which made him feel helpless. Boy, you've been rummaging around for a long time, what are you looking for? The old man who was in charge of the library asked Wang Fugui curiously. Oh, sir, I'm looking for information about cursed items. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up. The librarian must be very clear about the library's affairs. He might know that the book contained information about cursed props. The old man's eyes moved slightly when he heard the word curse. How did you know about the cursed item? The old man asked curiously. Every cursed item is related to the whereabouts of a divine artifact, and ordinary people may not be able to access it. I heard from my sister. Wang Fugui originally wanted to tell the truth, but when he saw that the other party was so serious, he immediately changed his words and pulled Long Yu over to take the blame. Who is your sister? The old man became even more confused. This boy looked very unfamiliar. Was his sister a celebrity? My sister is Long Yu. Wang Fugui did not hide at this time. The old man was stunned when he heard Long Yu's name. Are you the younger brother of that girl, Long Yu? I didn't expect that the old man actually knew Long Yu. Wang Fugui instantly began to wonder how famous Long Yu was in Longxia's #1 school. Even the old man in the library knew her. Wang Fugui nodded. Good boy, are you looking for the cursed item for your sister? The old man asked wisely. In his mind, It is not impossible for Long Yu to come into contact with cursed items with her talent. If Long Yu has the help of magical weapons, she may become a new god of war in the future. Wang Fugui nodded. It seemed that this old man actually knew something about cursed items. Well, I know some clues about the cursed item, but it's hard to get. It's been almost 10 years, and there's still no clue. It's even possible that the rumors are false. Long Yu can't put all her energy on this. The old man was afraid that Long Yu would be too obsessed with the artifact, which would affect her growth, so he reminded her in advance. Uncle, can you tell me? Wang Fugui immediately stepped forward and asked. This is not a secret, I can tell you. There are several dungeons in our school, and one of them is a level 5 dungeon that has never been cleared. It is rumored that there is a cursed item there, which is a divine weapon. However, no one has been able to complete the 3rd dungeon mission, and there is not even a clue. The old man spoke slowly to Wang Fugui. Which copy? Wang Fugui immediately asked excitedly. Finding the clue to the cursed item made him more excited than finding the skill book. It's the 5th level dungeon, Snow Mountain. The old man said slowly. Thank you. When Wang Fugui heard the name of the copy, he immediately bowed, thanked him, and ran out of the library. The old man was speechless as he looked at Wang Fugui's back. Why are you so excited? This dungeon mission that no one has completed in 10 years, can it still be changed because of you? The old man shook his head, put Wang Fugui's affairs out of his mind, and continued to read the book on the table. After leaving the library, Wang Fugui ran to the school's copy entrance. There are many copies of the school, and each entrance is in a different location. Fugui just happened to know the Snow Mountain King that the old man mentioned. Because the level of this dungeon was relatively low, he had originally planned to try his luck here and kill some monsters to see if he could get a skill book. So I have a pretty good understanding of snow mountains. The entrance to the Snow Mountain dungeon is located in the northeast, on a rockery. At this time, stairs have been built on the rockery to facilitate entry into the dungeon. Chapter 23 Level 5 Dungeon, Snow Mountain. The entrance is naturally guarded by someone. Not everyone can enter casually. A list of people who enter must be recorded. If something happens inside, or if someone never comes out, it will be reported and they will be treated as sacrifices. Stop, come and register. The person guarding the entrance to the copy saw Wang Fugui about to move forward and hurriedly called him to come over to register. Wang Fugui walked over and registered his information as required. Freshman? Come in. The guard did not stop him after reading Wang Fugui's message. It is normal for freshmen to enter the level 5 dungeon to level up. After registering, Wang Fugui walked straight into the copy entrance. Then, his eyes blurred and when he opened them again, all he saw was a sea of white. Wang Fugui appeared in a snowy field, with a towering snow-capped mountain in front of him. This is the level 5 dungeon, Snow Mountain. Dungeon Mission 1, kill the elite snow monster, reward 1000 experience. Dungeon Mission 2, kill the snow elf, reward 1000 experience. Dungeon Mission 3, find the ice and snow staff, reward ice crystal pendant. When Wang Fugui saw task 3, he immediately thought of the unfinished task that the old man had mentioned. Maybe it's this ice staff. There are no clues at the moment, so Wang Fugui can only walk towards the snow mountain and take a look at the environment there first. Wang Fugui had just taken a few steps forward when suddenly the snow not far ahead exploded. A monster covered with white hair, like a gorilla, appeared in front of Wang Fugui and blocked his way. Snow Monster. Level 5. Threat 10. In Wang Fugui's eyes, the threat level of a level 5 snow monster was maxed out. There is no way. The threat level is calculated based on the level difference. Wang Fugui, who is only level 1, poses a full threat to everyone. But a real fight may not necessarily break out. But this is just an ordinary snow monster, and Wang Fugui does not intend to take action. He wants to save his skills for use in the right place. Wang Fugui turned around and ran, trying to get rid of the snow monster, but he forgot that the snow monster was level 5 and its speed attribute was much higher than his level 1 speed attribute. The snow monster caught up with him almost instantly. Wang Fugui had no choice but to fight back. Divine Power Totem. Before the snow monster caught up with him, Wang Fugui hurriedly used the totem skill. A stone pillar with a mysterious pattern fell from the sky and stuck directly next to Wang Fugui. The stone pillar totem continued to spread a special ripple outward. Wang Fugui's strength attribute increased instantly. Then the snow monster rushed to Wang Fugui and attacked him with its sharp claws. Wang Fugui's eyes focused, and he swung the black iron sword in his hand, killing the snow monster instantly. Base. Just when Wang Fugui was regretting that he had wasted a skill on a snow monster, the snow monster suddenly flashed, and something exploded. Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried forward to check. It was later discovered to be a pair of boots. Snow boots, black iron. Level 1. Speed +2. A pair of boots that only increases speed by 2 points, but it is better than nothing. At least Wang Fugui can wear it. If it is a level 5 equipment, he can't even use it. After changing into boots, Wang Fugui continued on his way forward. I carefully observed my surroundings on the way, not intending to miss any details. With his previous experience in the Goblin camp, he knew that such long unfinished tasks all relied on details to find clues. If he wanted to complete this long unfinished task, he must pay attention to details. However, when Wang Fugui walked halfway up the mountain, he didn't see anything suspicious except for a few relatively neutral snow elves. This made Wang Fugui very strange. In order to facilitate his actions, Wang Fugui did not take the initiative to provoke these neutral snow elves. He continued to move up the mountain and reached the top. On the way, he encountered several snow monsters, which Wang Fugui deliberately avoided. After reaching the top of the mountain, Wang Fugui frowned. He didn't find any clues on the entire snow mountain, let alone the ice and snow staff. But Wang Fugui can be sure that the ice and snow staff is definitely not in a conspicuous place. According to the experience in the Goblin camp, it is possible that it is in a hidden cave. But there are no caves on the snowy mountain. It is bare, and there is nothing but snow. Could it be that the snow elves exploded? Soon Wang Fugui shook his head and denied this speculation. If it could be revealed, this task would have been completed long ago, and it must be hidden somewhere on the snowy mountains. Then Wang Fugui looked down. There is none on the snowy mountain, so what about inside? Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up. What if there is still space inside the snow mountain? If there is no normal passage to enter the inner space, no one will be able to complete this task in a lifetime, let alone 10 years. Wang Fugui took out his sword on the spot and prepared to give it a try. What if his guess is true? Wang Fugui used the holy blessing without any hesitation, and his three-dimensional attributes skyrocketed instantly, reaching more than 5,000 in an instant. Wang Fugui slashed at his feet with the sword, and the snow on the ground splashed, revealing the ice underneath and leaving a deep cut mark on it. But just after Wang Fugui attacked the snow mountain, the neutral snow elves around him instantly turned their attention to him. The originally light blue pupils turned red. It changed from a neutral to an aggressive, dangerous creature. Shah! The snow elf let out a roar and attacked Wang Fugui directly. When Wang Fugui saw this scene, he became more certain of his thoughts. There must be something under this snowy mountain. Otherwise, these snow elves would not have changed because he chopped the snow mountain. Facing the siege of snow elves, Wang Fugui flashed and quickly rushed towards the surrounding snow elves. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. In an instant, a snow elf was killed by Wang Fugui. Then, one after another, the snow elves were killed by Wang Fugui, leaving no one alive. After just a moment, the surroundings became quiet. After dealing with the snow elves around him, Wang Fugui continued to chop the snow mountain under his feet. But the ice on the snow mountain was too thick. Wang Fugui cut it several times, but there was no response. There was still a very thick layer of ice underneath. Wang Fugui frowned. It seems that I can only use skills. Wang Fugui put away his sword and gathered his strength, and then a dazzling red light began to shine from the sword. When the red light gathered, he then thrust the sword towards the snow-capped mountain below. A rainbow pierces the sun. A red beam of light was emitted from the sword in Wang Fugui's hand. The light beam with a radius of 1 meter shot directly into the snow mountain and penetrated a distance of nearly 100 meters. After the light faded, what appeared in front of Wang Fugui was a cave entrance with a diameter of 2 meters. The cave entrance led straight down to the interior of the snow mountain. The most important thing is that there is really space inside the snow mountain. From the cave entrance, you can see a crystal-like city below. Chapter 24, City of Ice and Snow. There is actually an ice crystal city inside the snow mountain. All the buildings are made of ice, magnificent like crystal. There are some glowing crystals on the inner wall of the snow mountain, providing lighting for the ice crystal city. Just as Wang Fugui was surprised, 2 figures suddenly flew up from the ice crystal city below the cave entrance. The 2 men looked just like humans, wearing white fur, with their arms, calves, and other parts exposed. The fur looks like it's made of snow monster fur. The 2 men came close to Wang Fugui in an instant. Who is it? Wang Fugui could feel the level of pressure coming from the other party, which was at least level 10. There are actually level 10 creatures in a level 5 copy. This made Wang Fugui instantly realize that he had found the right place. I came down from the mountain to hunt and accidentally came here. Since he could communicate with the other party, Wang Fugui planned to use another way to enter the ice crystal city. You did this? The other party asked coldly, pointing at the huge hole in the snow mountain. Wang Fugui nodded. Take away! After learning that it was Wang Fugui who did it, the 2 of them immediately rushed over and took Wang Fugui down. Wang Fugui was about to resist when he saw this, but suddenly stopped and allowed the other party to hold him down. Since he wanted to enter the crystal city, being caught by the other party was also an option. Moreover, his skills only take 12 hours to cool down, so he could take this opportunity to wait for the cooldown time. Wang Fugui was taken into the ice crystal city by the 2 and locked up in the ice prison below. Wang Fugui discovered that the temperature inside the snow mountain was a bit warmer than outside. The temperature outside was at least dozens of degrees below zero, while here it was only a few degrees below zero at most. Wang Fugui was imprisoned in an ice prison. There was no one around him, and it looked like no one had been imprisoned in this place for a long time. In a magnificent castle in the center of the ice crystal city. Sitting on the throne was a queen with a face as white as snow and flawless skin. The queen's eyes were deep and cold, revealing an air of arrogance and inviolability. She has a high nose bridge, elegant lines, a graceful and slender figure, and her every move is full of majesty. What's the matter? The queen's rosy lips slightly opened as she uttered a low and magnetic voice, each word carrying majesty and coldness. Report to the queen, a big hole was suddenly punched in the ice above. It was done by someone from outside the snow mountain. The murderer has been captured and is currently being held in an ice prison. The people below said in a deep voice. He lowered his head and dared not look at the queen, as if looking into her eyes would be disrespectful to her. Outsiders? We haven't had outsiders come to our ice and snow city for a long time. What is the other party's purpose? The queen frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice. I don't know, the other party said it was an accident. The queen waved her hands helplessly. Forget it. Since he has been locked in the ice prison, I don't think he will pose any threat. Fill the hole as soon as possible to prevent him from being discovered. The queen put the matter aside and decided that the most important thing was to quickly fill the hole. Yes. The people below received the queen's order and immediately went to repair the hole. They had their own exit, but the hole above was too big and too obvious. If it was discovered by outsiders, it would be a disaster for their ice and snow city. If there is nothing else, go down. The queen looked at the ministers below and spoke softly. The ministers below immediately bowed and took their leave. One of the generals, General Xia, who was in charge of the military, had an unknown look in his eyes when he heard that outsiders had entered the city of ice and snow. After leaving the castle, Xia Bing returned home overnight, took off his military uniform, and asked his confidants to come over. Go to the ice prison and check on the captured outsider to see how strong he is. If possible, rescue him. Xia Bing instructed his confidant. Yes. The confidant immediately took the order and quietly went to the ice prison. Wang Fugui in the ice prison was drawing circles on the ground out of boredom. I looked at the cooldown time and there are still 4 hours left. It's too boring. Just then, Xia Bing's confidant bribed the soldier guarding the ice prison and walked in with a subordinate. There was only Wang Fugui in the ice prison, so Xia Bing's confidants would not recognize the wrong person. But as soon as he came in, he saw Wang Fugui squatting on the ground and drawing circles on the ice. The corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Could this be a fool? Wang Fugui sensed someone coming and turned around quickly. Hey, you guys arrested me, but you don't care about the food? I'm starving! It has been several hours since Wang Fugui was captured and he has not had any food. He is now starving. Hungry? The confidant looked at Wang Fugui and didn't think he was a master, but since he was able to come in from outside, his strength was still questionable. I can take you out, but I need your help, the confidant said to Wang Fugui. What's the matter? Wang Fugui frowned slightly and asked in confusion. I don't know yet. If you agree, I will rescue you. Wang Fugui thought about it for a moment and nodded. Good. He was unfamiliar with the place, so it was better for him to go out first than to use his skills to fight his way out. Once he used violence, he would definitely be besieged by everyone. Now that someone wants to save him, he naturally won't refuse. The confidant smiled, and then asked his subordinates to change clothes with Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui changed into the traditional fur clothing of the locals. He simply replaced the prince with a cat, and they left the ice prison by exchanging identities. While Wang Fugui was confused, the confidant took Wang Fugui to the general's mansion. Bring Wang Fugui directly to Xia Bing. When Xia Bing saw Wang Fugui, her eyes lit up. Great! What do you call a hero? Xia Bing greeted Wang Fugui warmly. This made Wang Fugui a little confused. Who are you? Wang Fugui asked doubtfully. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Xia Bing, a local resident. Xia Bing concealed his identity as a general. Wang Fugui naturally didn't know, and seeing that the other party had an ancient attitude, he also imitated and bowed. I wonder why Mr. Xia rescued me? Wang Fugui knew that the other party must have some purpose in rescuing him, otherwise why would he risk saving a stranger? Well, Xia Bing sighed. My friend, you may not know that this ice and snow city has been ruled by a cruel and tyrannical queen for many years. The queen is cruel and bloodthirsty, especially fond of children. She often snatches children as toys and even eats them afterwards. Xia Bing introduced the local situation with a heavy heart. My granddaughter was taken away by the guards. She was only 7 years old. I was heartbroken when I thought that she would soon be separated from me forever. Alas! Xia Bing sighed with heartache, and a sad tear flowed from the corner of her eye. Wang Fugui frowned. What do you mean by this? I want to ask the hero for a favor. Can you help me rescue my granddaughter? Chapter 25 Rescue Operation. Wang Fugui frowned. You guys saved me, so I should help you. But this doesn't do me any good. I'm looking for something, though. If you can provide me with any clues, I can help you. Wang Fugui thought for a while and said, What? When Xia Bing heard Wang Fugui was looking for something, she immediately asked, Ice staff. After these 4 words came out of Wang Fugui's mouth, Xia Bing was stunned. Obviously, he knew the existence of the ice and snow staff. Yes, I know where the ice staff is. If you can save my granddaughter, I can give it to you, Xia Bing said seriously. Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, but I need some time, not now. Wang Fugui looked at the cooldown time of his skill. There were still 3 hours left. It definitely wouldn't work now. No problem, how long will it take you? We can't wait too long, otherwise my granddaughter might be in danger. Xia Bing said it was no problem, but we couldn't wait too long. 3 hours later. Wang Fugui stretched out 3 fingers and said, Okay, it happens that it is more convenient to move at night. The fluorescent stones above will dim at night, and it will be more difficult to be discovered in the dark. Xia Bing nodded to indicate yes. Then Xia Bing told Wang Fugui the structure, location and other information about the castle. When it gets dark at night, Wang Fugui's skills have also finished cooling down. Hero, you must rescue my granddaughter. As long as you follow the route I give you, you shouldn't be discovered by the guards. Xia Bing gave Wang Fugui repeated instructions before he left. I know, don't worry. Wang Fugui now has the skills at hand and is very confident in himself. Even if he fails to complete the task, he can still get away with it. Then Wang Fugui walked towards the castle. After Wang Fugui left, a meaningful smile appeared on Xiaobing's lips. Outsiders are really easy to exploit. 3.5 hours later, Wang Fugui came near the castle. There were a large number of guards patrolling around the castle, and it looked impenetrable. But Xiaobing gave him a route, saying that as long as he followed this route, he would not be discovered by the guards. Wang Fugui followed Xiaobing's instructions and followed the wall to the back of the castle. There was nothing here. The wall was more than 10 meters high, and it was impossible to climb up the smooth ice bricks. There were no guards patrolling nearby. Wang Fugui looked around and found a hole under the wall. The hole was only big enough for one person to crawl through. It was very hidden and not easily discovered. After crawling in through the hole, he found that the exit on the opposite side was blocked by a box. Wang Fugui pushed the box slightly, and it was pushed open. Then Wang Fugui appeared in a utility room. There were some potatoes and dried meat in the utility room, which seemed to be a warehouse for storing food. Following Xiaobing's instructions, Wang Fugui found a set of clothes in a box in the warehouse. These were the guards' clothes. After changing, Wang Fugui came to the door of the warehouse, which was locked from the outside. Wang Fugui took out his black iron-grade sword and pried the lock open with force. Then Wang Fugui appeared inside the castle. There were no guards around him. The kitchen was next to him. He should be in the center of the castle. According to Xiaobing, after leaving the warehouse, go directly to the right, pass through the corridor, turn left at the second intersection, and then you will see a door on the right. This is where his granddaughter is imprisoned. Across the corridor is a big door, which is the queen's bedroom. He must not wake the queen up, otherwise he will not be able to get out. Wang Fugui had just reached the intersection of the corridor when he saw the door opposite was opened. An icy beauty walked out and went straight to the room where Xiaobing's granddaughter was. Wang Fugui hid himself immediately, and was not discovered by the other party. But Wang Fugui's eyes were on the scepter in the other person's hand. Ice staff. Mysterious staff containing the power of ice and snow. Quest items. The ice and snow staff is actually in the hands of this queen. Wang Fugui had an idea, and after the other party walked into the room, he quietly followed him and hid outside the door to eavesdrop on the movements inside. The Snow Queen comes into the room. There was a big bed in the middle of the room, and on the bed lay a young girl, about 7 or 8 years old. When she saw the little girl on the bed, the frost on the Snow Queen's face melted instantly, and she looked at the little girl tenderly. Seeing that the child was sleeping soundly, the queen did not disturb her. She just looked at her gently for a while and then left the room. When Wang Fugui heard the noise inside, he quickly hid himself to avoid being discovered by the other party. After the Snow Queen came out, she looked around and found nothing unusual, then turned around and went back to her own bedroom. Wang Fugui jumped down from the pillar and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked into the room, ready to take Xiaobing's granddaughter away. Wang Fugui walked into the room. Fortunately, there was no one else inside, only a little girl. Wang Fugui was about to wake up the little girl and take her away, but as soon as he reached the bed, the little girl woke up. "Who are you?" The little girl was not afraid, she said while rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Sure." Wang Fugui signaled to the little girl not to make any sound. "I'm here to save you. Your grandfather asked me to come," Wang Fugui said to the little girl. "Grandpa? Where is Grandpa?" the little girl asked doubtfully. "I'll take you to find him." Upon seeing this, Wang Fugui picked up the little girl and immediately felt a chill in his hands, as if he was holding a piece of ice. Wang Fugui was suddenly shocked. He looked at the little girl in his arms with some surprise. Wang Fugui carefully carried the little girl out of the room, and then planned to return the same way. Just as Wang Fugui was about to leave, the door of the queen's bedroom opened. The Ice Queen appeared behind the door with a frosty face and glared at Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui was suddenly shocked. How did the other party find him? He didn't make any noise? "Put my daughter down!" The Ice Queen yelled at Wang Fugui in a majestic and cold voice. The surrounding guards were instantly attracted by the voice of the Ice Queen, and then many guards surrounded her from all directions of the corridor. Wang Fugui used his skills without any hesitation. A golden light shone on him, and his attributes skyrocketed instantly. Without any hesitation, Wang Fugui ran away. Wang Fugui ran out very quickly, leaving only a shadow behind. The guards around him didn't react in time and couldn't even see Wang Fugui's figure clearly. The strong cold wind blew on the little girl's face, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. "Brother, where are you taking me?" the little girl asked Wang Fugui in confusion. "Go find your grandfather." Wang Fugui didn't have the time to communicate with the little girl. He was running away with all his might. The Snow Queen was surprised when she saw Wang Fugui's fast speed. "Close the city gates." The Snow Queen immediately gave the order to close the city gates to prevent the murderer from escaping. Chapter 26: Cold Poison Enters the Body. After hearing the order, the guard guarding the city gate picked up the axe in his hand and chopped at the rope that fixed the city gate. After the rope was cut by an axe, the city gate above fell down with a loud bang. However, the guards were not as fast as Wang Fugui in closing the city gate. Before the city gate fell, Wang Fugui's figure whooshed out from under the city gate. Boom! Then the city gate fell, which not only failed to stop Wang Fugui, but also locked up the guards behind him, making it impossible for him to get out of the castle. The little girl looked confused and didn't know what was going on. But after leaving the castle, the little girl became anxious. "I don't want to go with you. Let me go!" The little girl suddenly started crying and struggling in Wang Fugui's arms. "Don't be afraid, you will see your grandfather soon." Wang Fugui didn't care and just thought that the little girl felt insecure in front of strangers. While the blessing state is still there, quickly rushed to where Xiaobing is. Soon Wang Fugui arrived at Xiaobing's home, and at the same time his divine blessing state disappeared. The little girl was crying her eyes out at this time, and kept beating Wang Fugui's chest. "Bad guy, bad guy!" Wang Fugui pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaobing's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the little girl. "Your granddaughter brought it back to you." Wang Fugui handed the little girl directly to Xiaobing. Xiaobing looked at the little girl in front of her excitedly. "Your Highness Han Jiangxue, do you still remember me?" Xiaobing said to the little girl with a smile. Han Jiangxue stopped crying immediately. "Bad guy! You are a bad guy! I want to find my mother! Let me go!" Han Jiangxue suddenly turned around and wanted to run out. But Xiaobing grabbed her and held her tightly. Wang Fugui frowned and instantly felt something was wrong. He reached out and snatched Han Jiangxue back from Xiaobing. "Mr. Xia, as agreed, I want the ice and snow staff." No matter what the situation is, Wang Fugui only needs to complete copy mission 3. Xiaobing smiled slightly when she saw this. "That's natural. I'll have someone get it right away," Xiaobing said lightly. Then Wang Fugui suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head as if he had been hit hard. His eyes went dark and he passed out. Xiaobing's confidant appeared behind Wang Fugui at some point and knocked him unconscious with a stick. "Take Her Highness Han Jiangxue away and take good care of her." Xiaobing looked at the unconscious Wang Fugui and gave instructions to his men indifferently. "Sir, what shall we do with him?" Xiaobing's confidant pointed at Wang Fugui, who was unconscious on the ground, and asked. "Oh, throw him outside, someone will take care of him. I believe the queen will not let go of a guy who holds her daughter hostage." Xiaobing sneered and had already prepared how to deal with Wang Fugui. Waste that has no use value can only be thrown away. The confidant nodded, dragged Wang Fugui out of the general's mansion, and dropped him on the street near the castle. When Wang Fugui regained consciousness, he was awakened by a basin of cold water. Wang Fugui felt a bone-chilling chill and woke up instantly. Then he found himself in a torture chamber, tied to a cross, surrounded by various torture instruments. Opposite is the Snow Queen with a frosty face. "Where's my daughter?" The Snow Queen with a frosty face questioned Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took a look at the cooling time of the holy blessing and found that 4 hours had passed. "You're still stubborn. Go ahead and punish me." When the Snow Queen saw that Wang Fugui didn't say anything, she thought he was just being stubborn and immediately ordered the guards to torture him. "Wait. Your daughter is in the hands of a man named Xiaobing. I didn't know she was your daughter. I was also deceived. He said she was his granddaughter. Wang Fugui has already realized that he was being used by Xia Bing. She was not his granddaughter at all, but she wanted to use him to capture the girl named Han Jiangxue. It seems that Han Jiangxue is the daughter of the Snow Queen. I just don't know what Xia Bing's purpose is in capturing the Snow Queen's daughter. Wait. Xia Bing? When the Ice Queen heard what Wang Fugui said, she immediately ordered his men to stop. Report! General Xia sent an urgent message! At this time, a guard hurried in and presented a letter to the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen frowned immediately, opened the envelope and read its contents. The more she looked at it, the angrier she became. Xia Bing actually wanted to rebel, and had already surrounded the castle with his soldiers, demanding that she hand over her military power, otherwise he would kill Han Jiangxue. The Snow Queen clenched the letter in her hand angrily, and the power of ice was released, and the letter in her hand instantly turned into ice chips. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Fugui was as if he wanted to kill him. Use all the torture instruments on him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The Ice Queen suppressed her anger and gave the order in a deep voice, trying to kill Wang Fugui with one palm strike. My queen, the wooden donkey is a torture device used on women. Can it be used on him as well? The guard beside him asked softly. Use! The Snow Queen's answer was very straightforward. He wants this person to live a life worse than death, otherwise he will never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. When Wang Fugui heard the word, wooden donkey, his face instantly turned cold. How could that thing be used on him? Holy shit! It's scary just thinking about it. Wait! I can help you rescue that person! Wang Fugui planned to help the other party. After all, it was because of him that the other party lost his daughter. More importantly, the ice and snow staff is still in the other party's hands. He needs to rebuild his relationship with the other party before he has a chance to touch the ice and snow staff, otherwise he will not be able to complete Task 3. The Snow Queen immediately stopped leaving. Now that Xia Bing's troops are at the gates of the city, he has no time to save his daughter, and Xia Bing will not give her the opportunity to save her. The strength this person showed yesterday fully proved his strength, so asking him to help save Han Jiangxue is indeed a good idea. But the Snow Queen walked back and stared at Wang Fugui. Open your mouth. The Snow Queen's perfect face was facing Wang Fugui, only 10 centimeters away, and she spoke coldly. Wang Fugui was stunned and opened his mouth subconsciously. Then the Snow Queen quickly put something into Wang Fugui's mouth. Wang Fugui only felt a coolness in his mouth, and the thing instantly went into his stomach. Gurgle! What did you feed me? After Wang Fugui swallowed the unknown object, he only felt a chill in his stomach. Then a status appeared on the personal attributes. Cold poison enters the body. If the antidote is not taken within 3 hours, the cold poison in the body will explode and turn the poisoned person into an ice sculpture. 2:59:59s. Wang Fugui was stunned for a moment. My goodness, why do people here have so many weird tricks? You only have 3 hours. If I don't see my daughter in 3 hours, you will die. The Snow Queen planned to give Wang Fugui a chance, but she couldn't just let Wang Fugui go. She gave Wang Fugui her own unique cold poison. If he didn't take the antidote within 3 hours, the cold poison would erupt, freezing his body from the inside out, completely turning him into an ice sculpture. Chapter 27 Mission Change. Wang Fugui had no choice but to agree. Good. Wang Fugui nodded in agreement. His copy mission suddenly changed. Changes to Dungeon Mission 3, Saving Han Jiangxue, Mission Reward, Ice Crystal Pendant. Mission 3 changed from finding the ice and snow staff to saving Han Jiangxue. This surprised Wang Fugui a little. I didn't expect that the mission could be changed. This should be related to his contact with a key person. However, this also saves him the time of continuing to bother after saving the person. Can you let me go now? Wang Fugui is still tied up. Although he can easily break free by using his skills are limited and should not be wasted. The Ice Queen immediately signaled her men to let Wang Fugui go. Now that Wang Fugui had taken the cold poison, she was not afraid that Wang Fugui would run away. As long as you are not afraid of death, run anywhere. You only have 3 hours, hurry up. The Snow Queen reminded Wang Fugui and then turned and left. She also has to deal with Xiaobing outside. I didn't expect that Xiaobing was so well hidden. For so many years, I didn't even notice that he had any thoughts of rebellion. Wang Fugui hurriedly followed him out. He still doesn't know the whereabouts of Han Jianxue, so he wants to see if he can get any information from Xiaobing. Outside the castle, Xiaobing had led people to surround the entire castle. The walls were crowded with guards, all of whom were standing in a state of solemnity, ready to fight at any time. The guards of the castle are all loyal guards to the Ice Queen, unlike the soldiers led by Xiaobing, who were won over by Xiaobing. The Ice Queen came to the top of the city wall and looked at the soldiers below with a cold expression. Who asked you to gather here? Are you planning to rebel? The Snow Queen shouted loudly, and the soldiers below lowered their heads and dared not look at her. At this time, Xiaobing walked out of the crowd. My queen, please don't say that. We just think that your management is not good for our tribe. We have been living in such a small place for years without any pursuit. We want to see the outside world, so please step down and let me lead my brothers to create a new world. Xiaobing smiled and looked up at the Ice Queen and said, Stop talking nonsense and give my daughter back to me. The Ice Queen said coldly. If you want your daughter, it depends on your choice. You still have a few hours. If you don't open the city gate before dawn, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that the Ice Queen had said so much, Xiaobing stopped talking and directly expressed his attitude, giving the Ice Queen an ultimatum. After saying this, Xiaobing retreated to the back. Obviously, he had already defeated the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen looked at the time. There were less than 2 hours left before the fluorescent stone glowed again. They were running out of time. Wang Fugui, who was hiding aside, didn't get any useful information from Xiaobing. You have 2 hours left. If you can't find my daughter before dawn, you will die. The Ice Queen once again shortened Wang Fugui's time, from 3 hours for the poison to take effect, to before dawn. Wang Fugui felt helpless, and said he would not have come if he had known. Not only have we not heard any news, but the little time left has been shortened again. Wang Fugui naturally couldn't waste any more time. He can only start from the places he knows. Xiaobing's home. He handed Han Jianxue to Xiaobing at Xiaobing's home, so it is very likely that she is still at Xiaobing's home. Wang Fugui immediately left the castle through the secret passage and rushed to Xiaobing's home. After arriving at the general's mansion, Wang Fugui did not act stealthily but rushed in directly. There were only some servants doing housework inside, and they were shocked when they saw the aggressive Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui directly pulled the housekeeper over. The sword in his hand was placed on the opponent's neck. Where is the little girl I sent here imprisoned? Tell me! Wang Fugui asked threateningly. I don't know. The housekeeper knew nothing and was so scared that his pants got wet when Wang Fugui held him hostage. Wang Fugui frowned immediately. He casually swung his sword and killed a servant. Speak, or you'll be next. Wang Fugui made an example of someone to scare the monkeys and asked the housekeeper again. The housekeeper was so scared that he almost cried. Wang Fugui stuttered and couldn't speak, and then he smelled a strange smell. The other party was so scared that he shit himself. Wang Fugui threw the person to the ground with a gloomy look on his face, and then went to look for her himself, but he couldn't find any trace of Han Jianxue after searching the entire general's mansion. At this time, more than an hour had passed, and if we couldn't find anyone, we would be doomed. Once the Ice Queen compromises, he will no longer be of any value, and it will be even more impossible for him to be given the antidote. Wang Fugui frowned. Since we can't find Han Jianxue, we can only look for the culprit, Xiaobing. Wang Fugui immediately rushed out of the castle. Soon they reached the periphery and were stopped by the surrounding soldiers. Stop! No outsiders are allowed to enter. At this time, when the situation is tense, entry to the castle is strictly prohibited. But Wang Fugui has no time to waste. He pushed the soldiers away and rushed towards where Xiaobing was. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately chased after Wang Fugui, trying to stop him. Xiaobing, who was on the chariot, heard the rough noise over here and turned around in confusion. He is almost successful now and doesn't want any accidents to happen. Then he saw Wang Fugui, who had pushed away the crowd and rushed towards him. Xia Bing was suddenly shocked. I was a little shocked that Wang Fugui was not dead. Logically speaking, Wang Fugui should have fallen into the hands of the Ice Queen and been torn into pieces. I didn't expect that the other person was still alive. Did he escape? That's a really lucky person. Stop him and kill him. But Xia Bing did not give Wang Fugui any chance and directly ordered his confidants to kill Wang Fugui. Each of Xia Bing's confidants is a level 5 elite, different from these low-level soldiers. But when these cronies caught up, Wang Fugui was almost within the range he needed, only 40 meters away from Xia Bing. Wang Fugui immediately used the divine power totem. A stone pillar suddenly fell from the sky and landed next to Wang Fugui. This scene instantly shocked everyone present. They were all stunned and looked at Wang Fugui vigilantly. With the blessing of the divine totem, Wang Fugui's strength attribute instantly skyrocketed. Facing the confidant who was rushing towards him, Wang Fugui swung his sword, and the confidant blocked it with the weapon in his hand. But he was unable to stop it at all. The long sword in Wang Fugui's hand easily cut off the opponent's weapon like cutting tofu. Then he ignored it and penetrated the armor on his confidant's body, cutting him in half with one blow. Amidst everyone's surprised eyes, Wang Fugui continued to run towards Xia Bing. Although his speed was slow, each of his strikes could kill a person instantly, no matter how powerful that person was. When Xia Bing saw this, she was extremely shocked. Chapter 28 The Second Cursed Item. A chill suddenly rose in Xia Bing's heart. Hero! Let's talk it over! When Xia Bing saw Wang Fugui catching up with her, she quickly begged for mercy. My goodness! Where is Han Jiangxue? Wang Fugui didn't waste any more time talking to Xia Bing and asked directly. Xia Bing hesitated for a moment. Han Jiangxue is an important factor in whether his rebellion can succeed, so how could he easily reveal it? Moreover, many of Wang Fugui's cronies surrounded him at this time. Seeing this, Xia Bing had an idea and planned to delay time without saying anything, allowing the cronies behind Wang Fugui to launch a sneak attack on Wang Fugui. But Wang Fugui seemed to have eyes behind him. The sword in his hand flashed red and then swung behind him. A huge red beam of light suddenly shot out behind him. The cronies behind him were instantly killed, and turned into slag in an instant under the impact of the light column. The trend of the light column did not decrease, and then it passed through the crowd of soldiers, opening a passage in the crowd, just like being chopped by a big knife. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers died. All the soldiers were so frightened by this scene that they dared not move. They looked at Wang Fugui and took a few steps back, as if it would be dangerous to get any closer. Xia Bing was so frightened in front of Wang Fugui that she dared not move. Her face was frozen, and she looked scared out of her wits. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Han Jiangxue? Wang Fugui looked at the time. It had been almost 2 hours. The fluorescent stones began to emit light. There was only 1 hour left before the cold poison broke out. Xia Bing swallowed her saliva, and her legs were shaking. In the back. Xia Bing pointed to a carriage behind him. It turned out that Xia Bing had kept Han Jiangxue with him so that he could be used as a hostage at any time. Let them send someone over. Wang Fugui put the sword on Xia Bing's neck and said lightly. Xia Bing was already frightened at this time, and immediately asked someone to bring Han Jiangxue over. The pretty Han Jiangxue had no idea what Xia Bing had done to her. Her eyes were closed tightly, and she didn't react at all. What's wrong with her? Wang Fugui asked Xia Bing in a cold voice while holding Han Jiangxue. I gave her some drugs, she will wake up in just a few minutes. Xia Bing hurriedly explained, fearing that Wang Fugui would kill him if they disagreed. Wang Fugui's move just now really shocked everyone. With their strength, they simply couldn't imagine where this kind of power came from. In their eyes, this was a miracle. How could humans compete with God? After hearing Xia Bing's words, Wang Fugui moved the sword in his hand and killed Xia Bing with one sword. This guy took advantage of him. How could he not take revenge? Giving drugs to such a young child is really a scumbag. There was no pressure at all in killing Xia Bing and Wang Fugui. And none of Xia Bing's soldiers around dared to come forward to avenge Xia Bing. Wang Fugui held Xia Bing in his arms and walked slowly towards the castle gate. When the soldiers near the city gate saw Wang Fugui coming, they were so scared that they dropped their weapons with a clang and hurriedly chose to flee. The soldiers in front automatically made way for Wang Fugui, and no one dared to approach within a radius of 10 meters from Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui carried Han Jianxue to the city gate. The people in the castle hurriedly opened the gate for Wang Fugui, and then Wang Fugui walked in. The Snow Queen rushed over excitedly and hugged Han Jianxue in her arms. "What's wrong with her?" the Ice Queen asked Wang Fugui puzzledly. "That bastard Xiaobing drugged her. It will take her several minutes to wake up," Wang Fugui said truthfully. The Snow Queen hugged Han Jianxue with heartache. Then the same light blue light rose from the two of them, and a blue pendant on Han Jianxue's neck attracted Wang Fugui's attention. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Our previous grudge is now written off," the Snow Queen said to Wang Fugui. "No, thank you, but where's the antidote?" What Wang Fugui lacks now is not gratitude. He needs an antidote. There is less than an hour left before the poison takes effect. If he doesn't have the antidote, he will die. When the Snow Queen heard Wang Fugui mention the antidote, a hint of redness rose on her icy face. "Come with me." The Snow Queen turned around and handed her daughter to a trusted servant, and led the way for Wang Fugui in front. Wang Fugui hurriedly followed. Time is running out, and there is no time to waste. The Ice Queen took Wang Fugui directly to her bedroom. Wang Fugui didn't think there was anything wrong at this time. He just thought that the other party had placed the antidote in a relatively hidden place. But when the Snow Queen started to take off her clothes, Wang Fugui was stunned for a moment. What are you doing?" Wang Fugui asked with some confusion. "The antidote to the cold poison is me," the Ice Queen said calmly with her back to Wang Fugui. "Ah?" Wang Fugui was stunned. "The cold poison is actually a companion creature that our Ice and Snow clan was born with. Only by combining with the pure Ice and Snow clan can the poison be detoxified. And now the only pure bloodline left in the Ice and Snow clan is me and my daughter," the Ice Queen explained to Wang Fugui calmly. Therefore, if one wants to cure the cold poison in Wang Fugui's body, only the Ice Queen can do it herself. Originally, she had no intention of saving Wang Fugui, regardless of whether he rescued her daughter or not. However, after seeing Wang Fugui's strength on the city wall just now, she was afraid that Wang Fugui would go on a killing spree if she didn't save him. With the strength shown by Wang Fugui, no one could stop him, and then the entire Ice and Snow clan might be in trouble. As she spoke, she took off her clothes, exposing her white back to Wang Fugui without reservation. For the sake of her tribe and her daughter, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself. Wang Fugui swallowed his saliva. He had never experienced such a scene before, but had he seen a pig run even if he had never eaten pork? Why is he still hesitating? Besides, if the cold poison is not cured, he will die. The arch is over. At the last second before the cold poison broke out, Wang Fugui finally completed the release of the detoxification. Wang Fugui fell on the bed, with the sweaty Ice Queen beside him. Wang Fugui felt a little emotional. He actually gave it to a human in a copy for the first time? He is not a normal human being. He is a member of the Ice and Snow clan. He seems to be special in some way. But Wang Fugui suddenly felt a little strange. He completed the task, so why didn't he get the task reward? Just when Wang Fugui was feeling strange, the Snow Queen beside him suddenly turned over and looked at him, and took out a pendant from somewhere. It was the pendant that Wang Fugui had seen on Han Jianxue before. "This is a token of our tribe. It has special powers, but it has been contaminated by magic. I'll give it to you." The Snow Queen blushed and handed the pendant in her hand to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took it, and then the task was shown as completed. Cursed Ice Crystal Pendant. Reduces the wearer's mental strength tenfold. Can be purified with holy water. Chapter 29 Leaving the Dungeon. Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the attributes of the pendant. But the next prompt made him slightly stunned. Obtained a new Envu Ice Moon. New skills for the God's Envu, 1,000 miles of Ice God, Ice Field God. Ice 1,000 miles God, level 1 releases the power of ice, freezing all surrounding objects in a large area. The range is determined by the spirit attribute, cooldown time, 12 hours. Ice Domain God, Level 1 Release a domain. Only ice power can be used within the domain. The scope of the domain is determined by the spirit attribute. Cooldown time, 12 hours. After reading it, Wang Fugui looked at the Snow Queen beside him with a strange expression. The Snow Queen noticed that Wang Fugui was looking at her, and she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Fugui was stunned. Fuck! Can we get the messenger of God like this? Wang Fugui suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. Your name is Han Bingwei? Wang Fugui asked the other party with certainty. Han Bingwei nodded. How do you know? Han Bingwei was a little confused. She hadn't told Wang Fugui her real name. Why did he know it? Oh, your daughter told me. Wang Fugui could only make up stories to get away with it. Well, Han Jiangxue should be waking up soon. Why don't you go check on her? Wang Fugui changed the subject. Han Bingwei became nervous immediately after hearing about her daughter. She hurriedly got out of bed, put on her clothes in front of Wang Fugui, and went to Han Jiangxue's bedroom next door to check on her daughter. Wang Fugui also got up and put on his clothes helplessly. I didn't expect to come to a dungeon world and find an extra god's messenger, and also. Wang Fugui shook his head. He is a little worried now. Will this copy disappear after he gets out? There are two types of copies, one that exists for a long time, and the other that exists until the task is completed. It will disappear after all the tasks are completed, just like the Dark Forest during the previous exam. But he was not sure if this Snow Mountain was a long-term copy. If not, once Wang Fugui leaves, Han Bingwei and the others will disappear. Wang Fugui put on his clothes and went to Han Jiangxue's room. At this time, Han Jiangxue had already woken up, and Han Bingwei was comforting the frightened Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue was lying in her mother's arms when she suddenly saw Wang Fugui at the door. She immediately pouted her lips and pointed at Wang Fugui and shouted, "Bad guy!" Han Jiangxue's voice startled the two of them. Then Wang Fugui gave a bitter smile. It was obvious that Han Jiangxue still remembered being kidnapped yesterday. "Swear, he's not a bad guy, call me uncle," Han Bingwei corrected her daughter. "He is the bad guy." Han Jiangxue, however, determined that Wang Fugui was the bad guy. There was no way Han Bingwei could do anything about it. Han Bingwei nodded apologetically to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui looked at the mother and daughter in the room and sighed. "I have to go," Wang Fugui said to Han Bingwei indifferently. Han Bingwei's body suddenly shook. She had long expected Wang Fugui to leave, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. The gentle look on Han Bingwei's face instantly disappeared, and she returned to her cold queen demeanor. "Just go ahead, I'm not stopping you," Han Bingwei said with a cold face. "I mean, how am I going to get out?" Wang Fugui just wanted to ask Han Bingwei how to leave here. These words made the expression on Han Bingwei's face even colder. Men are really not good people. They refuse to admit their mistakes once they have put on their pants. Han Bingwei's extremely resentful words made Wang Fugui extremely embarrassed. But Han Bingwei did not bother Wang Fugui and sent Wang Fugui to the exit of the Snow Mountain. From this cave, one can go directly down the mountain. If there is a chance, I will come back. Wang Fugui looked at the iceberg like Han Bingwei and said sincerely. Although he and Han Bingwei met by chance and had known each other for less than a day, she was his first woman after all. Even if he had no feelings for Han Bingwei, the feeling was different. Han Bingwei didn't say anything. After seeing Wang Fugui off, she turned and left. Wang Fugui sighed and turned to leave. When he arrived at the exit of the copy, Wang Fugui hesitated. After he took this step, he might never see Han Bingwei and her daughter again. Wang Fugui gritted his teeth and walked out decisively. He can't stay in the copy world forever. He will make a decision sooner or later. After coming out of the copy, it was still daytime outside. Wang Fugui turned around and looked at the entrance of the copy, anxiously waiting for changes in the copy. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no change in the copy, which made Wang Fugui feel relieved. In other words, this is a long-term copy and will not disappear because the copy task is completed. It's been more than a day, not bad. The person guarding the entrance to the copy praised Wang Fugui after seeing him come out. Anyone who has stayed in a dungeon of the same level for 24 hours is considered to be quite strong, and at least their survivability is definitely not low. Wang Fugui just smiled at the other person without further explanation. He gained a lot from entering the copy this time. First, there were the cursed items. Now with 2 cursed items, Wang Fugui's spiritual attribute was reduced to 99 points, which was finally within the acceptable range for normal people. If there was another one, his disguise would be even better. Unfortunately, cursed items are not so easy to find, and he just happened to find out this information. The second is skills. There is 1 more divine messenger, and 2 powerful skills are obtained. Each one is extremely powerful and is a ranged skill. There is nothing special about the other equipment. It is just a pair of first-level black iron boots that increase the speed by 2 points, which is better than nothing. I returned to the dormitory and washed up. At this time, most of the other roommates in the dormitory have arrived. There are 3 roommates in total, namely by Liantao, a fat man who weighs 200 pounds and is 180 centimeters tall, Guchuanchi, who is 165 centimeters tall but strong and has a crew cut, and the last one is Kwang Kuwei, who has a flat head, looks very honest and wears glasses. The few people were not very familiar with each other now, so Wang Fugui just said hello and went to class. Although theoretical courses are not very important, you still have to learn them. When you encounter difficult situations in the future, you may be able to use the theoretical knowledge you have learned. When he came to the new class again, Fang Shijuin did not have a good face towards Wang Fugui in the class. Wang Fugui didn't care either. Now that his attributes had been lowered, if Fang Shijuin continued to cause trouble for him, don't blame him for being rude. Situchuan was still teaching the class today, and he had no objection to Wang Fugui not coming to class the day before. There are many students in the class who don't come to class. Lu Dahong has been busy in the dungeon all year round, and we have only seen each other a few times in the class. Did he say anything? The main focus of professionals is not on theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge only allows them to survive better in the dungeon. What is more important is the level. Okay, that's all for today, don't cause any trouble. After Situchuan finished the course, he gave them instructions. It was mainly said to Fang Shijuin. Fang Shijuin really gave him a lot of worry. Chapter 30 Mission Hall. But just as Situchuan worried, Fang Shijuin was not an easy person to deal with. After Situchuan left, he immediately came to cause trouble for Wang Fugui. Did I let you go? When Fang Shijuin saw Wang Fugui packing up to leave, he immediately stepped forward to stop him. Wang Fugui frowned immediately. This Fang Shijuin always causes trouble for him. It seems he has to teach him a lesson today. Now, under the influence of the 2 cursed items, Wang Fugui's spiritual attribute is only 99 points. The reduction in attributes means that Wang Fugui does not have to worry about killing the opponent with 1 punch. No one rescued you this time? Fang Shijuin sneered and stood in front of Wang Fugui. Last time, Wang Fugui escaped because of Situchuan. Let's see who can save him this time. Whose trousers were not closed properly, and your bin zhou was exposed? Wang Fugui said lightly. Fang Shijuin was stunned for a moment, then realized that Wang Fugui was scolding him. You're looking for death. Fang Shijuin suddenly became angry, a red light flashed on his body, and he smashed directly towards Wang Fugui's face. A golden light descended upon Wang Fugui, and the divine blessing directly increased each of his attributes by 50 points. Wang Fugui took a step back and easily avoided Fang Shijuin's attack. Although Fang Shijuin is already at level 10 and his main attribute has dozens of points, Wang Fugui's attributes are all over 60 points, and his overall strength is much higher than Fang Shijuin's. Fang Shijuin's punch missed, and he was a little surprised. There has never been anyone in the new class who can match his strength. The only one who is stronger than him, Lu Dahong, basically never comes to class, so he is the strongest in the new class. But Wang Fugui actually dodged his attack, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. You still dare to hide? I told you to hide! The red light on Fang Shijuin's body became brighter, and his movements became faster. He punched Wang Fugui again. Wang Fugui retreated quickly, causing Fang Shijuin's attack to fail again. Wang Fugui was faster than Fang Shijuin, and Wang Fugui easily dodged Fang Shijuin's consecutive attacks. That's it! Wang Fugui sneered disdainfully. This made Fang Shijuan even angrier. "You're looking for death." When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was so angry that he used a skill with great destructive power. The red light on his body condensed on his palm, and actually formed a laser-like sharp blade on Fang Shijuan's palm, and then slashed towards Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui frowned immediately. The opponent's move is almost a killing move. If you are hit by the opponent's laser blade, you will definitely be killed or injured. Wang Fugui no longer held back. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura emanated from him. Ice field. A field instantly spread out from Wang Fugui's body. The light blue field directly covered an area of 100 meters. The temperature in the field instantly dropped by dozens of degrees, and the students on the scene shivered from the cold. Fang Shijuan rushed to Wang Fugui holding a laser blade. Just as the blade in his hand reached Wang Fugui's shoulder, an ice field appeared and the laser blade in Fang Shijuan's hand disappeared instantly. Fang Shijuan only felt that the power of the skills he used had dissipated and could no longer be mobilized. The palm landed heavily on Wang Fugui's shoulder, but for Wang Fugui's physique of 60 points, this blow had little effect on him. Wang Fugui patted his shoulder. "That's it." Wang Fugui said the same thing again, but this time it shocked Fang Shijuan even more. A look of disbelief. "No! Impossible!" Fang Shijuan was unwilling to accept this result. He didn't believe that a country bumpkin could be so strong. It was impossible for him to enter the new class with such strong strength. Fang Shijuan didn't believe it and punched Wang Fugui again. Wang Fugui slightly turned sideways, easily avoiding Fang Shijuan's attack, then raised his fist and punched Fang Shijuan on the chin. Fang Shijuan was immediately knocked away by Wang Fugui's punch. Wang Fugui was relentless and took advantage of Fang Shijuan being knocked down to ride on him and punch and kick him. Fang Shijuan was quickly beaten into a pig's head by Wang Fugui. Fang Shijuan fell to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, and his eyes could hardly open. And he didn't have the strength to resist anymore. The students around him were so shocked by Wang Fugui's ruthless actions that they dared not get close to him. Who would have thought that a new country bumpkin who looked like he was vulnerable to bullying actually had such powerful strength hidden? I'll say it again. I don't like trouble, and I don't like being troubled. I don't want it to happen again. Wang Fugui warned Fang Shijuan on the ground. Fang Shijuan didn't have the strength to answer Wang Fugui at this moment, he could only groan in pain. Brother Wang, please send Brother Jun to the infirmary, otherwise something bad will happen." A classmate who was hanging out with Fang Shijuan swallowed and said guiltily. Wang Fugui waved his hand. "You are welcome." Then he left the classroom without looking back. As for Fang Shijuan's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. After Wang Fugui returned, he thought carefully about his own growth path. The best way for him to grow now is to increase his speed. His current skills all have long cooldown times and high lethality. If he wants to maximize the use of these skills, he must lure monsters, pull monsters, gather the monsters together, and then use skills to kill them instantly. This way, he can unleash the full advantages of the skills. So he now needs to improve his speed attribute, or learn skills to increase speed. He couldn't learn any skills because level 1 skills were too hard to find, so he could only start with the attributes. If he wants to improve his attributes, he can only rely on spiritual fruits or spiritual medicines. Wang Fugui immediately took out his mobile phone to check the prices of the relevant elixirs. An elixir that improves speed attributes. The cheapest speed increasing pill costs 100,000, and can only increase the speed attribute a little. There is also a restriction that one person can only take 5 pills, and it will have no effect after 5 pills. As for spiritual fruits, the speed fruit can also increase the speed attribute. One speed fruit can increase the speed attribute by 1 point, but the price is not cheap, 80,000 per fruit, and there is a limit of 3. Each person can only eat up to 3 speed fruits. But now Wang Fugui can't even afford one with the money he has. Wang Fugui thought about it, and decided that he could only enter the dungeon to make money. There is a mission hall in Longxia Academy, where you can accept missions and complete them in the dungeon. You can earn points, which can be used as money in the academy, and you can even exchange points for treasures that cannot be seen outside. Wang Fugui naturally had to go to the mission hall to take a look. Try to use his skill advantages to earn a large number of points in a short period of time to buy elixirs and fruits that increase speed attributes. Wang Fugui came to the mission hall, which was crowded at this time. Basically 1/3 of the students in Longxia First Academy are here. Everyone knows the importance of points, and they look forward to receiving a task with a simple task and rich rewards every day. However, as soon as such a task appears, it will be taken up by someone immediately, so many people are waiting here so that they can grab it first once a good task appears. Chapter 31 Sacred Valley. Of course, Wang Fugui was not so lucky to encounter a good task as soon as he arrived. You can only look at those tasks with high difficulty and low rewards. Wang Fugui sat in the waiting hall, watching the task information flashing on the big screen. Soon he found several tasks with generous rewards but not too difficult for him. Then go to the window to accept the task. The staff at the window was a young lady. To be more precise, she was also a student of Longxia Academy, and receiving classmates was one of her tasks here. "Student, how can I help you?" The young lady inside asked Wang Fugui with a smile on her face. Their main feature is service with a smile, because every evaluation from the customer is related to their final task reward points. "I want to take these tasks." Wang Fugui handed the other party a piece of paper with the numbers of the tasks he saw written on it. After the young lady took it, she entered it into the computer. After seeing these tasks, she was surprised. He looked at Wang Fugui with a strange expression, sizing him up and down. "You look unfamiliar, are you a freshman?" the young lady asked curiously. Wang Fugui nodded. This immediately surprised the young lady even more. "Brother, let me remind you that although the rewards for these missions are generous, they are very dangerous. No one has dared to do them for a long time. Moreover, this is a level 20 dungeon. Are you sure you want to take it?" the young lady reminded Wang Fugui. She was indeed worried that the freshman would be ignorant and go in for nothing and die. "I'm sure, this is my student ID card." Wang Fugui naturally knew the dangers of these tasks, but they were not dangerous to him. The young lady was helpless and could only take Wang Fugui's student ID and help Wang Fugui take on these tasks. But she wrote down Wang Fugui's student ID information. Anyone who dares to go there knowing that there is danger is either stupid or has real skills. We will know whether we will see this junior again in a few days. The 3 tasks that Wang Fugui took on were all in the same copy, mainly for convenience. After coming out of the mission hall, Wang Fugui went straight to the dungeon entrance. Then he came to another hall. The entrance to this dungeon is in a building that was built later for the purpose of serving as the entrance to this dungeon. Wang Fugui came to the entrance and registered. The person registering frowned when he saw Wang Fugui's student ID. "Newborn?" Wang Fugui nodded slightly. "This is a level 20 dungeon. If you go in as a freshman, you will most likely not be able to get out. You should form a team and try again." The grade staff directly returned the student ID to him, and kindly persuaded Wang Fugui to go back. Wang Fugui pushed the student ID back again. "Thanks for the reminder, but I know, please register for me." Wang Fugui did not listen to the other party's advice. With 5 god-level skills in hand, he dares to enter not only a level 20 dungeon, but even a level 50 dungeon. Seeing that Wang Fugui insisted, the other party had no choice but to register for him. "Be careful, if you can't win, run away. If you are not far from the exit, you still have a chance to escape." The other party sighed and gave Wang Fugui another instruction. It was as if he had foreseen the tragic scene that was about to happen. "Thanks." Wang Fugui thanked him again, then strode into the copy. Then there was a flash before my eyes, and everything suddenly became clear. Wang Fugui appeared in a canyon. This canyon is very, very long, and it seems to be connected to the sky in front, like a road leading to heaven. Sacred Canyon, Level 20 Dungeon. This is a long-term copy. There is no copy mission. Or the copy mission has already been completed by someone. Now this is a long-term copy world. The 3 tasks that Wang Fugui accepted were all from this copy. They are: pick 10 starflowers, and get 20 points as a reward. A pair of flaming bull horns, 25 points of bonus points. Draw a map of the Lingyuan mine vein, reward 50 points. These 3 tasks are more difficult than the other. First of all, picking star sparks seems easy, just picking a few herbs. However, the place where the star sparks grow is guarded by a level 20 elite monster, Howling Wolf. If you want to pick star sparks, you must get rid of the Howling Wolf. In the past, this kind of task was completed by a small team. One person was responsible for luring away the Howling Wolf, while the others were responsible for picking the fruits. After completing the task, they would leave quickly to avoid casualties. Wang Fugui planned to kill Xiao Tianlang directly to prevent future troubles. As for the Fiery Bull, needless to say, it is a level 20 boss, even more difficult to deal with than the Howling Wolf. The last task of drawing a map seems even simpler, and can be completed by just drawing a picture. But the generous rewards mean that this task is not that easy. The Lingyuan Mine is actually a gathering place for level 20 social creatures. Don't even think about drawing a map without alerting the creatures inside. So none of these 3 tasks is easy, and the difficulty of these tasks is completely disproportionate to the rewards. With only 20 points, and having to face elite monsters, no one wants to take the risk. Students with higher levels look down on this reward. So it only benefits Wang Fugui, the unlucky one. But this is indeed suitable for him. At least no one will compete with him for the mission. After figuring out the terrain, Wang Fugui immediately rushed to the place where the sparks grew, which was not too far from the exit of the copy. These 3 mission locations are just along the way, on the road ahead. After dodging scattered wild monsters along the way, Wang Fugui appeared in a small forest. There is a small pond in the woods, surrounded by golden flowers blooming with star-like light. That is Wang Fugui's mission target, Spark. And beside the small pond, there was a black wolf lying on the ground and sleeping. The black wolf was huge, more than a person's height, and when lying on the ground it was almost up to a person's waist. This is Howling Wolf, lying on the ground snoring. Wang Fugui took off the elf ring and ice crystal pendant on his hands and neck, and his spiritual attributes skyrocketed. Divine blessings. Then Wang Fugui used the holy blessing, and the 3-dimensional attributes skyrocketed instantly. The movement on Wang Fugui's side also attracted the attention of Xiao Tianlang, and he woke up quietly from his sleep. He looked lazily towards where Wang Fugui was. Ouch! When Howling Wolf discovered a human being appeared in front of him, he immediately stood up and let out a long howl towards the sky. Wang Fugui's figure disappeared in an instant. Before the Howling Wolf could react, a beam of sword light pierced through its body. The howling of the Howling Wolf suddenly stopped. He fell down with his eyes wide open. Base. A flash of light passed by, and the goods were actually shipped. Wang Fugui reached out and picked up the things on the ground. Rapid shooting bow, black iron. Level 20. Damage, 180. 3% chance to penetrate the target. The level 20 equipment is not as good as a fire stick in Wang Fugui's hand, and it cannot fully display its due properties. But it's still good to sell it for money. This weapon should be worth at least 100,000 yuan. After Wang Fugui got rid of the Howling Wolf, he squatted down and picked the star flowers on the ground. After picking 10, he stopped. This thing was not some precious elixir, but just a medicine for elixir. It was not valuable, but the picking process was a little dangerous. Just as he was about to leave, bubbles suddenly emerged from the pool in the middle of the grove. Crash! A bag of water suddenly appeared, and then a huge monster broke out of the water. Chapter 32, Kill the Boss. A huge white snake as thick as a person emerged from the pond. No! A dragon? The snake has 2 protrusions on its head, very short horns. A snake has 2 horns, this is the symbol of turning into a dragon. White scale dragon boss. Level 20. Threat 10. It turned out to be a level 20 boss. Roar! The white-scaled dragon half emerged from the pool and roared angrily at Wang Fugui. Then the white-scaled dragon attacked Wang Fugui, and Wang Fugui subconsciously retreated. The white-scaled dragon was like a tied-up vicious dog. Its body suddenly shook. It seemed as if something in the pool was restraining it, making it unable to leave the pool. Even if it stretched its body straight, it could not reach Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui raised his eyebrows. He looked at Howling Wolf's body and seemed to realize something. This white-scaled dragon and the howling wolf seem to have a symbiotic relationship. The white-scaled dragon cannot leave the pool, so it needs the howling wolf to hunt prey for it, and the white-scaled dragon may give it something in return. Now that the howling sky wolf is dead, the white-scaled dragon has lost its food source. How can it not be angry? Wang Fugui smiled slightly. No matter what your relationship is, when you meet me, let's become brothers in distress. Wang Fugui naturally had no intention of letting the other party go. While the blessing state was still there, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the white-scaled dragon in the blink of an eye, and pierced the other party's forehead with a sword. Although it is said that you should hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, given Wang Fugui's powerful strength, hitting any other part of the body is not as effective as hitting the head. After its head was pierced, the white-scaled dragon died instantly. Then, a white and green light flashed, and the white-scaled dragon dropped an item for Wang Fugui. White scale sword bronze. Level 20. Damage, 250. Increase armor penetration chance by 10%. It turned out to be a bronze equipment, but unfortunately Wang Fugui still couldn't use it. He could only use level 1 equipment. Wang Fugui sighed and put away the equipment, but these two pieces of equipment brought him hundreds of thousands of profits, which might be enough to exchange for a good first-level equipment. Then Wang Fugui took advantage of the blessing state and quickly rushed to the next location. A few minutes later, the blessing state disappeared, and Wang Fugui appeared in the area where the fiery bull was active. This is a relatively flat grassland above the canyon. There are dozens of flamingo bulls on the grassland, just like a cattle farm. The fiery bull is 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary bull, and is 3 or 4 meters tall. Its entire body is red, just like a burning flame, and its sharp horns emit a creepy cold light. The fiery bull is a vegetarian, but its horns are not. In the center of these fire bulls, there is an even larger fire bull, which is more than 5 meters tall. Wang Fugui looks extremely small in front of it. Fire bull boss. Level 20. Threat 10. It was another boss-level creature. With Wang Fugui's attributes that did not have any blessings, he would be killed instantly in the herd of cattle if he was not careful. Thinking of this, Wang Fugui suddenly realized that his defense was too low. He was like a fragile character with high attack and low defense. Once someone got close to him or attacked him by sneak attack, he could suffer fatal damage. So be careful. Currently, the skills he can still use include Grasp of Holy Light, Rainbow Piercing the Sun, 1,000 Miles of Ice, Ice Field, and Divine Power Totem. There are 5 skills, except for the non-lethal skill of Ice Field. There are 4 other skills that can deal with the fiery bull. The maximum number of targets for Grasp of Holy Light is 10, and there are obviously no less than 10 fiery bulls here, so it won't work. Chanhong Guanri must be used in conjunction with Divine Blessing or Divine Totem to exert its power, so it is not considered. He had to keep the remaining 1,000 miles of ice to deal with the social creatures in the Spirit Source Mine, so he could only use the Divine Power Totem. I hope these fiery bulls are attacking proactively. Wang Fugui sighed. The range of the Divine Totem is limited, and he cannot actively pursue. If these fire bulls do not actively attack, his skills will be in vain. To be on the safe side, Wang Fugui took the lead and rushed towards the herd of cattle, trying to get as close as possible to them. Wang Fugui's sudden rush into the grassland startled the fiery bull that was grazing. Then his eyes turned red, a wisp of white air spurted out of his nose, and he rushed towards Wang Fugui with his head lowered. The horns on his head flashed with cold light, and he could definitely pierce Wang Fugui with one blow. When Wang Fugui saw the fiery bull rushing towards him, a look of relief appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a stone pillar fell from the sky and stood beside him. Within the range of the totem, Wang Fugui's strength attribute skyrocketed, instantly increasing by 3,000 points. At this time, as the fiery bulls rushed towards Wang Fugui, they gradually formed a straight line, which made Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly light up. Isn't this obviously door-to-door delivery? The long sword in Wang Fugui's hand suddenly emitted a red light, and then he slashed forward, and a red beam of light suddenly shot towards the herd of cattle. Boom! With a loud bang, the beam of light easily passed through the herd of cattle, and most of the attacking fire bulls were killed instantly. Only a small number of fiery bulls were left, knocked down by the aftermath, and they lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The fiery bull boss at the back became even angrier when he saw his companions being killed, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Hum! The fiery bull roared and 2 streams of flame spewed out of its nose. Then it ran towards Wang Fugui like crazy. As it ran, hot flames burned on its body, especially its horns, which were burned red by the flames. Wang Fugui waited solemnly, holding a long sword. When the fiery bull came close, he suddenly chopped it down with a sword. The fiery bull's head suddenly sank, and the huge force directly knocked the fiery bull out, and then it fell heavily to the ground. The head of the fiery bull had been chopped in half. After Wang Fugui killed the fiery bull boss, the remaining fiery bulls still attacked him recklessly. Wang Fugui killed them all one by one. There were many things exploded on the ground, including various equipment. Wang Fugui stored all of them into the system space, ready to sell them for a good price. Wang Fugui walked out of the totem range and just put away all his things. Suddenly, a few people came not far behind me. This is a standard 4-man team. Support, melee, mage, ranged. There are 2 men and 2 women. The women are assistants and mages, which can be seen from the staffs they hold. The remaining 2 men are 1 melee and 1 ranged. The leader should be the melee man. The melee man saw that all the fire bulls around him were dead, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After seeing Wang Fugui at the scene, a white light flashed in his eyes. Directly used the detection skill on Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's information immediately appeared in his eyes. Level 1? 99 spiritual attribute? The melee man was suddenly surprised. Wang Fugui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he acted quickly and equipped himself with cursed equipment, otherwise he might have killed someone to silence them. Brother, are the levels hidden? The melee man asked Wang Fugui enthusiastically. He obviously didn't believe that Wang Fugui was level 1, not to mention that the spiritual attribute of 99 was not something that a level 1 could possess. It was only possible that the other party had some props that could hide his level. Chapter 33, Silencing the Witness. Wang Fugui didn't say anything and walked to the edge of the totem. After seeing the totem stone pillar not far from Wang Fugui, the opponent's auxiliary girl whispered something in the melee man's ear. That's a totem, he's a support. They directly determined that Wang Fugui was a supporting profession. After hearing that it was a support, the melee guy felt relieved. Brother, was the fiery bull here killed by your teammates? Wang Fugui still didn't say anything. He squatted down and chopped off the 2 horns on the head of the fiery bull boss. I have no teammates. Then Wang Fugui answered the other party's question indifferently. The melee man frowned slightly after hearing this. We need some horns of the fiery bull. Would you mind giving them to us? Obviously, this team also came for the fiery horns, and they might have taken the same mission as Wang Fugui. But there is only 1 pair of flaming bull horns. Other ordinary flaming bull horns are worthless. Only the double horns of the flaming bull boss are useful. Naturally, Wang Fugui would not give it to them. I'm still useful, sorry. Wang Fugui declined directly. This made the melee men very dissatisfied. They have only accepted this 1 mission. If they return empty-handed, wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? Brother, I can buy it, just name your price. The melee man looked wealthy and spoke boldly. Wang Fugui looked the other person up and down. From top to bottom, none of the equipment on the melee man was lower than bronze level. He even had a few silver-level equipment. It was obvious that he was rich. Moreover, the detection skill used just now is not something that ordinary people can possess. It is a priceless magical skill. Anyone who can possess the detection skill must be a wealthy and prominent person. Not for sale, no matter how high or low it is. Wang Fugui was short of money, but he knew that points were worth more and could not be bought with money. Things that cannot be bought outside can only be exchanged at school by spending points, so points are much more important than money. Wang Fugui's answer made the melee man very dissatisfied. He frowned slightly and looked at Wang Fugui with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Brother, I think you can reconsider this. Sometimes life is more important than things, isn't it? The melee man said to Wang Fugui in a warning tone. Wang Fugui was stunned, then took a step forward calmly and walked into the totem range. You want to rob? Wang Fugui said lightly. Oh, what are you talking about, brother? It's so harsh. I just want to remind you that in this desolate mountain area, if someone dies, no one will notice it. The melee man smiled and spoke softly. But the threat was so obvious that anyone could tell what the other party meant. But the people around him didn't react at all, as if this kind of thing was already commonplace. Wang Fugui narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the other party had done this kind of thing many times, and many people might have died at his hands. So you still want to rob it? Wang Fugui was already prepared and said calmly. Wang Fugui's attitude made the melee man very dissatisfied. His expression suddenly changed and became cold. Shame on you, come on! The melee man didn't waste any more words with Wang Fugui. He just shouted and rushed towards Wang Fugui. The assistant behind him immediately gave the melee man several buffs, which made his condition sore. The melee man is already level 20, and his strength attribute is over 100. With the bonus of the buff, it is even approaching 200. His strength is definitely among the best in his class. The ranged warriors and mages behind him also took offensive postures at the same time, ready to cover the melee man at any time. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This team's combat awareness is very good, and they were not careless at all when facing an auxiliary with only 99 spiritual attributes. Wang Fugui moved slightly, keeping his body parallel to the melee man, making it impossible for the mage and ranged man behind him to attack him in a short period of time. The melee man slashed at Wang Fugui with his sword. Wang Fugui also attacked the opponent with a sword. When the melee man saw that Wang Fugui was actually using a long sword to fight, he immediately sneered. How dare an auxiliary compete with me in strength? You are courting death! The melee man slashed with Wang Fugui's sword without hesitation. Boom! Then there was a loud bang, and the melee man flew out instantly, hitting the mage behind him hard. The mage vomited blood instantly after being hit by the melee man. He fell to the ground and died instantly. The sword in the melee man's hand also broke, and he completely lost his life. Just one strike killed both of them instantly. The remaining supports and ranged players were stunned. I was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what was happening. How could a support kill a melee class in one hit? However, they did not have the ability to detect, so they could not see that Wang Fugui's strength had reached 3010 points at this time. The ranged man was already frightened at this time, and subconsciously loosened the bow in his hand. The arrow fell not far from Wang Fugui, and didn't even touch Wang Fugui's clothes. It was completely off target. Wang Fugui took advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack and rushed forward, rushing towards the remaining two people. Yuanqing was startled and ran away. The assistant also reacted and turned around to flee. They didn't expect that the person they just provoked would be so powerful and kill their two strongest people in one blow. How could they be his opponent? If they don't run now, are they waiting to die? Wang Fugui frowned when he saw this. His speed was only 12 points, and it was too difficult to catch up with the opponent. But he absolutely could not let these two people leave, otherwise the murder would be exposed, which would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Although he is not as fast as his opponent, he still has other means. Grasp of Holy Light. Wang Fugui raised his hand, and a huge golden hand suddenly rose up from under the feet of the two people in front of him and grabbed them. No! No! Spare my life! Don't kill me! The long-distance man was caught by the big hand without any resistance. He was so scared that he almost lost his courage. He screamed and begged Wang Fugui for mercy. Don't kill me! I can do anything you asked me to do, just don't kill me! The assistant girl was also terrified and shouted for mercy. Now they are like little chicks in Wang Fugui's hands and may die at any time. However, Wang Fugui would not listen to their pleas for mercy. In order to avoid trouble, he clenched his right hand suddenly, and the golden hand also clenched suddenly. Bang! The two people in the big golden hand were crushed like tomatoes, and tomato juice spilled all over the ground. Wang Fugui stepped forward and picked up the equipment of several people. However, there were not many intact equipments. Only the equipments of the melee man and the mage woman were still intact. The equipments of the other two people were all turned into waste under the grasp of Holy Light. It's okay, it can sell for a lot of money, Wang Fugui looked at the harvest and found that it was indeed a considerable harvest this time. The equipment on these people was enough for him to sell for nearly 1 million. Especially the 2 silver-level equipment, which are priceless. Although they are only level 20, their price is at least over 200,000. Chapter 34 Six-Winged Golden Angel. Not long after, Wang Fugui successfully arrived near the Lingyuan mineral vein. The mine was completely quiet, and there were no social creatures as mentioned in the mission description. But Wang Fugui was very careful and would not get the task information wrong, otherwise the person who issued the task would come to draw the map himself, so why would he spend points to hire someone else? Wang Fugui walked gently into the mine and looked around in confusion. There are only huge quartz stones around the mine, and no other living creatures can be seen. The mission did not specify what kind of creature it was, so it could be a very small monster, so Wang Fugui was not careless. Wang Fugui carefully walked around the huge quartz stone that was like a maze, going deeper inside step by step. Boom! Just as Wang Fugui was moving forward, he suddenly heard a sound behind him, and Wang Fugui hurriedly turned his head vigilantly. But he found nothing behind him but a huge rock. Were there any stones here just now? Wang Fugui frowned. He remembered that there was no such big rock where he had just walked past. Wang Fugui looked at the huge quartz stone with confusion. Just as he stretched out his hand to touch it, the stone suddenly moved. The huge quartz stone vibrated for a while, and then turned into a huge stone man in front of Wang Fugui like a transformer. Quartz monster. Level 20. Threat 10. This stone turned out to be a monster. Boom! Immediately afterwards, with the appearance of this quartz monster, all the surrounding stones began to move. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into stone men, making rumbling sounds when they walked. At this time, Wang Fugui was already at the center of these quartz monsters and was completely surrounded by them. There are hundreds of quartz monsters around. Boom! Boom! The quartz monster moved its heavy legs, surrounded Wang Fugui, and raised its arms to smash Wang Fugui on the head. Wang Fugui's eyes focused, and after discovering the social creatures here, he didn't plan to wait any longer and took action directly. Thousands of miles of ice. The terrifying power of ice was released outward with Wang Fugui as the center. The quartz monster in front of Wang Fugui was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture after coming into contact with the power of ice, keeping its arms raised and unable to move at all. Wherever the power of ice passes, everything is frozen. A white ice circle formed in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire Lingyuan mine turned into an ice field, making Wang Fugui feel as if he was in the polar region. Wang Fugui was a little surprised at the power of this move. Its range was too large. Wang Fugui put away his surprise and started drawing a map of the Lingyuan mine, while all the quartz monsters were frozen. After spending half an hour, Wang Fugui finally drew the map in a sloppy manner. The surrounding ice sculptures also began to melt under the hot sunlight, and drops of liquid dripped onto the ground. Seeing this, Wang Fugui hurriedly chose to leave. He was completely relieved only after he left the Lingyuan mine. Looking back, the quartz monster was still frozen. Just when Wang Fugui was about to leave, a golden figure suddenly flew over from the end of the canyon leading to the sky. Wang Fugui hid himself quickly. Wang Fugui is a little weak now because he has no skills. If he encounters any tough enemy, he may be difficult to deal with. Then, in his sight, an angel with 6 golden wings behind him flew over from a distance, and landed above the Lingyuan mine. Who did this? How could someone have such a terrifying icy power? The 6-winged golden angel was immediately surprised when he saw the scene at the Lingyuan mine. He had never seen such terrifying ice power. Is it a human again? Not keeping their promise and sending in high-level humans. Humph! Shameless! The 6-winged golden angel waved his hand, and a golden light sprinkled down. The ice on the frozen quartz monster was instantly melted, releasing the quartz monster. After doing all this, the 6-winged golden angel flew directly to the exit of the copy. Wang Fugui looked surprised. He was no longer surprised to see intelligent creatures in the dungeon world. He had experienced it in the previous Snow Mountain dungeon. The Ice and Snow clan of Handanjia were no different from humans. This 6-winged golden angel should be of a similar race, and it seems that it has come into contact with humans a long time ago, and has reached some kind of agreement with humans. In order to avoid any trouble, Wang Fugui hurried back the same way. If he leaves this dangerous place and is discovered by the six-winged golden angel, he will probably die here in his current state. Wang Fugui quickened his pace, and when he returned to the exit of the copy, he found that many people gathered there, including the six-winged golden angel. On the opposite side were the senior teachers of Longxia Academy, all of whom were experts. Wang Fugui's teacher Situchuan was also among them. Golden Wing, we have nothing to do with your angel clan, why are you crossing the line? Zhao Tianyi, a professor-level tutor at the Department of Alchemy, questioned the six-winged golden angel with a bad look on his face. I crossed the line? Have you forgotten the agreement? Why did you let the expert in? Jin Yi sneered and questioned Zhao Tianyi angrily. Zhao Tianyi was slightly stunned, a little confused. What expert? We only allow students below level 30 to enter this dungeon world. It is impossible for an expert to enter. Zhao Tianyi can be sure that no masters have ever come in here. The records outside can prove this. The most recent ones to come in are a team of senior students at level 20 and a freshman of an unknown level, but they definitely cannot be above level 30. Still trying to quibble? Although the Lingyuan mine is our common resource, you shouldn't have let the experts in to obtain the resources of the mine. The entire mine has been frozen into an ice sculpture. Do you still want to quibble? What? This is impossible. No one with ice attributes has come in recently. This must be a mistake. Could it be one of your own who did it? Zhao Tianyi would never admit it. Since he noticed Jin Yi's arrival, he specially checked the entry and exit records. There was absolutely no stranger coming in. The person in charge also guaranteed that no one was allowed in without a record. Are you kidding? Are you saying that we angels can use the power of ice? Jin Yi almost laughed out of anger. The power possessed by their angel clan was the power of the scorching sun, which was completely opposite to the power of ice. How could they have done this? This explanation indeed convinced Zhao Tianyi. But Zhao Tianyi knew that this was definitely not done by them. No matter what, without evidence, you cannot easily cross the border. I advise you to return the same way you came. Otherwise, I will regard you as violating the agreement, and I have the right to kill you. Zhao Tianyi said to Jin Yi in a warning tone. Huh! Just you guys? Jin Yi's face was full of disdain. Then his face turned cold. That's what I've been waiting for you to say. The six wings behind Jin Yi instantly spread out, emitting a dazzling light, causing everyone present to subconsciously close their eyes. Wang Fugui, who was watching secretly, was also unable to open his eyes due to the strong light. Only Zhao Tianyi could look Jin Yi in the eye normally. Then he saw many figures suddenly flying in the distance, golden angels flying towards him. Zhao Tian was stunned for a moment, and instantly realized that the other party had planned this. Regardless of whether there was a spiritual source mine or not, Jin Yi was not going to let it go today. Chapter 35, Angel Clan. Afterwards, many six-winged golden angels came behind Jin Yi. There were hundreds of them in total. I've been locked up for so many years, I'm tired of it. I really want to see the outside world. We should have a place on Blue Star. Jin Yi sneered and stopped pretending, completely exposing his purpose. They were well prepared, and the purpose of coming here today was to fight their way out and leave this copy world. This place is too small, the Blue Star world outside is where they should live. It seems that you did it on purpose, just looking for an excuse to make trouble. Zhao Tianyi realized Jin Yi's purpose. Humph, you were the ones who broke the agreement first, you can't blame us. Although what Zhao Tianyi said was true, Jin Yi absolutely could not admit it. He had to have a legitimate reason even if he wanted to take action. Jin Yi and his clansmen immediately attacked Zhao Tianyi and others, and rays of scorching light attacked them. Although Zhao Tianyi and others are very powerful, these angels are not weak either. Their levels are all above level 40. And Jin Yi is a boss-level creature at level 50. Zhao Tianyi frowned and immediately took a pill. His attributes instantly skyrocketed and he raised his hand to block Jin Yi's attack. The incident happened suddenly, and they had no time to ask for support. They could only rely on a few of them to block the exit. Once they were allowed to escape, with the angel's flying ability, they would quickly disappear into the sky. By then, The world was so vast that it would be difficult to find them again. Stop them! Don't let them leave! Zhao Tianyi immediately called on everyone to stop these angels. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. These suddenly appearing copy creatures are an invasion. If we allow them to enter the Blue Star world, they will be difficult to control and the impact on humans will be huge. Sichuan and others immediately fought desperately to resist the attacks of these six-winged golden angels. Although Sichuan and the others were slightly stronger, they could not withstand so many six-winged golden angels. Moreover, the power of the sun was rather tricky. The dazzling light made them unable to open their eyes, which greatly affected the battle. Wang Fugui was watching the battle situation ahead in the dark, feeling a little worried. Zhao Tianyi and others were obviously at a disadvantage, mainly because of the radiation from the sun's power. Many people were fighting with their eyes closed. Wang Fugui felt that he had to do something, otherwise these angels might really run away. After running away, the battlefield becomes a school, and that will be a big problem. Wang Fugui doesn't have any useful skills now, all he can do is use his domain to limit the power of these angels. However, without the power of the sun, the angels would not be as threatening. After thinking through the pros and cons, Wang Fugui took the initiative to step forward. The dazzling golden light from the sky made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Zhao Tianyi was startled when he saw Wang Fugui suddenly appear. "Boy! Get out of here!" Zhao Tianyi hurriedly shouted to Wang Fugui. You must know that Wang Fugui is now located right below the angels. If he is discovered by the angels, he can be killed instantly with one blow. When Sichuan heard Zhao Tianyi's voice, he looked in the direction and immediately saw Wang Fugui. "Wang Fugui!" Sichuan was quite impressed by Wang Fugui and was shocked to see him here. This is a level 20 copy. How could a freshman like him appear here? You know him? Zhao Tian blocked Jin Yi's attacks one by one and took the time to ask Sichuan. He is a new student in our class, Sichuan said with a bitter look on his face. Nonsense! Zhao Tianyi became furious when he heard Sichuan's words. How can a freshman come to such a dangerous place at this time? Isn't this just causing trouble? Although Zhao Tianyi was angry, he couldn't just sit there and watch his students die. Boy, come here quickly! Zhao Tianyi took advantage of the fact that no angels had discovered Wang Fugui yet, and hurriedly asked Wang Fugui to come over quickly, but his words attracted Jin Yi's attention, and then many angels discovered the human under their feet. Haha, a hostage delivered to my door! Jin Yi sneered and immediately had the idea of kidnapping Wang Fugui. Oh no! Go save them! Zhao Tianyi immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly told Sichuan. Sichuan was also a little anxious. That was his student, and he would never watch his student die. He rushed towards Wang Fugui immediately. Seeing that Zhao Tianyi and Sichuan cared about him so much, Wang Fugui felt that it was worth his risking his time to use his skills. Wang Fugui raised his right hand and pretended to clench it hard, and the ice field burst out instantly. The blue circle of light instantly spread outward at a very fast speed and over a very wide range. There's almost no end in sight. The angels in the sky entered the ice realm almost instantly. The angels that were originally shining with golden light dimmed in the blink of an eye, and the dazzling golden light disappeared in an instant. The angels, led by Jin Yi, had looks of horror on their faces. At this moment they suddenly could not use the power of the sun. The power they relied on for survival was unusable. How could they not be terrified? What's going on? Jin Yi no longer cared about kidnapping Wang Fugui. He looked at his hands, which were unable to mobilize power, with a look of horror on his face. Zhao Tianyi and others were slightly stunned when they found that the dazzling golden light disappeared in an instant, but they soon reacted. Save! Fight back! Zhao Tianyi noticed that the changes here were related to Wang Fugui, and he could no longer use his skills. However, if he only relied on his attribute advantages, these angels would definitely not be their opponents. The most troublesome thing for the angels is the power of the sun. Zhao Tianyi and his men launched a counterattack immediately, and Sichuan instantly came to Wang Fugui and took him to the rear to protect him. Don't move! Sichuan gave Wang Fugui some instructions, and then rushed towards the angels like everyone else. Seeing that the angels were no match for Zhao Tianyi and his companions, Genie gritted his teeth. Withdraw! In the end, Genie had to announce his retreat with a reluctant look on his face and fled back in embarrassment. Zhao Tianyi also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was afraid that Angel Golden Wing would fight them to the death. Without any support, they would be outnumbered and would be exhausted to death by the enemy sooner or later. Now that the opponent's power was restrained, they chose to retreat in panic, leaving them a chance to catch their breath. Once we get out and get more people to come to support us, the angels will no longer be a threat. Boy, was it you who did that just now? Zhao Tianyi turned around and asked Wang Fugui with a serious face. Wang Fugui nodded. The skill you just displayed is comparable to a divine skill. How did you do it? Zhao Tianyi continued to ask. It's a one-time item, it's really a divine tool, it can make all powers except the power of ice ineffective. Can the school reimburse it? Wang Fugui asked weakly. Zhao Tianyi was stunned. He had never seen this kind of prop before. With a gleam of light in his eyes, he immediately used the detection skill to check Wang Fugui's information. Chapter 36, Selling Equipment. Level 1? 99 mental strength? Zhao Tianyi frowned immediately after seeing Wang Fugui's message. Wang Fugui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was smart and put on the cursed prop in advance, otherwise he would have been exposed. Why are you only level 1? Zhao Tianyi couldn't believe that there was a level 1 student among the students entering Longxia. What made him even more unbelievable was that a level 1 student dared to enter the level 20 copy alone. I am special, so it's better not to mention it, Wang Fugui said with a wry smile. There was no further explanation. Anyway, they could find out with a quick check that it was difficult for him to level up. You have 99 spiritual attributes at level 1, you are pretty good. Zhao Tianyi was very optimistic about Wang Fugui without knowing it. Sichuan, you must train your students well. Stop complaining that you are only given jobs with connections. Aren't there talented people here? Then Zhao Tianyi turned to Sichuan and said. Sichuan gave a bitter smile. He knew Wang Fugui's situation very well. Talent? More like a genius. Sichuan shook his head helplessly. Although he was sure that everyone had talent, and could succeed as long as they worked hard enough, he had no choice in Wang Fugui's situation. If he couldn't upgrade, he would simply prevent Wang Fugui's growth at the root. Teacher Situ is very good to me, but can the school reimburse me for the props? Wang Fugui didn't care about all that. He had to find an excuse to blackmail the school. The school was a big fat sheep. When Zhao Tianyi heard Wang Fugui mention the reimbursement again, he felt embarrassed. But he is definitely not short of money. I'll give you an estimate based on the value of a level 1 artifact, and then you can go to the medicine department to exchange it with me. As a doctor of alchemy, Zhao Tianyi naturally has no shortage of this little money. It is enough for him to refine a few batches of pills. When Wang Fugui saw this, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. It's worth it to get a resource worth a level 1 artifact without much effort. After Wang Fugui left the copy, Zhao Tianyi asked Sichuan about Wang Fugui's situation. What's up with this student? How did such a great talent get into your class? Zhao Tianyi asked Sichuan puzzledly. As everyone knows, the new class led by Sichuan is a complete problem class. It is full of problem teenagers and there are few talented students. This student has a spiritual attribute of 99 points at level 1. His future is limitless. It is impossible for him to appear in the new class. Sichuan suddenly gave a wry smile. This Wang Fugui is indeed a rare genius in a century. He got a god-level job in his first job change, and his exam score is unprecedented. He won the title of top scholar with a crushing momentum. Sichuan explained Wang Fugui's situation to Zhao Tianyi. When Zhao Tianyi heard this, he was shocked. There is such a thing? How come I don't know about it? Such a genius must be nurtured well. Zhao Tianyi was a little confused for a moment. He didn't receive any news from such a talented student. Well, Sichuan sighed. I haven't finished yet. I don't know if it's because his profession is too amazing or for some other reason, but his experience points have been raised to nearly 1 billion. If he wants to level up, it will be impossible in this lifetime. Situchuan explained with a sigh. Zhao Tian was stunned for a moment. This? Even he didn't know how to express his emotions at the moment. It's not that there's no way to solve the problem of not being able to upgrade. I have a lot of elixirs in my elixir system that can increase attributes, but if I can't upgrade, I can't learn advanced skills. Zhao Tianyi sighed and said then he realized that Wang Fugui's situation was beyond the reach of even gods. Forget it, let's see how far he can go. Zhao Tianyi shook his head and didn't take the matter to heart any longer. His main task now was to solve the problem of the Angel clan. After this attack by the Angels, there will be another one. We must be prepared. It is best to eliminate this hidden danger completely. After going out, Wang Fugui submitted the task immediately and obtained 95 points. He then planned to sell the equipment. In order to maximize his profits, Wang Fugui went directly to the free trade market. The items here are all sold by the owners themselves, at preferential prices, but without any third-party commission, so not only do buyers save money, but sellers also make a lot of money. It's just a little slower. This trading market is not far from the school. Most of them are students from Longxia University, who come here to shop on Taobao. Wang Fugui arrived late, and the good seats were basically occupied by others, so the remaining seats were in the back and in a remote area. But there was no other way, Wang Fugui could only set up a stall here. There are 10 pieces of equipment in total, 4 pieces of black iron, 4 pieces of bronze, and 2 pieces of silver. All the silver equipment was obtained from the melee men in that squad. Wang Fugui placed the things on the ground, sat down, and waited for business to come. But the location here is too bad. I turned back before others got here. There were almost no people here. I waited for a long time but no one came. Just then, Qindong called him. Fugui, what are you doing? You haven't been seen in the past few days. Qindong hadn't seen Wang Fugui for several days. There was no signal on his cell phone in the copy, so Qindong naturally couldn't contact Wang Fugui. I'm outside in the free trade market, selling equipment. Wang Fugui said to Qindong indifferently. Selling equipment? Damn it! I don't want to be the one doing this. Wait for me. When Qindong heard that Wang Fugui was selling equipment, he was shocked. He hung up the phone and rushed over. Qindong arrived in less than half an hour. Oh my god! So many good equipments, what a pity my level is too low. Qindong exclaimed as he looked at the 10 pieces of equipment in front of Wang Fugui. But he is only level 10 now, and it is still a long way to reach level 20, so he can't use these equipment yet. Can you sell it in this place? Qindong said doubtfully as he looked at the sparse crowds of people around him. What do you think? It's been hours and there's no one here. Wang Fugui was also a little helpless. The location was not good, and no one would buy the things no matter how good they were. Then why are you setting up a stall? Pick up your things and I'll help you sell them. Qindong said speechlessly, then pulled Wang Fugui up, picked up several pieces of equipment, and took Wang Fugui directly into the crowd, going to where there were more people. Take a look, level 20 top-grade equipment, fully armed from top to bottom, for ranged, mage, and melee classes. The quantity is limited, first come first served. Qindong held the equipment, showed the silver equipment in his hand and shouted loudly. Gear is on sale! The boss, the bastard Huang He, ran off with his sister-in-law. We have no choice but to use his equipment to pay off the debt. It's absolutely authentic and fair to everyone. You won't suffer a loss or be cheated. First come, first served. Qindong didn't feel embarrassed at all and shouted loudly for Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui suddenly realized that even if Qindong was not a rich second generation, he could still become a big boss and could easily lower his head to sell things. Chapter 37, Making a Fortune. The crowd around was soon attracted by Qindong's hawking voice. When some people got closer, naturally some of them saw Wang Fugui's equipment. Oh? Level 20 silver equipment? How much is it? Soon someone took a fancy to Wang Fugui's equipment, and a sturdy man asked Wang Fugui with a curious look on his face. Obviously, he had his eyes on the silver boots and silver-level gauntlets. Especially since these 2 pieces of equipment are used by melee professions, their attributes are very suitable for him. I don't want 998 or 888, I only want 299,998. Chendong stopped Wang Fugui and spoke for him. The burly man opposite was stunned. 2? No, 1 piece. Chendong stretched out a finger and said, It's too expensive. The sturdy man frowned. The market price of level 20 silver equipment is only about 200,000. Even the weapon is at most 300,000. The boots and gauntlets are not worth this price at all. Is it expensive? I don't think so. You know, these 2 pieces of equipment are top quality in the same level. Their properties are almost comparable to gold equipment. Can you imagine how much gold equipment costs? Do you still think it's expensive? Chendong explained to the other party with a serious face. The sturdy man hesitated. He did take a look at these 2 pieces of equipment. Their attributes were very good and they were definitely top-notch silver-level equipment. But compared to gold equipment, the strong man was very hesitant, not knowing whether the price was worth it. Good equipment is rare, and suitable equipment is even rarer. If you don't buy it, let the people behind you take a look. Don't delay my business. Seeing this, Chendong said to the sturdy man impatiently, as if to tell him to get out if he couldn't afford it. This made the strong man very dissatisfied. Who said I didn't buy it? I took it. The sturdy man was so excited by Chendong that he was taken down directly. Chendong showed a triumphant smile on his face and asked Wang Fugui to collect the money on the spot. The transaction was completed quickly. In just over 10 minutes, Chendong sold the 2 most expensive items. The remaining pieces of equipment were also sold out quickly, with a total of 800,000 yuan. Together with the 600,000 yuan for the silver equipment, the total amount was 1.4 million yuan. Fugui, you're rich today, why don't you treat me to a meal? When Chendong saw that Wang Fugui had earned so much money today, he raised his eyebrows and said to Wang Fugui, Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Wang Fugui was naturally not stingy when it came to treating the dinner, and it was also thanks to Chendong that he was able to sell the equipment so quickly and earn a lot more money. Okay then, I'll choose the place and you'll pay the bill. But don't you plan to ask Miss Su to come along? Chendong said with a smile. Okay, I'll call her. Wang Fugui nodded and then called Su Yutong. When Su Yutong learned that Wang Fugui wanted to treat her to a meal, she agreed on the spot without any extra words. TSK, it has to be you. I've never heard of a man who can ask Miss Su out. Chendong's eyes suddenly became ambiguous when he looked at Wang Fugui, and he said with ulterior motives. Wang Fugui was too lazy to say anything to him. Maybe it's just because Su Yutong's loyalty to him is relatively high. Now it has reached 65 points and is almost becoming a messenger of God. Just like Chendong, he can come at any time. Perhaps Chendong himself did not realize that he had never doubted Wang Fugui's words. Su Yutong came over soon, and the 3 of them went to a nice restaurant nearby for dinner. On the other side, the strong man who bought Wang Fugui's equipment left the free trade market. He put on the new equipment happily. Although it is a bit expensive, it is not a loss considering its properties. However, he didn't have long to be happy. As soon as he left the free trade market, he met a group of young people in gorgeous clothes. When the young man saw the boots and gauntlets on the strong man, he was slightly stunned. Then he grabbed the strong man's arm and looked carefully at the gauntlets on the strong man's arm. There is a line of hidden small words on the hand guard. Sun Yaoming. Sun Yaoyang was stunned. What are you doing? The sturdy man unhappily broke free from his arm and said dissatisfiedly. Where did you get the equipment? Sun Yaoyang said with a frown. I bought it, what's it got to do with you? The sturdy man said dissatisfiedly and turned to leave. But the people behind Sun Yaoyang stopped him directly. What are you going to do? The sturdy man immediately became alert. This is Kyoto. Do you want to cause trouble? If you hurt someone in Kyoto, the consequences will be serious. Where did you buy it from? Sun Yaoyang asked the strong man with a cold face. None of your business! Get out of here! The sturdy man was not a pushover either. Seeing the other party being aggressive, he immediately became angry and reached out to push the other person away. Sun Yaoyang signaled with his eyes, and his men immediately understood and started beating the sturdy man up. All the equipment on his body was taken off. The strong man was beaten black and blue. When the people around saw that it was Sun Yaoyang who did it, they all took detours, not wanting to get into trouble at all. Tell me, where did you buy it? Sun Yaoyang squatted down and asked the strong man lying on the ground again. The strong man's momentum had weakened at this time, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Inside, 2 students are selling it. The sturdy man pointed to the free trade market and said, Students? Where are they now? Sun Yaoyang continued to ask. I don't know, I think I went there. The sturdy man was not sure where Wang Fugui and the others had gone, but he knew which direction they were heading. He pointed in the direction of the food street and said. Sun Yaoyang looked in the direction of the food street and stood up. What do they look like? Sun Yaoyang continued to ask the strong man. 2 boys, both quite tall, about 1.80 meters, and both quite handsome. One is more resolute, and the other is more sunny. The strong man could only roughly remember the characteristics of Wang Fugui and Qindong, and his description was not particularly clear. But these features are enough. You dare to buy my Sun family's private equipment? Break one of their legs and throw them on the street. Before leaving, Sun Yaoyang gave instructions to his men indifferently. Then a miserable scream was heard from the strong man. Sun Yaoyang then took out his mobile phone and called his brother, but the other end said that the call was not on the server and could not be connected. That equipment was the exclusive equipment of his younger brother Sun Yaoming. Sun Yaoming's name was on each piece of equipment. Now his brother's personal equipment was circulating on the market. This proves that something happened to his brother. Sun Yaoyang put away his phone with a gloomy face, and headed to the food court with a group of Sun family bodyguards behind him. Search for me. Find those 2 students for me. After Sun Yaoyang arrived at the food street, he looked at the rows of shops and immediately gave orders to the bodyguard behind him. Even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground, he will find those 2 people. After hearing Sun Yaoyang's instructions, the bodyguards immediately rushed into each restaurant and checked every customer who was eating there without any explanation. Look for the 2 students who fit the description of the strong man. Chapter 38: A murder caused by a piece of equipment. Sun Yaoyang's gang immediately caused a huge uproar in the food street, and commotions continued to be heard from the restaurants. People on the road also began to run in panic. Wang Fugui, Qindong and the other 2 who were having dinner at the restaurant were confused when they saw the chaotic situation outside. What's going on? Is the world ending? Qindong said as he looked outside with a puzzled look on his face. Just then, a group of people rushed in from outside. They were all wearing suits and had cold faces, looking like they were not easy to mess with. Fuck! Are there still gangs these days? Qindong exclaimed when he saw this group of bodyguards. After the bodyguard came in, his eyes swept across the faces of the diners, and then fell on Wang Fugui and Qindong. These 2 men fit the description of strong men. Is this equipment sold by you? The bodyguard came over with the silver gauntlet and questioned the 2 men. Qindong knew at a glance that it was the equipment they sold to the strong man. Brother, don't you know what we are not responsible for after you leave the store? We won't accept returns. Qindong thought that the strong man felt that he had been cheated and sent someone to settle the accounts with them. After hearing what Qindong said, the bodyguard immediately knew that this was the person they were looking for. Master! Found it! The bodyguards immediately surrounded Wang Fugui and others, and then shouted to Sun Yaoyang outside. This made Qindong stunned, and he didn't know what the other party was doing. Sun Yaoyang walked in slowly from outside, his eyes fell on the faces of Qindong and Wang Fugui, and then he glanced at Su Yutong next to him. Su Yutong, who exuded a youthful aura, immediately amazed him. Where did the equipment come from? Sun Yaoyang took the silver gauntlet from the bodyguard and questioned the 2 of them. Qindong didn't understand, but Wang Fugui thought of something. Because he pulled this equipment off the melee man. Picked up. Wang Fugui said lightly. Where did you pick it up? Sun Yaoyang continued to ask. Level 20 dungeon, Sacred Canyon. Wang Fugui continued to answer. Just you? Sun Yaoyang frowned slightly, and then a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Wang Fugui's basic information suddenly appeared in front of him. Level 1? Seeing that Wang Fugui's level was only level 1, Sun Yaoyang became even less convinced of what Wang Fugui said. Tell the truth, I can spare your life, Sun Yaoyang said with a gloomy expression. I'm telling the truth. I pulled this thing off 4 corpses. Wang Fugui spread his hands and said helplessly. A body? Impossible! Sun Yaoyang widened his eyes, totally disbelieving what Wang Fugui said. Beat him! Beat him until he tells the truth! Sun Yaoyang waved his hand and immediately ordered the bodyguards behind him to attack Wang Fugui and others. Hearing this, Qindong immediately stood up to resist. But when he was halfway up, the bodyguard pressed him down by the shoulders and then punched him in the chest, causing Qindong to fly backwards and hit the wall. Qindong covered his chest in pain, and it was obvious that this did not make him feel good. These bodyguards are all melee professionals at level 30 or 40. There is no way Qindong could be their opponent. Su Yutong wanted to stand up and resist but was also easily controlled. Wang Fugui frowned. Let her go. I'm going with you. I took the things. It has nothing to do with them, Wang Fugui said in a cold voice. Let's rescue Su Yutong first. Oh. Sun Yaoyang sneered. You still have some courage. Let him go and take him away. Sun Yaoyang was also a man of particularities. Seeing that Wang Fugui had surrendered, he immediately ordered his men to release Su Yutong. Wang Fugui! When Su Yutong saw Wang Fugui being caught by the bodyguard, she immediately looked at him worriedly. It's okay, you still don't trust me? Wang Fugui gave Su Yutong a relaxed smile. Su Yutong reacted instantly. Wang Fugui is a man who can kill the entire goblin camp in seconds. His strength is unfathomable, and there is no need to worry at all. Tell the truth and I can spare your life. If you continue to lie, your friends will be in trouble. Sun Yaoyang took Wang Fugui out of the restaurant, and gently patted Wang Fugui's face to warn him. Wang Fugui looked at Sun Yaoyang with indifference. What I hate most in my life is someone slapping me in the face. I'm the only one who can hit someone in the face. Sun Yaoyang frowned slightly. I didn't expect that Wang Fugui would still be so stubborn at this time. You're just being tough. I want to see who's tougher, your mouth or my fist. Sun Yaoyang snorted coldly, swung his fist and hit Wang Fugui hard in the face. Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly focused, and he quietly took off the elf ring on his hand. His spiritual attribute instantly soared to 999 points. Then Wang Fugui waved his hand gently, and a huge golden hand suddenly rose up from under the feet of Sun Yaoyang and his bodyguards, holding all of them in his hand. Sun Yaoyang was suddenly terrified. He wanted to resist but found that the golden hand was as hard as steel and he couldn't break free at all. Wang Fugui walked calmly in front of Sun Yaoyang. I don't know what your relationship is with the owner of this equipment, but I can tell you that he is dead. He died in the Sacred Canyon. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look for yourself. Wang Fugui said to Sun Yaoyang indifferently. This matter could no longer be concealed, but Wang Fugui would never admit that he had committed murder. What did you do to my brother? Sun Yaoyang struggled frantically and yelled at Wang Fugui, but it was of no use. The power of the golden hand was too great, and he could not break free at all. It's none of my business, but you hit my brother, so I'm going to hit you back. Wang Fugui shook his head slightly, then raised his right hand. Following Wang Fugui's movements, the golden palms slowly rose up. Then Wang Fugui slapped his hand downwards suddenly. Sun Yaoyang and his bodyguards were knocked to the ground harshly following Wang Fugui's actions. Wow! Sun Yaoyang's eyes suddenly widened and he opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. I felt like several ribs in my chest were broken. This blow is a reward for you. If you come to trouble me again, it won't be so easy. Wang Fugui did not kill the other person, mainly because it was not allowed to kill people in this situation. If he really killed someone in the street, he wouldn't be able to survive in Kyoto. Sun Yaoyang and his bodyguards were all severely injured by Wang Fugui's blow, and they lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. Sun Yaoyang looked at Wang Fugui's back and remembered Wang Fugui's appearance deeply in his heart. Afterwards, Wang Fugui checked Qindong's injuries, and fortunately they were not serious and no internal organs were damaged. After sending the 2 people back, Wang Fugui went directly to the medicine market. The most important thing now is to improve his speed attribute, so that even if he encounters an unbeatable opponent, he can rely on speed to escape without wasting limited skills. Soon he arrived at the largest pharmacy in Kyoto. Renatang. Renatang was no different from a normal pharmacy the day before yesterday, but in the back was a very large exhibition hall, with various elixirs and medicinal materials displayed in transparent display cabinets. Chapter 39 Purchasing Equipment. Wang Fugui, a wealthy man with 1.4 million in his pocket, looked around confidently, ready to make a large purchase. But when he looked around the display cases, the confidence on his face disappeared instantly. He instantly realized that more than 1 million was really not a lot of money here, and just a few powerful pills drained his money. In the end, he could only choose a few inexpensive and high-quality pills and spiritual fruits. 5 speed-increasing pills and 3 speed-increasing fruits cost Wang Fugui a total of more than 700,000 yuan. In an instant, wealth was reduced by more than half. However, the effect is also very obvious. After eating these fruits, the speed attribute increases by 8 points, which is equivalent to upgrading 2 levels. Even if I use the remaining money to buy pills, it won't improve me much. I might as well buy some equipment. Wang Fugui can only use level 1 equipment, so naturally he would use the best. He doesn't even look down on gold and silver equipment. He wants at least platinum equipment. Level 1 platinum equipment has attributes comparable to level 10 equipment, and some even have special attributes and built-in skills. Therefore, equipment above platinum level, no matter what level it is incredibly expensive. Wang Fugui left Renatang, took out his mobile phone and searched for relevant information directly on the online platform. Because platinum equipment is not so easy to come by, it is usually sold on online platforms, where it is auctioned after a lot of publicity. Wang Fugui entered the keywords platinum and level 1 into the platform's search bar. Then related items appeared. Dragon Scale Gauntlets, Platinum. Level 1. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 10. Attached skill, Dragon Soul Power. The above is the information of the equipment, and the below is the price. Fuck! That's expensive! When Wang Fugui saw the price, he almost fainted. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Shit! 1 billion! Are you kidding me? My experience points are not even that high. No. Wang Fugui suddenly saw that the poster had added a note below. Private chat if interested, please don't disturb if not necessary. Obviously, the other party did not intend to sell at this price, but just used this price as a gimmick to attract interested people to come and negotiate. Wang Fugui immediately chatted with the other party backstage. Wang Fugui, how much do you sell the Dragon Scale Gauntlets? The other party waited for a long time before replying him. Merchant, AMP1314, please chat with us. The other party just sent a string of characters, and Wang Fugui knew that it was the account of a dating app. Wang Fugui immediately added the other person. The other person's profile picture was a silhouette standing in the sun with long flowing hair. It looked like a woman named Liamo. Wang Fugui, how much is the Dragon Scale Gauntlet? After the other party passed, Wang Fugui asked directly. Liamo, platinum equipment is rare and comes with a price. The other party's answer made Wang Fugui realize that the other party didn't know how much to offer. Because level 1 equipment has the shortest lifespan, no one will spend a lot of money to buy even platinum equipment, because the cost outweighs the gain, and it may become obsolete within a few days after purchase. Wang Fugui thought about it, and concluded that level 10 silver equipment costs about 1 million yuan. Judging by this standard, level 1 equipment should also be priced about the same. But Wang Fugui didn't have that much money to give to the other party. Wang Fugui, 100,000. In order to have the possibility of bargaining, Wang Fugui's offer was very low. The other party was silent for a while before replying to Wang Fugui. Liamo, if you really want to buy it, be honest. If you are joking, please delete each other. The other party was obviously very dissatisfied with Wang Fugui's offer. Wang Fugui, didn't you ask me to bring the price? How much do you say? In the end, Wang Fugui still gave the decision-making power to the other party so that he could judge the other party's bottom line based on the other party's offer. Liam O 1 million. Liam O replied quickly. Wang Fugui. It's too high. Let's each take a step back. Don't say I'm not sincere. 400,000. Liam O. This is platinum level equipment. 400,000 is too little. Wang Fugui. Although it is platinum equipment, level 1 equipment is very difficult to sell. I see your information has been on the platform for several months, and either the price others offer is too low, or no one is interested. I believe that few people will buy such equipment. Wang Fugui has decided that he has the other party in his grasp. It is normal that the price of first-level equipment is low. As long as the price he offers is a little higher than that of those who want to get a bargain, the other party will be tempted. Sure enough, Liam O on the opposite side was silent for a while. Liam O. 400,000 is definitely not enough. 700,000. The attributes of this equipment are comparable to those of level 10 equipment, and it also comes with skills. Even if it is sold to a level 10 professional, there will be people willing to pay this price. Wang Fugui didn't take the other party's words to heart. If it was really as the other party said, the equipment would have been sold long ago. The fact that it hasn't been sold yet means that the level 10 professional doesn't think highly of the dragon scale gauntlets. Wang Fugui. 500,000, that's the most I can get. That's all I have. Wang Fugui added another 100,000 yuan. When bargaining, one must always leave some room for maneuver. Liam O. Okay. Deal. What Wang Fugui didn't expect was that the other party actually agreed. He had already made up his mind and set the price at 600,000 yuan, but he unexpectedly saved 100,000 yuan. Wang Fugui. How do we trade? Liam O. I'm in Kyoto. Send me your address and I'll have it delivered to you. Wang Fugui. I am also in Kyoto. Liam O. That's even better. Is it convenient now? Let's come out and trade face to face. After hearing that Wang Fugui was also in Kyoto, the other party proposed an offline transaction. Wang Fugui. Convenient, where are we going? Liam O. Just go to the food street next to Longxia First Academy, I'll wait for you there. Wang Fugui. Okay. The other party wanted to meet near Longxia Academy, which saved Wang Fugui a lot of time. Wang Fugui returned to the food street and waited for a while. In the evening, he finally met the other party. Liam O. I'm here, at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. After seeing the message sent by Liam O, Wang Fugui looked towards the hot pot restaurant on the roadside. I saw a woman wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses standing at the door. He was wrapped up so tightly that I would have thought he was a celebrity going out. When Wang Fugui looked at the woman, she also looked at him. It was dinner time, and although there were many people in the food court, most of them were eating in restaurants, and there were only a few people sitting outside doing nothing. Wang Fugui stood out. The woman walked up to Wang Fugui with cat-like steps, and Wang Fugui immediately smelled a fragrance coming from his nose. Wealth and honor? The woman asked doubtfully. Ronghua Fugui is Wang Fugui's online name. Well, I have the money ready, but where are the things? Wang Fugui nodded and asked. Then Liam O took out the dragon scale gauntlets, which were a pair of black gauntlets with scale patterns on them. After Wang Fugui confirmed that the items were correct, he transferred the money to the other party, and the two quickly completed the transaction. After the two men finished the transaction, a group of people in black suits suddenly came to the end of the food street. They looked ferocious and looked around as if they were looking for something. When the woman saw these people, she was startled and hurriedly hugged Wang Fugui's arm. Do me a favor! Chapter 40. Liam O hugged Wang Fugui's arm tightly and spoke in a low voice. Wang Fugui was stunned. He looked at Liam O beside him in confusion. At this time, Wang Fugui's face was only a palm's width away from the other person, and he could only see the other person's face clearly when the distance was closer. It was a delicate royal face. The heavy makeup did not look out of place on her face, but instead added a bit of charm. What's wrong? You'll have to pay for using me as a shield. Wang Fugui quietly glanced at the man in black behind him and spoke to him indifferently. I'll fight you 10%, but only if you help me avoid these people. I don't know what the relationship between Liam O and these men in black is, but he is willing to pay 10% of the payment for the goods. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. Sitting in the pavilion on the street, he put his arms around Li Mo's slender waist and let Li Mo lean on his arms. They looked like a couple in love. There were not many people outside at this time, and Wang Fugui and the other man sitting so abruptly in the pavilion naturally attracted the attention of these men in black. The man in black quickly walked towards them. Seeing this, Li Mo pressed her head into Wang Fugui's arms and buried it deeper, fearing that she would be discovered by these people. "Hey, have you seen this guy?" The man in black came up to Wang Fugui and the other man, took out a photo and asked Wang Fugui. The person in the photo was Li Mo. Wang Fugui shook his head. No. Wang Fugui shook his head to deny it, and Li Mo, who was hiding in Wang Fugui's arms, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The leading man in black looked at Li Mo, who was leaning in Wang Fugui's arms, with confusion. Who is she? The more the men in black looked at this woman, the more she looked like the person they were looking for. My girlfriend? Are you okay? Wang Fugui said in pretended impatience. This made the man in black frown slightly. They knew that the woman had been in this area, so they were unwilling to miss any clues. Let me see. The man in black started to peel off Li Mo's face as he spoke. Wang Fugui's eyes suddenly widened. This involves tens of thousands of dollars. He quickly reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Wang Fugui looked at the other person unkindly, like an angry boyfriend. She's hiding, let me see who she is. The man in black became even more suspicious that this was the person they were looking for, and immediately ordered his men behind him to forcibly pull the two apart. When Wang Fugui saw this hooligan behavior, he got angry on the spot. You are looking for death. Wang Fugui fully portrayed a boyfriend who became furious in order to protect his girlfriend. He immediately attacked in anger. A golden light flashed on his body, and the divine blessing fell directly on him, and his attributes soared instantly. The hand holding the other person's wrist suddenly exerted force. Snap! Ah! The leading man in black suddenly let out a scream. The other men in black rushed forward and were about to attack Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui let go of Li Mo and quickly stood up from the chair. He moved his feet and quickly moved among the men in black, punching them without mercy. Wang Fugui discovered that the levels of these men in black were not low, at least level 30, but with several thousand points of attributes. Wang Fugui just exerted a little effort and these people flew out. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the men in black fell to the ground, and none of them did not wail. The only leader still standing had a terrified look on his face. Roll! Wang Fugui looked at the leader whose wrist was crushed by him with a bad face and shouted loudly. The man in black was shocked by Wang Fugui's shout, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They ran away in a hurry, and the men in black who fell to the ground supported each other and escaped in a panic. It was really because the strength displayed by Wang Fugui was too terrifying. They were knocked down before they could even see the opponent's figure clearly. You can imagine how strong the opponent is. Wang Fugui looked at the fleeing man in black with a sneer on his face. He didn't use any strength. If he had, these men in black wouldn't be enough for him to hit with one punch. Wang Fugui walked towards Li Mo with a smile on his face. Li Mo was also stunned at this time. Who would have thought that the person she randomly found to help out would be so powerful? You! Li Mo looked at Wang Fugui, who was walking towards her with a smile on his face, and didn't know what to say for a moment. It took her a long time to organize her words. Don't talk. Wang Fugui domineeringly stopped Li Mo, who was about to speak. This made Li Mo stunned, and then her pretty face turned red. I thought some domineering plot was going to happen. It's done, $50,000 please. Wang Fugui stretched out his hand and said to Li Mo. Ah? Li Mo was stunned for a moment. The plot did not develop as she had imagined, which was somewhat beyond her expectations. What? You want to default on your debt? Wang Fugui immediately became dissatisfied. 50,000 yuan is still money, and he is short of money now. The other party will not default on the debt, right? Oh, I'll follow you now. Li Mo came to his senses and quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui accepted it with satisfaction. It's a pleasure to work with you. If you need any advanced equipment in the future, you can always contact me. Bye. Wang Fugui said goodbye to Liu Mo with a satisfied smile. Can I ask you for help if I need any help? Before leaving, Liu Mo asked Wang Fugui again. The paid kind. Seeing the puzzled look on Wang Fugui's face, Liu Mo quickly added a sentence. Wang Fugui smiled immediately after hearing this. Sure, as long as the price is right. My time is valuable. Wang Fugui said lightly. As long as the price is right, he would be willing to help if it's several million a day. After all, he might not earn $1 million from entering a dungeon. It all depends on luck and whether he can get good equipment. Then I'll come find you next time. Liu Mo smiled and waved to Wang Fugui, watching him walk into Longxia Academy. So he is a student of Longxia Academy. Liu Mo muttered to himself, with a hint of a smile on his face. Wang Fugui couldn't wait to put on the dragon scale gauntlet as soon as he returned to the dormitory. He wanted to try whether the skills attached to the equipment would be affected by the god-level enlightenment, and upgraded to god-level skills. After putting on the dragon scale gauntlets, Wang Fugui's attributes suddenly increased a lot. His strength and physique both doubled, from the initial 10 points to 20 points. The speed also reached 20 points with the improvement of equipment, and previous elixirs and spiritual fruits. Now Wang Fugui becomes like this without equipping the cursed item. Name Wang Fugui. Occupation God. Level 1714115/999999999. Strength 10 plus 10. Speed 18 plus 2. Constitution 10 plus 10. Spirit 9999. Equipment: snow boots, dragon scale gauntlets. Divine Envoy Chendong Hanbingwe. Skills: Divine Link Level 1, Divine Perception Level 1. Divine Link Level 1. You can use the skills of the Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy enjoys the Divine bonus, and the skill effects are doubled. God Level Enlightenment Level 1. Any skill you learn will become God level quality. God's Envoy skills: Divine Blessing God Level 1, Grasp of Holy Light God Level 1, Rainbow Piercing the Sun God Level 1, 1,000 Miles of Ice God Level 1, Ice Field God Level 1, Divine Power Totem God Level 1. Equipment skill: Dragon God Power God. Dragon God Power. All attributes double after use. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown time 12 hours. Wang Fugui. Chapter 41. Ban drugs. All attributes doubled? Does that mean his spiritual attributes will also double? Wang Fugui couldn't imagine what the effect would be if his spiritual attribute doubled and he used related skills. Wouldn't that be a big deal? What good news are you so happy about? Wang Fugui's roommate, the fat man by Liantao, asked curiously. It's okay, where are they? Wang Fugui put away his joy. It was already dark, but Guchuanqi and Kuang Kuei had not returned. Go out, I'm not sure. Bai Liantao shook his head. The few of them had only known each other for a few days and were not very familiar with each other, so he was not very clear about where they were going. Oh no! Something happened! At this time, Guchuanqi ran in from the door in a panic. What's wrong? Wang Fugui asked Guchuanqi puzzledly. Kuang Kuei, something happened! Guchuanqi said to the two of them with some fear. What happened? Wang Fugui raised his eyebrows. Although he was not very familiar with these roommates, he got along well with them. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked. No time to explain, get to the infirmary. Guchuanqi wasn't too sure either, so he took the two of them to the school infirmary. At this time, Kuang Kuei was lying on the hospital bed. His body was covered with wounds and his glasses were broken. The doctor is examining Kuang Howai. The doctor frowned after reading the examination report. Has he eaten anything before? The doctor asked the three people with a frown on his face. No, we just came out of the dungeon. Guchuanqi shook his head. Did he take any medicine? The doctor continued to ask. Doctor, what happened to him? Guchuanqi asked anxiously. Kuang Kuei entered the dungeon with him. Seeing the current situation, how could he not be worried? Some of his injuries were caused by external objects, which are the injuries you suffered in the dungeon. However, these injuries are not serious and will heal after a few days of rest. The doctor slowly spoke to Guchuanchi. Guchuanchi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the doctor say that the injury was not serious. But the doctor suddenly changed the subject. But the more serious thing is the damage inside his body. He must have taken some drugs with side effects, which overdrawn his body's potential and caused very serious internal injuries. And the test results were positive, which means this thing is addictive and is a banned drug. The doctor spoke to Guchuanchi seriously. What? Guchuanchi was stunned. He knew that Kwang Kuei had taken drugs that overdraft his potential, otherwise they would not have come out of the copy, but he did not expect it to be addictive. I will try my best to treat him, but when he wakes up, I will question him. Before that, you can't see him again, the doctor said seriously. This matter is very serious. Banned drugs are actually sold in schools. If the source is not found out, more students will fall into their clutches. Lao Ge, what on earth have you been doing? Coming out of the infirmary, Bai Liantao asked with a frown. Who would have thought that one of them would end up in the infirmary after just one day of absence, and that some banned drugs might be involved? Kuei and I went to level up in a level 5 dungeon, but we didn't expect a group of people to suddenly show up and rob us. They were very strong and we were no match for them. When he was about to lose the battle, Kuei took a medicine and suddenly his strength exploded. He managed to kill those people, but he himself was seriously injured. I had to carry him out on my back. I didn't know it was a banned drug. Guchuanchi slowly explained their experience to the two. They could all understand encountering robbery in a copy, even Wang Fugui had experienced it personally. But why did Kwang Ho-wai have banned drugs? He had only been in Kyoto for a few days? He had barely left the school gates. Where did he buy the illegal drugs? And the effect of this banned drug is so strong? It allowed Kwang Kuei to fight against many opponents alone and win the battle even when he was about to lose. After the three of them returned, they didn't sleep well the whole night because they were worried about Kwang Kuei's injuries. It was not until noon the next day that the three received a call from the infirmary, and Kwang Kuei woke up. Kwang Kuei has already been questioned and can be taken back. The three of them came to the infirmary, and Kwang Kuei was indeed no longer in danger, but his face was pale and bloodless. Although he is awake, you have to be careful. I have said before that the banned drugs are addictive. He will not be able to quit on his own. You should pay more attention and don't let him continue to take the drugs. Otherwise, his health will only get worse and worse, and he will eventually become a waste. The people from the security department were also in the infirmary. They had obviously just interrogated Kwang Kuei and came over to give instructions to the three people. Okay, we got it. We'll definitely keep an eye on him. Guchuanchi nodded and assured. Then he came to the bedside and looked at Kwang Kuei, who looked pale. Here come some brothers. Kwang Kuei forced a smile and said with a smile. Xiaopin, where did you get the medicine? Did you hide any more? Bai Liantao ruthlessly interrupted Kwang Kuei and questioned him. They asked this because they treated Kwang Ho-wai as a buddy, otherwise who would care about Kwang Ho-wai's life or death? Kwang Kuei put away the smile on his face. It's really gone. I didn't know it was so serious. I bought it as a normal auxiliary medicine. Kwang Kuei was also kept in the dark. He didn't know at all that the thing was a banned drug, otherwise he would have bought that kind of drug to seek death. Where did the medicine come from? Guchuanchi asked with a frown. I bought it online on the campus intranet. It should be someone from the school, but I don't know who it is. When we were doing the transaction, he specified a location. I put the money there, and he would also put his drugs there for me to take. I thought he was sincere, so I didn't worry about anything. Kwang Ho-wai explained. It seems that the other party is very secretive and hides it very deeply during the transaction. Let's not talk about anything else. You must never use this medicine again, otherwise you will be useless. Wang Fugui persuaded sincerely. Don't worry. Kwang Kuei promised solemnly. The three of them felt relieved. As for those who sell illegal drugs in school, the school will naturally investigate. This has nothing to do with them. Have a good rest, we'll go back first. The three of them looked at Kwang Kuei for a while and then went back. After all, everyone had other things to do. Wang Fugui remembered that Zhao Tianyi still owed him a magical weapon, so he immediately rushed to the alchemy department. The alchemy department is different from other classes. As the strongest auxiliary profession, the students recruited by the alchemy department are not necessarily all alchemists. There are also people from other professions with related skills. After learning the knowledge of alchemy, they can also use the tools to make pills. Therefore, there are many students in the alchemy department, but each of them is very arrogant, because no matter how powerful a professional is, he has to serve respectfully in front of an alchemist. The appeal that a master alchemist possesses is not something that ordinary people can understand. Zhao Tianyi is one of the alchemy masters. Not only is he powerful, but his alchemy ability is also second to none. All students in the Department of Alchemy regard Zhao Tianyi as their idol. Chapter 42. Alchemists also join fan clubs? Soon Wang Fugui arrived at the alchemy department classroom. He didn't know where Zhao Tianyi's office was, so he could only come here to ask. Wang Fugui's arrival immediately attracted many people's attention. Wang Fugui's unfamiliar face stands out here. "Classmate, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Zhao Tianyi," Wang Fugui said truthfully. Wang Fugui's words stunned the students present. "Zhao Tianyi? Professor Zhao? Are you sure?" The other party frowned and felt a little dissatisfied when he heard Wang Fugui calling Zhao Tianyi's name directly. "Well, I came to him to ask for something. He owes me a magical artifact," Wang Fugui said truthfully. Afraid of causing misunderstanding and unnecessary trouble. "Divine weapon? Are you kidding? If you want to cause trouble, just say it directly, there's no need to insult me." The student from the Department of Alchemy became even angrier. It was fine if he just called Professor Zhao by his name, but he even said that Professor Zhao owed him something? How could that be possible? What level of person is Zhao Tianyi? Why would he owe a student something, a divine artifact at that? That is a treasure that cannot be bought with money. I just want to know where Zhao Tianyi is." Wang Fugui was too lazy to explain, he just wanted to find Zhao Tianyi and get the resources. "Do you really think Professor Zhao owes you something? Which class are you from? Are you here to cause trouble?" Li Tianming, the more impulsive person in the alchemy department, stood up unhappily and pointed at Wang Fugui and questioned him. Li Tianming is the strongest person in the alchemy department. At the same time, Zhao Tianyi is also Li Tianming's idol. His dream is to become an alchemy master like Zhao Tianyi. His belief in Zhao Tianyi has reached a level of obsession. Now when he heard Wang Fugui's rude remarks, he immediately stood up. "Well, I really just want to find Zhao Tianyi. He really owes me something," Wang Fugui explained patiently. "You're not done yet." Li Tianming could no longer tolerate the disrespect in Wang Fugui's words towards Zhao Tianyi, and immediately rushed towards Wang Fugui. Li Tianming was very fast and arrived in front of Wang Fugui in almost a blink of an eye. Wang Fugui was confused, not knowing what he had said wrong. Why was the other party so angry? Why did a simple chat make them act like they were going to fight and be on the verge of a war? "Insulting our instructor, do you think there is no one in my alchemy department?" When Li Tianming heard Wang Fugui repeating Zhao Tianyi's name disrespectfully, he attacked Wang Fugui because he was already unhappy with him. Li Tianming raised his fist and punched Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui frowned, a golden light flashed on his body, and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to get into trouble. After all, he was Zhao Tianyi's student. If he broke something and Zhao Tianyi got angry and refused to admit it, he would suffer a great loss. "Classmate, I have no ill intentions. Please don't misunderstand me. Just tell me where Zhao Tianyi is," Wang Fugui explained to the other party while dodging. It would have been better if he didn't explain. His explanation made Li Tianming even angrier. Wang Fugui kept calling Zhao Tianyi's name, as if he was trampling on their beliefs. "Brother Tianming, teach this arrogant boy a lesson!" Others were cheering for Li Tianming behind him, but Wang Fugui had already aroused public anger. Wang Fugui was a little confused. What had he done wrong? Why did these people react so strongly? "Is this what Zhao Tianyi taught you? Why are you so unreasonable? I really have something to talk to Zhao Tianyi about." Wang Fugui was completely speechless. It was as if the other party didn't understand what he was saying. "You're looking for death?" Wang Fugui's words made Li Tianming even angrier. Brother Tianming! Beat him to death! The auxiliary professions of the alchemy system all invested auxiliary skills in Li Tianming. Li Tianming's attributes soared instantly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Wang Fugui in the blink of an eye. A ball of scorching flame rose in his palm, and he slapped Wang Fugui hard in the chest. It was obvious that Li Tianming was completely enraged and used all his strength. Then he slapped Wang Fugui hard. Wang Fugui's body was shocked suddenly. Snort. He groaned, but was not seriously injured. Wang Fugui's physical fitness is more than 5,000 points, and even a student cannot hurt him. Brother, that's enough. If you push me any further, I won't be polite to you. Although he didn't know what he had done to anger the other party, he would just take this as his apology. If the other party continued to push his luck, Wang Fugui would have to fight back. Li Tianming was shocked to see that Wang Fugui was unharmed. How is that possible? Li Tianming was a little shocked. Suddenly realized. Could it be that the other party was not a student, but a well-maintained boss? There was a gleam in Li Tianming's eyes. Wang Fugui immediately realized that the other party was using a detection skill, and he quickly equipped himself with the cursed item. Then Li Tianming felt a flash before his eyes, and Wang Fugui's attributes appeared before him. At first glance, he saw countless zeros and many numbers, but at the second glance, the properties returned to normal. The 3 dimensions are 50 points, and only the spiritual attribute is 99 points, which is not particularly high. Level 1? Then he saw Wang Fugui's level. Only level 1. How is that possible? Li Tianming was even more shocked. How could a level 1 guy take his palm strike head-on and remain unharmed? Dude, it's a bit bad to explore my information without my consent, right? Wang Fugui looked at Li Tianming unkindly and said. If he hadn't acted quickly, his strength would have been exposed. Probing other people's information without their consent is like invading their privacy, which is a very serious matter. So Wang Fugui was a little dissatisfied at this time. So what? You insulted my mentor, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Li Tianming snorted coldly and said angrily. When did I insult your mentor? Wang Fugui was a little confused. What had he done to insult his mentor? Professor Zhao is the faith of our alchemy department. You are insulting us by calling him by his first name. Li Tianming's words made Wang Fugui feel relieved immediately. I see. I thought it was something serious. Wang Fugui immediately understood why the other party was so angry. It turned out that he called Zhao Tiany's name. But even if they called you by name, so what? Calling you by name is an insult? Doesn't that mean your parents insult you every day? Wang Fugui was a little confused. Were these people too sensitive? Did the alchemist also play the fan circle trick? You're looking for death. When Li Tianming heard Wang Fugui still speaking rudely, he could no longer hold back his anger and attacked Wang Fugui in a rage, with his fist carrying scorching flames. Wang Fugui frowned. He had given in again and again, but the other party kept pressing on. So he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Wang Fugui's eyes. He took off the elf ring on his hand. The attributes were no longer suppressed and increased tenfold. Although he only took off 1 cursed item and his attribute was only 500 points, it was more than enough to deal with a student. Stop! Chapter 43, Invitation from Zhao Tianyi. But when the voice rang out, it was too late. Wang Fugui moved and easily avoided Li Tianming's attack. He struck later but was the first to arrive and punched Li Tianming in the chest. Li Tianming flew backwards instantly. Boom! Li Tianming knocked down a row of tables and chairs behind him and fell to the ground unconscious. Soon Zhao Tianyi appeared at the door, and his figure instantly appeared beside Li Tianming. Looking at the seriously injured Li Tianming, Zhao Tianyi quickly took out a pill from his arms and put it into Li Tianming's mouth. After taking the pill, Li Tianming's complexion improved significantly. Wang Fugui's heart moved. The effect of Zhao Tianyi's elixir was too strong. What's going on? Zhao Tianyi asked angrily. Then he saw Wang Fugui and was stunned. Is that you? Zhao Tianyi didn't expect it to be Wang Fugui. Well, I'm here to ask you for reimbursement. Wang Fugui nodded and said, You hit him? Zhao Tianyi pointed at Li Tianming and asked. Don't blame me. I came to you because they were the ones who started to bother me first. Wang Fugui spread his hands helplessly and explained. Zhao Tianyi sighed. He naturally knew the character of his students. They regarded him as a faith and would not allow anyone to insult him. Even calling him by his full name was a sin. He corrected it more than once, but to no avail. I have basically guessed the cause of the incident. Come with me. Zhao Tianyi didn't say much. He asked someone to take Li Tianming back to rest, and then called Wang Fugui to the office for discussion. I don't have a level 1 artifact, and I can't give it to you even if I have it. How about exchanging it for the corresponding resources? Zhao Tianyi kept his promise and gave Wang Fugui the artifact-level resources. Can. Wang Fugui didn't expect to get a magic weapon. It would be good enough if he could get resources equivalent to a magic weapon. A level 1 artifact is worth about 10 million, but you injured my student, so you have to pay for the medical expenses. I'll give you a discount 9 million. Zhao Tianyi calmly reduced Wang Fugui's resources by 10%. What kind of medical expenses cost 1 million? Wang Fugui's face was filled with black lines. He had reason to suspect that Zhao Tianyi was deliberately finding an excuse to withhold his resources. Of course the pills I made are worth 1 million. If you are not satisfied, come back to me when Li Tianming is better and we can calculate the details. Zhao Tianyi spread his hands indifferently. Satisfied. What else could Wang Fugui say? Time is sometimes more important than money. Although he lost 1 million, 9 million was not a small amount and was enough for him to use for a long time. Although being a professional is more expensive, 9 million is still a considerable fortune. I don't have 9 million in cash to give you, so I'll give you the corresponding resources instead. I heard that it's difficult for you to level up, so I prepared some elixirs for you that can improve your attributes. They are all made by me personally. Compared with similar elixirs on the market, the price is 10 times higher. From low level to high level, I have prepared all the elixirs that can increase your attributes for you. It's about enough to increase your attributes by 90 points. Take these pills. It seemed that Zhao Tianyi had already prepared the elixir for Wang Fugui. Then he took out a white plastic bag from under the desk, which contained a bag of pills. Wang Fugui's face was filled with black lines. He took the plastic bag from Zhao Tianyi speechlessly. Do you use plastic bags to pack your pills? If you don't know, you might think you are buying vegetables at the market. But the stuff inside is genuine. I want the speed attribute. Can I replace them all with speed-increasing pills? Wang Fugui looked at the plastic bag containing all kinds of pills and asked Zhao Tianyi. First of all, you have to understand that I give you things not because you need something, but because I have something. Don't give it to me. When Zhao Tian saw that Wang Fugui was still picky, he immediately became dissatisfied. Yes, of course. How could Wang Fugui refuse it? These were dozens of attribute points that he got for free. I see that your spiritual attribute is relatively high. Are you interested in joining my medicine department? Zhao Tianyi suddenly invited Wang Fugui. Ah? Wang Fugui looked confused. The alchemy department is the most popular auxiliary profession. Not only does it have requirements for the profession, but it also has great requirements for spiritual attributes. It is the most difficult department to enter in Longxia Academy. No one was interested in Wang Fugui during the interview. What did Zhao Tianyi like about him? Although you cannot level up, there are other ways to improve your attributes. Your advantage is that your spiritual attribute is very strong, with 99 points at the beginning, which is very important in alchemy. Another point is that I didn't see any specific skills of yours in all the information. The skills you showed were definitely not your professional skills. You are still hiding your strength, and your profession is also blank. Why? Zhao Tianyi was attracted by Wang Fugui's mystery. Although he had the skills to investigate, he did not find out any information about Wang Fugui at this time. Since Wang Fugui wanted to hide something, he naturally had to respect the other party's privacy. Wang Fugui was a little surprised. Although Zhao Tianyi didn't understand it very thoroughly, most of his analysis was correct. His skills and mental attributes were his advantages, but the initial attributes were not 99 points, but 9,999 points. Since you can see that I want to hide it, then don't ask me. Please don't pry into my secrets. As for coming to the medicine department, forget it. Wang Fugui politely declined. He needs to spend more time in the copy world to make money. Only with enough money can he buy skill equipment, and other things, and improve his life. Alchemy is a very popular profession. A pill can be sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Now, if I just open my mouth and let the outside world know that I want to make pills, countless people will give me money at any cost. Don't you really want to consider it? Zhao Tianyi looked at Wang Fugui with a smile. He could tell from Wang Fugui's behavior that Wang Fugui was a man who was very short of money. If he took advantage of this point, the other party would definitely be tempted. Wang Fugui's heart was moved after hearing what Zhao Tianyi said. He was indeed moved. Is it really profitable? Wang Fugui asked doubtfully. Of course, do you want to give it a try? It's just a change of class, and if you are willing to come to the alchemy department, this skill book will also be given to you. Although you are not an alchemist, you can still use the alchemy furnace to refine pills, but you need the prerequisite skills and need to control the flames. Zhao Tianyi took out a skill book from his arms and patted it in his hands, tempting Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up the moment he saw the skill book. I'm only at level 1, are you sure I can learn it? He can only learn level 1 skills now. If the skill book in Zhao Tianyi's hand is an advanced skill, it will be of no use to him. Of course, I know your situation. Zhao Tian nodded slightly. Wang Fugui was immediately moved. Okay, I promise, I'll come to the medicine department. Wang Fugui finally couldn't resist the temptation and planned to switch to the alchemy department for a skill book. When Zhao Tianyi saw this, a smile like an old fox suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. But you have to promise me one condition. Chapter 44. What combat experience do you need? What conditions? Wang Fugui looked at Zhao Tianyi with vigilance. I knew this old guy wasn't that kind. Teach those guys in the alchemy department to be more normal and stop causing trouble for me all the time. Zhao Tianyi said to Wang Fugui with some headache. What worried him the most were the students of the alchemy department, who admired him too much. This incident caused him a lot of trouble, and he couldn't correct it, nor could he watch over these guys all day long. This thought came to my mind today when I saw Wang Fugui beating Li Tianming severely. Instead of watching them all the time, it would be better to find a boy of the same age to help him watch over them. However, there are not many students of the same age who can keep an eye on these guys. After all, Li Tianming is only level 30, which makes him a genius in the combat profession. But after seeing Wang Fugui today, he saw hope. Although the last time I saw Wang Fugui, he was only level 1 and couldn't upgrade yet. But he could feel that Wang Fugui must have hidden his strength. Maybe the level he saw was not real, and the actual level might be higher. I've never taken care of a child. You should find a babysitter for this kind of thing. Wang Fugui shook his head. He doesn't want to babysit. Zhao Tianyi was speechless. I'm not asking you to watch them all the time. As long as they don't get into trouble, it's best to correct their bad habits. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't interfere with your daily life. Just like today, you can beat them when they need to. As long as no one dies, I can save you. Just let them change those bad habits. Zhao Tianyi said slowly. Oh, that's fine. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. It was okay to just let him beat someone up. It didn't require any technical skills. Okay, give it to me. I'll go to the new class and talk to Teacher Situ. Wang Fugui stretched out his hand to Zhao Tianyi and said. Then Zhao Tianyi handed the skill book in his hand to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took it and took a look. It turned out to be a first-level fire control technique. Fire control technique. Simply control the fire near the palm. A skill that couldn't be weaker. It seemed similar to the fire skill that Li Tianming had used before, but Li Tianming's should have been upgraded and strengthened. But for Wang Fugui, he is not afraid of weak skills. Anyway, any skill in his hands will be upgraded to God level. Wang Fugui learned it as an achievement to avoid Zhao Tianyi regretting it later. A ray of light flashed, and Wang Fugui gained another God-level skill. Fire Control God. Level 1 can control any fire in the world at will, including but not limited to divine fire, strange fire, etc. Sure enough, the magical skill changed after the upgrade, but the change was not big. From only being able to control ordinary fire in the palm of the hand, it has become able to control any flame at will. This is very powerful. Goodbye, Teacher Zhao. Wang Fugui waved to Zhao Tianyi, said goodbye and went to the new class. Although Zhao Tianyi could notify Situchuan with just one phone call, as Situchuan's short-term student, it was still necessary for him to come in person. It was a matter of courtesy. When he arrived at the new class, Wang Fugui did not see Situchuan, but met a classmate he had never met before. Ro Dahong. He had only heard of Lu Dahong from other people before. Lu Dahong is a rare talented student in the entire new class. Although he cannot compare with other classes, he is already up to par. Moreover, Lu Dahong is also very hardworking. He has been hanging out in dungeons for many years and has been working hard to upgrade himself. Now he is also a junior master at level 20. Fang Shijuan, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Wang Fugui, said something in Lu Dahong's ear after seeing Wang Fugui coming to the classroom. Lu Dahong frowned, stood up and walked towards Wang Fugui. Are you Wang Fugui? Lu Dahong looked at Wang Fugui unkindly and asked. Wang Fugui nodded slightly. What's up? He had no connection with Lu Dahong, but seeing how Fang Shijuan and Lu Dahong were whispering to each other just now, he knew that Lu Dahong had no good intentions in coming here. I heard you're strong. I want to challenge you. Lu Dahong spoke to Wang Fugui in a muffled voice. Not interested. Wang Fugui was wondering what was going on. He didn't have time to accept the challenge. It was a sheer waste of time. You have to accept the challenge, otherwise you'd be a coward. Lu Dahong became anxious when he saw that Wang Fugui did not play by the rules. Why would I accept a challenge? Is it to improve my strength or to make money? Why would I waste my time on something that has no benefit? It's boring. Wang Fugui is different from others. He is an egoist, and he will not do anything that has no benefit. Can't combat experience improve your strength? I heard from Fang Shijuan that you are quite strong, but you are a coward. It seems to be true. You are a coward who dares not even accept the challenge. Lu Dahong snorted coldly, showing great disdain for Wang Fugui. Hell, what's the use of combat experience? If we really fight, either I'll kill him in one move or he'll kill me in one move. As long as I'm strong enough, why do I need combat experience? Wang Fugui's profession meant that he didn't need any combat experience. When he fought, he would either be defeated in one move or be killed in one move. Wang Fugui, are you scared? If you are, just admit your mistake, acknowledge that Brother Lu is the new leader of the squad, and count out to me to apologize, and that's it. Fang Shijuan said sarcastically from the side. Wang Fugui glanced at Fang Shijuan coldly. Fang Shijuan looked at Wang Fugui without any fear. Now that he has Lu Dahong as his backer, he is not afraid even if Wang Fugui and his friends come over. I never waste my time. I still have 200,000 here, and a bag of pills worth 9 million. If you can come up with the corresponding bets, I can fight with you. Wang Fugui took out the pills and his only remaining 200,000 yuan and said calmly. Wang Fugui's action stunned everyone present. Looking at the disposable plastic bag in Wang Fugui's hand, everyone looked confused. Is that thing really a pill? No one would have thought that someone would use disposable plastic bags to pack pills. Aren't they afraid that the medicinal effects will dissipate? However, after they checked it with confusion, they found that there were indeed pills in there, and the price was definitely not less than what Wang Fugui said. What do you think? If you can't come up with that much money, then stop barking here. Wang Fugui sneered and said sarcastically. Hearing Wang Fugui's sarcasm, Fang Shijuan became angry instantly. The new class has nothing else but a lot of money. Each of them got in through connections, and their family is either rich or noble. Although the school treats them as trash, they themselves don't think so. Isn't it just 9 million? Let's gamble. I can still afford this little money. Fang Shijuan snorted coldly, and immediately accepted the bet proposed by Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's face suddenly changed. He couldn't suppress a smile of triumph on his face. Chapter 45, Haven't you eaten? The other party was fooled by Wang Fugui's simple provocation. He had to admit that Fang Shijuan was indeed a fool. Not only can he now teach a lesson to those who make him unhappy, but he can also make a lot of money. In order to watch the fun, everyone in the new class came to the school arena with excitement. The professional academy respects strength, so conflicts are inevitable. These conflicts can be resolved on the ring. After choosing to go on the ring, there will be security guards watching from the side to avoid serious consequences. Wang Fugui looked relaxed. He can deal with Lu Dahong with just one of his skills. But Lu Dahong was more serious and looked solemn. He learned from Fan Shijuan that Wang Fugui was quite powerful, so he was not careless. Fan Shijuan sneered. He had never really fought with Wang Fugui. The last time they fought, only Qindong and others had a direct fight, while Wang Fugui was always hiding. But later he figured it out. Anyone who could dodge his attacks again and again without getting hurt must be strong, but he is definitely not as strong as Lu Dahong. Is it difficult for a freshman to beat Lu Dahong? Fan Shijuan had already determined that Wang Fugui would lose. Not only could he teach Wang Fugui a lesson, but he could also get a large bag of pills as a bet. It was really the best of both worlds. Wang Fugui, I want to add another bet. After arriving at the ring, Fan Shijuan proposed to increase the bet. Wang Fugui raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. What bet? Wang Fugui asked curiously. Whoever loses has to crawl out of here. Fan Shijuan sneered and said to Wang Fugui. Boring. Wang Fugui was a little disappointed for a moment. He thought Fan Shijuan wanted to pay more money. If not, then it would be meaningless. It's not you who's fighting, what can you do about it? Wang Fugui looked at Lu Dahong and said strangely. Lu Dahong also frowned. He just wanted to fight with strong men to gain combat experience, but he didn't want to gamble on anything, let alone such a shameful bet. If you lose, crawl out. If Brother Lu loses, I'll crawl for him. Fan Shijuan believed in Lu Dahong's strength, so he didn't want to miss the opportunity to humiliate Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui smiled slightly. Isn't this a bit bad? He was so happy that his heart was blooming with joy. Fan Shijuan had really blocked his retreat completely. How happy he was now, how sad he would be in a moment. Are you scared? Fan Shijuan thought Wang Fugui was scared, and sneered sarcastically. Since you've said that, it would be inappropriate for me to not agree. Okay, everyone has heard it, so whoever loses can't deny it. Wang Fugui urged the students around him to bear witness. The students in the new class all stood on Fan Shijuan's side. The bet was proposed by Fan Shijuan, so they naturally followed suit. Don't worry, we'll be witnesses. If anyone doesn't fulfill the bet, I'll scold him to death when I get home. After getting everyone's witness, Fan Shijuan showed a proud smile on his face. It was as if he had already seen the miserable look on Wang Fugui's face when he crawled out. Teacher, we are going to the ring. Lu Dahong came up to the security guard and said. The security officer just looked at the two of them. Let me emphasize again, I am only responsible for your safety as much as possible. If anything happens, it has nothing to do with me. You will bear the responsibility yourself. The security officer gave a reminder as per the procedure. This is a sentence that needs to be said every time. Otherwise, if something really happens, they will need to take responsibility. This is also to avoid trouble. After all, safety officers are not gods. It is impossible for them to take care of everything. It is not uncommon for people to lose their lives in the ring. Clear. Lu Dahong had already memorized the rules of the competition, so he was not surprised by this. It's Wang Fugui's first time here. The arena is very large, covering an area of 100 square meters, with a length and width of 10 meters each. For students, this area is considered quite large and is enough for some people to compete with each other. Bring it on. After Lu Dahong stepped onto the stage, he signaled to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui also climbed onto the stage from the other side and stood opposite Lu Dahong. Brother Lu! Don't hold back. You must teach him a lesson. Fan Shijuan reminded Lu Dahong from below. If Lu Dahong loses due to carelessness, he will be in trouble, so it is necessary to give him a reminder. Lu Dahong nodded seriously to Fan Shijuan. This immediately made Fan Shijuan feel relieved. As long as Lu Dahong doesn't let up, he will definitely not lose. You two can start anytime you are ready. The security guard said something to the two men, then jumped up and jumped off the ring. Then Lu Dahong stared at Wang Fugui with a vigilant look, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Wang Fugui looked at Lu Dahong indifferently. If we could kill the other person so easily, wouldn't that be a bit insulting? Wang Fugui was a little hesitant. You go first. In order to make the other party's loss less embarrassing, Wang Fugui said to Lu Dahong. Lu Dahong frowned but didn't say much. The figure moved and rushed towards Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui reached out and took off the ring on his right hand. Then he stretched out his hand and a stone pillar appeared out of thin air and smashed towards the ring. Lu Dahong's expression changed. He noticed something strange in the sky and thought that Wang Fugui was going to make a move, so he quickly retreated cautiously. Then he saw a stone pillar falling next to Wang Fugui, and a golden halo continued to spread outward from the stone pillar. Wang Fugui bathed in this circle of light, and his attributes soared to more than 300. Totem? Auxiliary skill? Lu Dahong also recognized the types of skills used by Wang Fugui. You can tell at a glance that this is an auxiliary skill. But you can't defeat him by relying on auxiliary skills alone. It's all fancy. After Lu Dahong discovered that this totem posed no threat, he immediately rushed towards Wang Fugui again. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was close to Wang Fugui and punched him. Because of Fang Xiujuan's size, he did not hold back and intended to use all his strength to defeat Wang Fugui. Fang Xiujuan in the audience smiled when he saw this. This time, even if Wang Fugui doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant in front of me again, huh? Wang Fugui just stood there without moving as he looked at Lu Dahong who was attacking him. Why isn't he moving? Is he scared? I think so. How strong can a freshman be? Do you think he can compare with Boss Lu? With this punch, Wang Fugui will probably be knocked away, right? When the students in the new class saw this scene, they were all surprised that Wang Fugui was dead. This blow would probably beat Wang Fugui half to death. Lu Dahong rushed to Wang Fugui and punched him. But Wang Fugui just snorted lightly and didn't even take a step back. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Didn't you eat? I don't have any energy at all. Chapter 46 A Good Show. As soon as Wang Fugui said this, the scene became quiet instantly. Who could have thought that a freshman, who they thought could not be a match for Lu Dahong, could take Lu Dahong's punch head-on and come out unscathed? I know! It's his skill. His skill must be able to resist damage without taking any damage. Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed, as if they had guessed the truth. So that's how it is. No wonder he doesn't look injured at all. This speculation instantly conquered many people, and they all believed this person's speculation, because only this situation could explain why Wang Fugui was not injured at all. Could it be that the defense was not broken? It's not like we're facing a super boss, how is that possible? But is this life-saving skill going to be wasted like this? He doesn't even have the move to fight back. He's quite impressive, but it's not worth wasting such a powerful skill just to show off. I guess he doesn't have any other options, so he uses this skill to maintain his last bit of image. Others shook their heads in disappointment, thinking that Wang Fugui was simply wasting his skills. With this kind of skill, you can still give it a try. Although it is impossible to defeat Lu Dahong, you won't lose so badly either. Now that the trump card is gone, I have become a fish on someone else's chopping board. Wang Fugui looked speechless after listening to the discussions around him. These people have really good imaginations, they can think of all this, but the truth is, Lu Dahong really didn't break his defense. A system of more than 300 was enough for Wang Fugui to block Lu Dahong's attack. With only a few dozen points of strength, Lu Dahong couldn't even make Wang Fugui retreat a single step. Nice skills, but you shouldn't use them like this. That's what I mean by combat experience. After Lu Dahong came to his senses, he believed the speculations of his classmates, thinking that Wang Fugui used the effect of his skills to block his attack, and even took the opportunity to teach Wang Fugui a lesson. Well, as long as you are happy. Wang Fugui was speechless. He was actually speaking to him in an educational tone at this time. Now you believe in the importance of combat experience, right? If you admit your mistake, I can train with you. Lu Dahong said to Wang Fugui with a proud look on his face. Well, I told you, combat experience is really not that important. As long as you are strong enough and can kill the opponent with one punch, why do you need combat experience? Seeing that Lu Dahong was a nice guy, Wang Fugui didn't rush into action. Humph! How could there be such a strong person? There will always be opponents of equal strength. It is impossible to crush everyone. Even the strongest professional will have opponents of similar strength. They are always growing. Lu Dahong felt that Wang Fugui was a piece of rotten wood that could not be polished, and he felt very angry whenever he spoke to him. Really? Wang Fugui said helplessly. Is he going to show his true strength to the other party? That's definitely not possible. It's too high profile and will easily cause trouble. I can't explain it to you, so tell me who it is. Let me see. Lu Dahong said dissatisfiedly. Okay, then you get ready. Wang Fugui said helplessly. The battle must always end. There is no point in continuing to waste time, so it is better to end the battle as soon as possible. Lu Dahong was a little confused when he saw Wang Fugui being so serious, and before he could figure out what Wang Fugui meant. Suddenly, Wang Fugui raised his hand and slapped him slowly. He wanted to dodge, but suddenly found that his movements were very slow. Then he realized that it was not that he was slow, but that Wang Fugui was too fast. Boom! Wang Fugui slapped Lu Dahong, who instantly flew backwards, out of the ring, and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The scene fell into silence again, and everyone was stunned. He stared blankly at Wang Fugui on the stage and Lu Dahong, who was unconscious in the audience. No one can accept this result. The first person to react was the security guard, who immediately came to Lu Dahong and checked his physical condition. At the same time, he was also very frightened. He didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, he had already been knocked away by Wang Fugui. After checking it once, the security officer breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Dahong was just unconscious and did not suffer any particularly serious injuries. When Wang Fugui attacked, he deliberately avoided the vital points, and mainly used pushing. It was said to be a slap, but in fact he was just pushing Lu Dahong. But his strength was several times that of Lu Dahong, even nearly 10 times. Even pushing him made Lu Dahong uncomfortable, and he fell directly to the ground and fainted. How is this possible? Fan Shijuan couldn't believe the result. He took a step back in fear and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that the competition was over, Wang Fugui jumped off the ring. Master Fang, the results are out, give me the money. Wang Fugui stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers in front of Fan Shijuan and said. Fan Shijuan's face was stiff, and he looked at Wang Fugui with a complicated expression. But Wang Fugui could knock Lu Dahong away with one move, and could also defeat him with one move, so he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Give it to me, I'll give it to you. Fan Shijuan didn't dare to say anything and quickly took out his cell phone to transfer money to Wang Fugui. After waiting for Wang Fugui to receive the bill, he smiled. Then Master Fang, are you going to fulfill your other bet and crawl out of here? Wang Fugui was just waiting for the money to arrive in his account. He never mentioned anything about crawling out before the money arrived, for fear that Fan Shijuan would default on his debt. Fan Shijuan's face changed. He thought Wang Fugui didn't mention it and let him go, but it turned out not to be the case. Fan Shijuan's face turned pale. If he was asked to crawl out of here in front of so many people, it would probably make the headlines on the campus network and become news the next day. Wang Fugui looked at Fan Shijuan coldly from the side. Fan Shijuan was about to plead for mercy when he was stunned by the look in Wang Fugui's eyes. He instantly realized that Wang Fugui would never let him go. And if he wanted to default on his debt, Wang Fugui probably wouldn't agree. Student Wang Fugui, how about we forget it? There were people in the new class who had a good relationship with Fan Shijuan, and they stood up and tried to plead for him. Wang Fugui looked over coldly, and his icy eyes made the other person stand uncomfortably. A person's aura is linked to his strength. If Wang Fugui looked at him like this before, he would have regarded him as a joke, but now, he only felt fear, as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. How about you help him climb out? Wang Fugui's words instantly left the other party speechless, and he stopped talking. If I lose, will he let me go? Wang Fugui looked at the people around him and asked back. You should have thought about the consequences before you scheme against others, so I'll give you one more chance, whether you want to climb or not. If you don't climb, you have to consider the consequences. Wang Fugui looked at Fan Shijuan indifferently and said. Fan Shijuan's face was covered with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, gave it a try, squatted down, and slowly crawled towards the door. Although no one dared to laugh during the process due to Fan Shijuan's tyranny, this still made Fan Shijuan feel extremely humiliated. He felt like a monkey in a zoo being made fun of. After Fan Shijuan crawled out, Wang Fugui squatted down and patted Fan Shijuan's face. Thank you for the 9.2 million and the good show. Chapter 47. There is a clue. Fan Shijuan looked at Wang Fugui's leaving back with resentment on his face. But he could do nothing. With his strength, he could not beat Wang Fugui. I can't do anything to you at school, but you'd better not go out, Fan Shijuan said resentfully. Although his strength is not that great, he is rich. As long as Wang Fugui dares to leave the school, he swears that Wang Fugui will not come back alive. After leaving the ring, Wang Fugui went looking for Situchuan again, and this time found him in the office. Situchuan looked at Wang Fugui in confusion, wondering why he came to the office. Did Fan Shijuan bully you again? Situchuan thought that Fan Shijuan from the new class was causing trouble again. No. Wang Fugui shook his head and thought, he bullied me. I won't bully him. Zhao Tianyi asked me to come to you. He wants me to transfer to the medicine department. I have agreed. I came here to tell you, Wang Fugui said to Situchuan. What? Situchuan was so frightened that he spoke in dialect. You were asked to transfer to the medicine department? He wasn't sure if he had heard it wrong. Well, why don't you ask him yourself? Wang Fugui nodded. Situchuan took a breath of cold air. He looked Wang Fugui up and down with shocked eyes, wondering what was so special about Wang Fugui that Zhao Tianyi liked him so much. Could it be that Zhao Tianyi discovered something extraordinary about Wang Fugui? Was he not a waste but a genius? Situchuan became a little curious. Why did he ask you to go to the medicine department? Situchuan was a little curious. If Wang Fugui was really a genius, then he would not let him go no matter what. Let me make an elixir. He said my spiritual attribute is very high and suitable for making an elixir. Wang Fugui did not hide it. Situchuan was stunned. That's true. High spiritual attributes do have an impact on alchemy. I know, you go ahead. Situchuan did not ask any more questions, thinking that he was worrying too much. The information in the materials could not be faked. After all, it was from the Southeast War Zone. Wang Fugui had no talents in other aspects, so developing into an alchemist was indeed a good choice. It was rare for Zhao Tianyi to notice him, so he naturally wouldn't block Wang Fugui's future. Thank you, teacher. Wang Fugui finally bowed to Situchuan and formally said goodbye. After returning to Zhao Tianyi's office and explaining the situation, Zhao Tianyi personally called and asked someone to transfer Wang Fugui's academic record to the alchemy department. You are now a student of our alchemy department. From now on, you can call me mentor, Zhao Tianyi said to Wang Fugui with a smile on his face. Since you are my student, I will teach you the real skills. Now I will tell you the second step to become an alchemist, controlling fire. Zhao Tianyi spoke to Wang Fugui indifferently and started teaching on the spot. You have already learned the fire control technique I taught you, but you need to practice more. Practice makes perfect. Only when you have fully mastered the fire control technique can you start refining pills. Zhao Tianyi stretched out his hand and a ball of fire instantly burned in his palm. Try to control the fire in my hand into yours, Zhao Tianyi said to Wang Fugui. Oh. Wang Fugui nodded. He immediately used the fire control skill and suddenly felt the flame in Zhao Tianyi's hand jumping, as if it had life. Moreover, Wang Fugui had the illusion that he could communicate with fire. Wang Fugui stretched out his hand and had an idea. It's like calling your pet. The fireball in Zhao Tianyi's hand whooshed and jumped from his hand into Wang Fugui's hand. Then the flame moved flexibly between Wang Fugui's fingers, and it was easy for Wang Fugui to control it. Wang Fugui couldn't help but smile. Zhao Tianyi looked at Wang Fugui, who was skillfully controlling the flame in his hand, with a look of horror. How did you do that? Zhao Tianyi said in shock. Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? Wang Fugui looked confused. Then he suddenly remembered that he was using the divine skill of fire control, not fire control. Damn it! I forgot to install it. Oops! Wang Fugui pretended that he had lost control and burned his hand, and then the flame dissipated in his hand. Oops, I lost control, what a pity! Wang Fugui's face was full of regret. Zhao Tianyi's mouth twitched as he watched Wang Fugui's clumsy performance. Stop pretending! Zhao Tianyi couldn't help but interrupt Wang Fugui's performance. I know you have hidden your strength, and I won't tell anyone. Since you can control fire, come to class tomorrow. I will teach you how to make a basic hemostatic pill, Zhao Tianyi said with a sigh. With Wang Fugui's strength and talent, if he didn't hide his strength, there would be very few people in the younger generation who could compare with Wang Fugui. No one knows why Wang Fugui chose to hide his strength. Have you offended someone? Are you afraid that they will find you? Zhao Tianyi guessed curiously. Or is it because of your sister that you are not able to put pressure on her in terms of strength? Zhao Tianyi also knew that Wang Fugui had a genius sister. Long Yu was the top scorer of the previous year, and had also gained considerable fame during this year. Zhao Tianyi was naturally no stranger to her. Didn't you say not to ask further questions? Wang Fugui was a little dissatisfied. He agreed not to ask, so why was he asking again? Okay, I won't ask. Zhao Tianyi felt a little helpless. He was just curious. Go to bed early, and don't forget to come to class tomorrow morning. Zhao Tianyi sent Wang Fugui away. When I returned to the dormitory at night, everyone was there except Kwang Kuei. They didn't sleep well tonight. Because of Kwang Hawaii's incident, they were particularly curious about the appearance of this banned drug in the school, and they were also worried about whether Kwang Hawaii could survive. Viagra said he found the seller online. Have you tried looking for clues online? Wang Fugui had been busy all day and didn't know whether they had found out any information, so he opened his mouth and asked. Ah? Wang Fugui's words stunned the two of them. None of them had thought of looking for clues on the internet, but after Wang Fugui's reminder, they immediately remembered it. I don't think it's that easy, right? After all, if it was that easy to find, the school would probably look for clues this way. Bai Liantao felt that it was not as easy as they thought. Let's search, maybe there are some clues. The three of them opened the search box and entered keywords with a try it attitude. Search by keywords such as improve strength and explode. I checked both the external and internal networks, and found nothing suspicious. It seems that it is really not that easy to find. Let's go ask Wei Gu tomorrow to see where he found it. Bai Liantao said disappointedly. Wang Fugui nodded. This thing cannot be rushed. The key is to wait for the right time. The next morning, Wang Fugui was awakened by Bai Liantao's screams. Shit! There's a clue! Chapter 48. First time refining pills. Bai Liantao took out his mobile phone and showed it to the two men. On it was a text message, which was sent from a virtual number, but the content was related to banned drugs. Do you need any medicine? We have all kinds of medicines, with excellent effects and no side effects. Details plus. The bad smell coming towards me was obviously not from a legitimate medicine seller. Please try to contact me. I have to go to a class. Please notify me if you have any news. Wang Fugui still has to attend Zhao Tianyi's class today, so he can only let Bai Liantao and Gu Chuanqi contact each other. Good. Gu Chuanqi and the others really had nothing serious to worry about, so he nodded. Afterwards, Wang Fugui came to the alchemy department. Wang Fugui's arrival surprised all the students in the department of alchemy. Wang Fugui had just beaten Li Tianming yesterday, so they were naturally familiar with Wang Fugui. What are you doing here again? Li Tianming stood up unhappily and questioned Wang Fugui. Zhao Tianyi's medicine was really amazing. In just one day, Li Tianming recovered and was full of life again. None of your business. Wang Fugui still remembered the task Zhao Tianyi assigned to him, so he had no intention of getting along well with the students of the alchemy department, otherwise he would be embarrassed to take action. Li Tianming's face turned pale when Wang Fugui said something to him. Just when he was about to go up and argue with Wang Fugui, Zhao Tianyi arrived. Li Tianming immediately calmed down. Wang Fugui found an empty seat and sat down. Then I found that there was a small alchemy furnace under the table in each position. Today I will introduce you to a new classmate. I believe you all know him. He is Wang Fugui. From now on, he will be your class monitor. Zhao Tianyi introduced Wang Fugui briefly and even promoted him to squad leader. This made Li Tianming, who was the class monitor, stunned. Why? Even Li Tianming, who had always admired Zhao Tianyi, couldn't help but raise questions. No reason, let's start the class. Today we will talk about the refining of elementary hemostatic pills. Zhao Tianyi started teaching without any explanation. The students below did not raise any more questions. They respected Zhao Tianyi too much. They believed that there were reasons for any decision. Zhao Tianyi explained the method of refining the primary hemostatic pill and the details to pay attention to on the podium, and then asked them to try to refine it themselves. Take out the alchemy furnace below you. There are the materials needed for the primary hemostatic pill next to it. Start refining. Each person only has one chance. If you don't understand anything now, you can ask questions. Don't disturb other students. Zhao Tianyi said to everyone indifferently. Then Wang Fugui took out the alchemy furnace below, and there was indeed a piece of material behind the furnace. Following the steps described by Zhao Tianyi, Wang Fugui began to prepare to refine the elixir. This was his first time refining the elixir, and he didn't know what the result would be. When other students didn't understand something, they asked Zhao Tianyi for help. Even Li Tianming consulted Zhao Tianyi many times on the details before he dared to start refining. Seeing that Wang Fugui was about to start refining the elixir, a sneer appeared on his face. Have you ever refined an elixir? Details determine success or failure. If you start the furnace rashly, you will only end up with a pot of dregs. Li Tianming knew at first glance that Wang Fugui was a novice and even got the order of refining the medicine wrong. As a newbie, you are not serious and I don't know why the instructor accepted you. Li Tianming made some sarcastic remarks towards Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui ignored him. He suddenly found that refining elixirs was quite fun. Controlling the flame with the palm of his hand, each kind of medicinal material is refined into the essence of medicine, and finally fused together to make a pill. This magical chemical change is like an experiment. Seeing that Wang Fugui ignored him, Li Tianming returned to his seat and started refining the elixir. A ball of flame burned in his hand, and he refined various medicinal materials with his bare hands, forming the essence of various medicines. Li Tianming's profession is a pharmacist. He does not need the assistance of props at all and can directly refine medicine. He even has the skill of making pills, which can increase the success rate of making pills by 30%, basically reaching 100% success rate. Li Tianming unexpectedly came from behind and surpassed Wang Fugui to finish refining the medicinal materials first. Become! Then Li Tianming shouted loudly and waved his hand. The essence of the medicine quickly merged together, and quickly condensed into a pill in his palm. With the skill of making pills, his efficiency in making pills is very fast. A round red pill appeared in Li Tianming's hand. Oh my god! Senior brother Tianming succeeded in refining it so quickly. As expected of a senior brother, a genius who is expected to catch up with our mentor, really amazing. Compared to senior brother Tianming, the newcomer Wang Fugui is too weak. At best, he can only fight a little bit, but his talent in alchemy is not as good as senior brother Tianming's. As Li Tianming succeeded in refining the product, many compliments came from the side. A smile appeared on Li Tianming's lips. He had never been afraid of anyone in terms of alchemy talent. The only person he admired was Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi sighed when he saw Li Tianming's smug look. Li Tianming has good talent, but he is overambitious and lacks the ability to achieve his goals. With his current abilities, he should be humble and focus more on alchemy, but he likes to compare himself with others. Then Zhao Tianyi looked at Wang Fugui again. It was discovered that Wang Fugui was not affected by the outside sounds at all, and had been paying close attention to the alchemy furnace in front of him. The medicinal materials were gradually refined into essences under the flame in his hands, and it was time for the final fusion. Wang Fugui controlled the essence of the medicine in the flame to merge together, but then a violent reaction began to occur in the alchemy furnace. The furnace began to vibrate as if it was about to explode. Oh, even low-level elixirs can blow up the furnace, how funny! Li Tianming laughed when he saw Wang Fugui's alchemy furnace react so violently. Zhao Tianyi frowned. Don't affect others. He found that Wang Fugui had reached a critical moment, and was not about to blow up the furnace. Wang Fugui didn't know what was going on, but the flame in the furnace told him that he had to increase the output of firepower. Without any hesitation, he increased the fire in the furnace. Half-meter-long columns of fire suddenly spurted out of the 4 fire holes of the small alchemy furnace. The furnace turned red under the terrifying high temperature, as if it was about to melt. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they ran away, fearing that they would be affected by the furnace explosion. Li Tianming even showed a mocking expression, but because he was scolded by Zhao Tianyi once, he did not say anything this time. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and the alchemy furnace did not explode, but a thick white smoke rose from the furnace. Just be thankful that the furnace didn't explode. I guess there's only a pile of medicine residue left inside. Li Tianming sneered. Wang Fugui's refining has been completed, and his words now will not affect anyone. It smells so good. The classmates around Wang Fugui suddenly sniffed, and immediately smelled a strong scent of medicine. Such a strong medicinal aroma, doesn't it look like a failure? The medicinal aroma is rich and refreshing, which is a sign of successful refining. Some students found something wrong. This situation did not look like a refining failure. Li Tianming's face changed after smelling the medicinal fragrance. Impossible! How could Wang Fugui succeed in refining it with his crude refining techniques? Chapter 49. My aunt persuaded me to back out. Wang Fugui tapped the alchemy furnace lightly, and the lid flew up instantly, exposing the elixir inside to everyone. Zhao Tianyi rushed over hurriedly and checked the pills in Wang Fugui's furnace with some excitement. There were 3 round, red pills in the alchemy furnace. The pill is seamlessly integrated, emitting a faint mist. 1 medicinal material, 3 pills. Even Zhao Tianyi was surprised. Is this your first time making an elixir? Zhao Tianyi asked Wang Fugui with excitement. Wang Fugui nodded. It was indeed his first time to make elixirs, but he had an excellent memory. He memorized all the steps that Zhao Tianyi said word for word. He was also able to sense the flames and could make adjustments at any time through the reaction of the flames in the furnace. Therefore, when the elixir came out of the furnace, it was almost perfect. After getting Wang Fugui's affirmative answer, Zhao Tianyi was so excited that he could no longer contain the joy on his face. Okay, great! I didn't expect that Wang Fugui had such a terrifying talent in alchemy. A high pill yield doesn't mean good efficacy. Mine is of top quality and has outstanding efficacy. It's not comparable to ordinary hemostatic pills. So what if I have 3? Li Tianming expressed his dissatisfaction. Seeing how nice Zhao Tianyi was to Wang Fugui, he felt a little jealous. Would you like to have a competition? I also want to see how effective our new squad leader's first batch of pills is. A girl walked out from the crowd and said lightly. This person is called Yishuring, and she is the class beauty of the alchemy department. Although she cannot be compared with Su Yutong and Long Yu, she is considered outstanding in the alchemy department that plays with fire all day long. Li Tianming had a good impression of Yishuring for a long time, and seeing this he also wanted to show it off in front of Yishuring. Yes, if you can, come and compete, Li Tianming said to Wang Fugui in dissatisfaction. Wang Fugui spread his hands indifferently. How can we compete? No one is injured. Wang Fugui said helplessly. You can't hurt someone just for the sake of the competition, right? I'll do it. Yishuring raised her hand, took out a small knife from behind, and immediately cut a bloody wound on her hand with the sharp blade. This move shocked everyone. Nonsense! Even Zhao Tianyi couldn't bear it anymore. However, Yishuring's face did not show any pain. Instead, it was slightly flushed and looked comfortable. It's okay, the instructor is here, nothing will happen. Yishuring didn't care. Who will go first? Yishuring glanced at Wang Fugui and Li Tianming and asked. I'll do it. Li Tianming couldn't bear to see Yishuring continue to bleed, so he hurriedly handed the hemostatic pill he had just made to Yishuring. Yishuring took the hemostatic pill from Li Tianming's hand and put it directly into her mouth. The bleeding from the wound on her hand quickly stopped. He wiped the blood off his hands. Although the wound was still there, the bleeding had stopped. So strong! It stops the bleeding so quickly. It is worthy of being produced by senior brother Tianming. It is definitely a good product among good products. I want to buy a few for backup. I wonder if senior brother Tianming has any extra ones. These are top-grade elixirs that can save lives in dungeons. Hearing the praise from people around him, Li Tianming showed a proud look on his face. The pills he refined were definitely of high quality in terms of their effects. Pills produced by some large companies might not be as effective as his. Student Wang Fugui, it's your turn. He Shireen cut her other hand with the knife again, and blood flowed out again. I don't know if it was Wang Fugui's illusion. He always felt very happy every time he Shireen cut his hand. Don't you need to rest for a while? Will the effects of his medicine conflict with mine? Wang Fugui said with some doubt. Is it really okay to take 2 pills in such a short period of time? It doesn't matter. My physique is special and it doesn't matter. Hishuring's physique is different from that of ordinary people. She can quickly exert the effect of elixirs, and there will be no conflict when taking different elixirs in a short period of time. Seeing that Hishuring said there was no problem, Wang Fugui handed the pill to her with confidence. This time, Hishuring did not take it with her hands, but opened her cherry mouth and let Wang Fugui feed her personally. My hands are injured. It's inconvenient. Sorry to bother you. What Hishuring said made sense. It was indeed inconvenient for her to take the pill from Wang Fugui when both her hands were injured. Wang Fugui had no choice but to put the hemostatic pill directly into Hishuring's mouth. When he let go, Wang Fugui felt something soft on his fingers, and Hishuring actually licked the tips of Wang Fugui's fingers. This made Wang Fugui tremble suddenly. Although he is no longer a virgin, he has little contact with strange women and always feels that Hishuring is seducing him. Li Tianming was so angry that he gritted his teeth when he saw Wang Fugui feeding Hishuring the elixir with his own hands, but he couldn't do anything. It was Hishuring who made the request, so he couldn't blame Hishuring, right? After Hishuring swallowed the pill, the wound on her hand stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the effect is comparable to Li Tianming's. So strong! It looks like the effect of Li Tianming's medicine is no different. Who wins this? I don't know. The efficacy of the medicine should be equal, but Wang Fugui. The classmates around him immediately started talking about it. After all, Wang Fugui had refined 3 pills. Although the efficacy was the same, Wang Fugui had won in terms of quantity. Li Tianming gritted his teeth, his face full of reluctance. He could not accept the result of losing to Wang Fugui. The drugs have the same efficacy, so we are at best tied. Li Tianming refused to admit that he had lost. Although it was a bit shameless, no one objected because they were indeed comparing the efficacy of the medicine. No, it should be Wang Fugui who won. But Hishuring suddenly spoke with a red face. Why? The effect is almost the same. Some people looked at Hishuring curiously. In the eyes of others, there is basically no difference in the efficacy of the 2 drugs, but as the person involved, Hishuring naturally has a say. Hishuring blushed and bit her lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. My end has stopped. Hishuring finally said it, but it shocked everyone present. Even Zhao Tian was stunned when he heard it. Then he sighed and shook his head. I am still old and can't understand young people. Zhao Tianyi just felt that young people nowadays were too open-minded and didn't want to stay here any longer, so he left quietly. The classmates around looked at Hishuring in shock. Auntie has persuaded you to quit? This is so damn strong. Is there any stronger hemostatic effect than this? I thought of many adjectives, but I didn't expect it would be my aunt is gone. After the classmates around were surprised, they all started joking. Hishuring didn't mind at all and let the classmates around her laugh and talk. Li Tianming was a little confused. What? That's impossible. That doesn't mean anything. He still couldn't accept the result of losing to Wang Fugui. Brother Tianming, if you lose, then you lose. No matter how effective your hemostatic pill is, it can't be stronger than the magic pill that can stop my aunt from taking it. Chapter 50 Transactions. Although Li Tianming was unwilling to accept it, that was the fact and he had no choice but to accept it. Losing was losing, and it was a very clean loss. Monitor, are you free this afternoon? Thank you for driving my end away from me. I would like to treat you to ice cream to express my gratitude. He Shuring came to Wang Fugui in the face of Li Tianming's disappointed eyes and made an invitation to him. Wang Fugui was stunned. I immediately understood what He Shuring meant. My end is gone, I can eat cold food, fuck. Who is Wang Fugui? He is a young man of high quality who keeps himself clean. Just when he was about to agree, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Bai Liantao calling. Fugui, the person has made an appointment. The transaction will be in the afternoon. Bai Liantao has already reached a deal with the person who sells banned drugs and is ready to take action in the afternoon. New. Wang Fugui hung up the phone in disappointment. Sorry, I have something else to do this afternoon. He could only ruthlessly reject He Shuring. Between brothers and women, he chose brothers. He Shuring showed a look of disappointment on her face. Then he pulled Wang Fugui's arm and wrote a string of numbers on it with his bloody fingers. This is my phone number, call me when you have time. He Shuring said to Wang Fugui with a smile. This scene really made the classmates around them envious, especially Li Tianming. He looked at Wang Fugui with gritted teeth. He had been pursuing He Shuring for so long, and He Shuring was sometimes hot and sometimes cold towards him, but why was she so nice to Wang Fugui, who had just arrived? Was it because Wang Fugui was handsome? This made him jealous. What are you looking at? Do you still want to be beaten? Wang Fugui said unhappily when he saw Li Tianming's resentful eyes. He did not forget the task Zhao Tianyi assigned to him. Li Tianming gritted his teeth in anger. Just you wait. Li Tianming said something harsh and walked away. He knew that he was no match for Wang Fugui, so he had to make full preparations before fighting Wang Fugui. As an alchemist, the most powerful thing is naturally to take drugs. If he can't beat Wang Fugui normally, then just take drugs. After he prepares the elixir, he will get back at him and let them see who is worthy of being the squad leader. Wang Fugui spread his hands helplessly, left the alchemy department, and returned to the dormitory. In the past 2 days, Wang Fugui digested the pills he got from Zhao Tianyi in batches, and his overall attributes were improved by 90 points. The speed increased by 34 points, the strength increased by 28 points, and the physique increased by 28 points. The overall attributes became like this. Name Wang Fugui. Occupation God. Level 1 74715/999999999. Strength 38 plus 10. Speed 52 plus 2. Physique 38 plus 10. Spirit 9,999. Points 95. Equipment: snow boots, dragon scale gauntlets. Divine Envoy Chendong Hanbingwe. Skill: Divine Link level 1. God level Enlightenment level 1. Rainbow Penetrating the Sun God level 1. Fire Control God level 1. God skills: Divine Blessing God level 1. Holy Light Grasp God level 1. Divine Power Totem God level 1. Frozen Thousand Miles God level 1. Ice Realm God level 1. Now, even if Wang Fugui doesn't use any skills, he has a certain level of combat power, and is no longer a weakling who can't even lift a finger. However, the pills Zhao Tianyi gave him basically included all the low-level pills that increased attributes. If Wang Fugui wanted to improve his attributes in the future, he would have to spend more money to buy high-level pills, or refine them himself. Because high-level elixirs are not that easy to buy, you can only try your luck. When he returned to the dormitory, Bai Liantao and Gu Chuanqi were waiting for Wang Fugui. How about it? Wang Fugui asked the two of them. It's done. After we told him what we wanted, he took the initiative to sell us pills. He praised the effects of his pills to the sky, saying that they were some new type of pills that Danshin Group had not yet launched on the market. The effect was powerful, but there was no certificate, so he could only sell it secretly. The effect was guaranteed, and he also sent us a video. Bai Liantao said to Wang Fugui. Then he took out his mobile phone and played the videos sent by the other party to Wang Fugui. The video shows a warrior who is about to die. He is fighting a powerful dragon-shaped monster. The battle is very intense. The warrior is at a disadvantage and may be defeated at any time. The video looks like it was filmed secretly, and the camera is shaky. When the warrior felt that he was no match for his opponent, he took out a pill from his arms. At this time, the person filming enlarged the picture and gave a close-up of the pill. It was a pitch-black pill with inexplicable patterns on it. After taking the elixir, the warrior instantly burst out, as powerful as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He completely changed his previous weakness and killed the dragon-shaped creature on the opposite side easily. The video then ends here. The video does not show the fighter's final outcome. But the picture is so real that there is no possibility of fakery. But the outcome for the warriors is not expected to be good. I've seen the pills here, they are exactly the same as the ones Kwang Kuei took, Guchuanchi said to Wang Fugui. Then it can be confirmed that Kwang Kuei got the elixir from the other party. Wang Fugui nodded. Did he say where the transaction took place? Wang Fugui asked Bai Liantao. No, he said he would tell us when the time comes. He just asked us to prepare the money. Since it's our first transaction, we can buy one get one free. He gave us one pill to try out the effect, Bai Liantao said to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui just nodded slightly, and now he could only wait for news from the other party. After lunch, Bai Liantao finally received the message from the other party. What do you mean? Wang Fugui and Guchuanchi couldn't wait to ask Bai Liantao. The other party said to put the money in the second trash can in the playground, Bai Liantao said to Wang Fugui. Walk. After receiving the message, the three of them went directly to the playground. Fatty, go put the money down and see what he says. Wang Fugui and Guchuanchi did not intend to show up. Sometimes you can do more by hiding in the dark. Bai Liantao nodded, put the prepared money into the second trash can, and then sent a message to the other party. After a while, the other party replied. It's under the third tree at the end of the right runway. The other party just gave Bai Liantao a position to lure him away. Bai Liantao knew that Wang Fugui and Guchuanchi were still here, so he was not worried and immediately went to the place they mentioned. Lao Ge, you should also go and look after Fatty, to make sure nothing unexpected happens. Wang Fugui was worried about the fat man being alone, so he asked Guchuanchi to follow him and let him take care of the place. Guchuanchi nodded and left the playground. Only Wang Fugui was left waiting here. Wang Fugui kept staring at the trash can. He knew that the other party would definitely find a way to take the money. A few minutes later, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask appeared in the playground. The appearance of this person immediately attracted Wang Fugui's attention. Chapter 51: The Horrifying Effects of Banned Drugs. The hooded man looked around and made sure that there was no one around. He bent down and rummaged through the trash can. He then found the wallet that Bai Liantao had put down, picked it up, put it in his arms, and left. Wang Fugui followed quietly. In order not to alert the enemy, Wang Fugui planned to follow him to see where the other party was going and whether there were other people behind him. The hooded man walked around the school and went straight into the woods behind the dormitory. Perhaps to be alert, Wang Fugui looked back many times along the way and was almost exposed. Fortunately, Wang Fugui managed to escape the other party's sight safely until he reached the back of the dormitory. The hooded man came to the woods behind the dormitory and found a set of clothes. He was planning to return the clothes. The hood on his body was probably used to hide his identity, and he changed it here to avoid being discovered. Wang Fugui was watching in the dark, and when he was about to see the other person's face, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I don't know which jerk called him. Wang Fugui was almost so angry that he cursed. When the hooded man heard the noise, he was startled and stopped changing his clothes. After realizing someone was following him, he quickly ran deeper into the woods. Wang Fugui knew he was exposed, so he no longer hid and quickly chased after him. While chasing, he took out his cell phone and found that it was Bai Liantao calling. Why the hell are you calling at this time? While Wang Fugui was chasing the hooded man, he was cursing at Bai Liantao on the other end of the phone. What's wrong? I just wanted to tell you that there's no one here and we didn't notice anything. Bai Liantao didn't know why Wang Fugui was so angry. He just wanted to tell Wang Fugui that everything was normal here. Got it, I'm chasing someone. When Wang Fugui learned that he was exposed because of such a small matter, he was immediately furious. After hanging up the phone, he found that the other party was running faster and faster, and his speed attribute was higher than his. Divine blessings. Wang Fugui no longer hides his abilities and directly uses the blessing skill to improve his attributes. Wang Fugui's attributes soar instantly. In an instant, the distance between them was shortened. The hooded man who was fleeing in front was startled when he saw Wang Fugui chasing him. Then he saw that Wang Fugui was alone and there was no one else around, so he stopped immediately and confronted Wang Fugui. "Who are you?" The hooded man questioned Wang Fugui. "Who are you? Who asked you to sell the banned drugs? Do you know what they are?" Wang Fugui sneered. He should be the one questioning. "This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. It may cause you trouble." The hooded man was not afraid of Wang Fugui at all. Instead, he warned Wang Fugui not to meddle in other people's business. Wang Fugui frowned slightly. The other party was so confident. Did he have some backing? No matter what, let's catch the other party first. Wang Fugui moved and rushed towards the other party in an instant. He was so fast that he didn't give the hooded man any time to react. A palm slapped the hooded man on the chest, and Wang Fugui immediately felt his hand go soft. "Fuck! A woman!" He always thought it was a boy, but who knew it was actually a girl? The hooded woman was slapped on the chest by Wang Fugui. Because of the shock absorption, the damage she suffered was reduced a lot, but it was enough to make her fly backwards instantly and spit out blood. "You! Who the hell are you?" The hooded woman didn't expect Wang Fugui to be so strong. The blow left her seriously injured and she fell to the ground, unable to get up. Wang Fugui recalled the softness of his hand and, to be honest, it was a bit flat. "Tell me, where did the medicine you sell come from? What exactly is it?" Wang Fugui didn't believe that a student could get such banned drugs. There must be a mature supplier behind him. You'd better not know that you can't beat them." The hooded woman also felt that she was about to fail, and said in a cold voice. "You don't have to worry about that. Tell me and I will find someone to deal with him," Wang Fugui said lightly. As long as he knew who provided the banned drugs, Wang Fugui would naturally call the police. Only when he took too many drugs would he go fight the other party alone. "Oh!" the hooded woman sneered. "It's no use telling you, you can't do anything to them." The hooded woman is like a riddle man, she just doesn't get to the point. "You talk too much nonsense. If you don't say anything else, I will kill you completely, okay?" Wang Fugui really couldn't stand the other party's dilatory character, so he said threateningly. The hooded woman was stunned. "Since you want to die, then it's up to you. The one who provided me with the elixir is Dancing Group. If you have the guts, go find them." The hooded woman might have been really frightened by Wang Fugui's words, and immediately revealed the power behind it. Dancing Group? Wang Fugui was naturally familiar with Dancing Group. It was the leading enterprise in Longxia and the best in the medicine manufacturing industry. They had footprints in cities big and small. It is indeed a behemoth. "Are you scared? I told you, this is not something you can handle." Seeing Wang Fugui stunned, the hooded woman sneered. "Who knows if you lied to me? Do I believe everything you say? Forget it, I'll just hand you over to the security department." Wang Fugui shook his head and decided to hand the other party over to the security department. The hooded woman panicked when she heard that Wang Fugui was going to hand her over to the security department. "Don't! I've told you everything you asked, can't you just let me go?" She was a little scared. If she was sent to the security department, she would basically be unable to avoid imprisonment. "Let you go? Who will let those people who were harmed by the banned drugs you bought go?" It was impossible for Wang Fugui to let the other party go. Although the other party was not the root of the trouble, because of the banned drugs she sold, Quan Kuei is still in the hospital and may even become addicted to drugs. How could Wang Fugui let her go? Seeing this, the hooded woman gritted her teeth and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. But when she saw Wang Fugui walking towards her, she immediately made up her mind, and quickly threw a black pill into her mouth. Wang Fugui naturally knew what kind of elixir the other party was taking. This was the kind of elixir the other party was selling. He had the power to stop it, but he didn't. Anyway, no matter what, the other party can't beat him, so let her try how terrible his medicine is. After the hooded woman took the banned drug, terrifying energy suddenly surged in her body, and she felt like she was about to explode. The body, which had been injured and unable to move, regained consciousness at this time. But it was not that her injuries were healed, but that the banned drugs allowed her to ignore the injuries, overdraw her body's potential, and achieve the effect of explosive growth. Ha! The hooded woman yelled, her voice so piercing that the fallen leaves around her were blown up. A terrifying aura emanated from the hooded woman. At this moment, she was like a bucket about to explode and urgently needed to vent the energy in her body. She even lost her mind, and Wang Fugui just happened to be her target. The hooded woman stamped her feet hard. Boom! A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the hooded woman rushed towards Wang Fugui quickly. Chapter 52, Doping Incident Solved. But Wang Fugui was faster. In his eyes, the other party was like a child, slow and weak. Although the hooded woman temporarily lost her mind, she did not forget to use her skills. Using his palm as a knife, a sharp blade energy condensed on his palm and chopped towards Wang Fugui's head. Suddenly, a knife-shaped airflow several meters long attacked Wang Fugui's head from top to bottom. Wang Fugui glanced indifferently at the knife shadow above his head, and slightly turned sideways. The knife shadow struck the ground close to his body without touching any of Wang Fugui's clothes. Then Wang Fugui flashed and appeared in front of the opponent, hitting him with another punch. The hooded woman flew backwards again, breaking many thick trees. Before the hooded woman's flying figure stopped, Wang Fugui caught up with her again, appeared above her body, and stomped on her hard. Boom! The figure of the hooded woman fell from the sky and slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After Wang Fugui fell down, he looked indifferently at the hooded woman in the dust. At this time, the hooded woman was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and it was obvious that she was breathing out more than breathing in, and her chest was deeply sunken. From A+A. When Wang Fugui saw that the other party was about to die, he suddenly panicked. Shit! I didn't control my strength and it got out of hand! Wang Fugui hurriedly came to the other person, and in order to save the other person's life, he quickly took out the hemostatic pill he had made and stuffed it into the other person's mouth. But the other party was in such a state that he couldn't swallow at all. Wang Fugui swallowed his saliva, looking at the hooded woman with blood coming out of all her orifices. He couldn't bring himself to eat. I'm sorry! Wang Fugui apologized to the other party apologetically. Then he pinched the other person's mouth, and used his fingers to force the pill into the other person's throat. After the pill entered the other person's throat, he finally swallowed the hemostatic pill instinctively. After taking the hemostatic pill, the hooded woman's wounds stopped bleeding quickly. Although the situation was still not optimistic, at least she would not die from bleeding in the short term. Then Wang Fugui grabbed the hooded woman by the collar and carried her towards the security department. Although it was getting dark, there were still many students active on campus. Everyone looked at Wang Fugui in surprise as they saw him carrying a woman covered in blood. What kind of ruthless person is this? Beating someone up like this in school? The students passing by couldn't believe it. The school is under the supervision of the security department. Who dares to do such a cruel thing in school? Don't talk nonsense. What if he just came out of a dungeon? Maybe the person he's holding is his teammate. You're holding your teammate in your hands like a chicken? After hearing what that person said, the person next to him said speechlessly. This left everyone around speechless. This didn't seem like the way to lead teammates. After looking at the direction Wang Fugui was walking, they were surprised to find that it was the direction to the security department. Take him to the security department? So crazy? Is this person a bad guy? Is he going to send her to the security department for processing? The classmates around him speculated. Some curious people followed Wang Fugui directly, wanting to see what was going on. Soon Wang Fugui brought his men to the security department. When the security guard from the security department saw Wang Fugui carrying a bloody man over, he immediately looked alert. What are you doing? The security guard immediately became alert. I'm sending you gifts. This guy is the one who sold illegal drugs in school recently. I caught him. Wang Fugui threw the hooded girl on the floor of the security office and said lightly. The security guard from the security department was stunned, then checked the hooded woman's condition and searched her body. As expected, he found a lot of banned drugs on the hooded woman. The security guard from the security department's face suddenly changed. Seeing many curious students lying outside the window, he hurried over to close the doors and windows. What are you looking at? Go back if you have nothing to do! The security guard scolded the students who were surrounding the security office. Then close the doors and windows and come back. However, they couldn't just believe Wang Fugui's one-sided statement. Wait here for a while. The security guard asked Wang Fugui to wait here while they went to inform the boss. After a while, an old security guard came over surrounded by many young security guards. Hey boy, we meet again. The old security guard was stunned when he saw Wang Fugui, and then spoke enthusiastically. Wang Fugui was also stunned, then he looked at the other person carefully, and found that he did look familiar. It's you! Wang Fugui quickly remembered that this old man was the gatekeeper when he first arrived in Longxia. What's going on? I heard you caught someone selling illegal drugs? The security guard sat on the chair, leisurely picked up the thermos cup and took a sip of tea, then asked Wang Fugui indifferently. Wang Fugui looked at the other person speechlessly. It turns out that the other person is not deaf. Doesn't that mean I was deliberately playing a trick on him last time? Well, this guy sold drugs to my roommate before, and my roommate took the drugs without knowing it. My roommate is still in the hospital now. We found her based on the clues, and she tried to resist, so I beat her up like this. Wang Fugui explained to the other party. Why don't you guys save her? I'm afraid she's dead, and there's no evidence. What should I do? Seeing that the security guard didn't seem to want to ask about the hooded woman, Wang Fugui said with some concern. He was not worried about the hooded woman's life, but he was worried that if the hooded woman died, it would bring him trouble. It's okay. We have already investigated the matter and were preparing to close the net, but you got there first. You have done a good job. I will report it to my superiors and try to reward you with some points. The security guard waved his hand and said nonchalantly. There is one more thing. I learned from this woman that the organization that provided her with banned drugs. Wang Fugui was planning to tell the other party about the dancing group, but he was interrupted by the old man before he could finish his words. This has nothing to do with you, don't ask any more questions, go back. The old security guard sent the guest away directly without letting Wang Fugui continue speaking. Wang Fugui was invited out of the security department by the security guard with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Fugui was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Do they already know about the dancing group, or do they just cannot afford to offend the dancing group? Wang Fugui shook his head and put the matter aside. The matter has been resolved. Once Quan Koei gets better, everything will be over. As long as he doesn't act wildly in school, Wang Fugui doesn't care where these banned drugs come from. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Fugui told Bai Liantao and the others everything that had happened. After hearing this, the two sighed and regretted not going with Wang Fugui. What should I do with this thing? Bai Liantao took out the two banned drugs and asked Wang Fugui. Throw it away, it's not a good thing. Remember to throw it far away so that no one can pick it up. Wang Fugui said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fugui's phone rang again. This immediately left Wang Fugui speechless. Why has he been so busy every day since he got a mobile phone? Wang Fugui was stunned when he saw the person calling. It turned out to be Lian Mo who sold him the dragon scale gauntlet. Are you free tomorrow? I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 53, Taking a Bodyguard Job. Wang Fugui didn't expect Lian Mo to contact him on her own initiative. The two met by chance, and he didn't know why Lian Mo suddenly wanted to see him. What? Wang Fugui asked curiously to the other side. I have something I would like to ask you for help for a fee, Lian Mo said calmly. When Wang Fugui heard that there was money to be made, he immediately stopped resisting. Judging from Lian Mo's generous behavior last time, the money should be quite a lot. Excuse me, how much is it? Wang Fugui still asked to be sure, it is safer. 10 times the last time is not difficult for you. Lian Mo's words stunned Wang Fugui. This woman was really generous. 500,000 directly? The dragon scale gauntlets he bought from Liamo last time only cost 500,000. Well, I'm not asking for money, it's mainly because we have a good relationship. What time will it be tomorrow and where should I go to meet you? Wang Fugui coughed dryly and asked Liamo seriously. Liamo didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, she quickly sent him a location, which was an apartment. The next morning, Wang Fugui rushed over according to the address sent by Liamo. After getting downstairs, I sent a message to Liamo, and soon Liamo came down from upstairs, wrapped tightly like last time. Do you dress like this every day? Wang Fugui looked at Liamo, who was wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses like last time, and said with a strange expression. The sun is too strong and I'm worried about getting a tan. Liamo explained casually. Wang Fugui looked at the sun covered by dark clouds in the sky, shook his head, and did not argue with Liamo about it. What is it? Wang Fugui started talking about business. It's nothing serious, I just want you to go somewhere with me to keep me safe. Liamo said calmly. Ah? Wang Fugui didn't expect that he would be asked to work as a bodyguard. However, it is completely understandable that the strength he demonstrated last time made Liamo think of asking him to be a bodyguard. Where? Is it dangerous? Wang Fugui still had to ask Liamo clearly where he was going. If it was some dangerous place, he would not go there even if he couldn't make any money. It's just a level 1 dungeon, no threat. Liamo said with a smile. Wang Fugui looked at Liamo with suspicion. Level 1 copy? He didn't quite believe what Liamo said. Why would he need someone to protect him in a level 1 dungeon? That didn't make sense. Really? If you don't believe me, just follow me. If this isn't a level 1 instance, you can just turn around and leave. Liamo made a solemn promise to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui followed Liamo to the outside of Kyoto with a suspicious look. This is no longer a safe area. There are many wild monsters outside the city, of various levels. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a boss of dozens of levels. You're not going to sell me out, are you? Where are we going? Wang Fugui suddenly hesitated. Although he was very strong now, he was still afraid of a setback. We'll be there soon. Look, it's just ahead. Liamo pointed to the woods ahead and said to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui squinted his eyes and looked over. In the gloomy woods, he could indeed vaguely see a pitch-black entrance to the copy. Wang Fugui followed Liamo into the woods with a cautious attitude. There was no village or shop nearby, and he would be too embarrassed to resist if Liamo had any improper thoughts about him. Is it really a level 1 copy? When Wang Fugui arrived at the entrance of the copy, he found that this was indeed a lowest level copy entrance. I didn't lie to you, did I? Liamo smiled and said. It really is a level 1 dungeon, but what are you doing in a level 1 dungeon? Wang Fugui felt a lot more relieved, but he was still curious about why Liamo went to the first level copy, and why she wanted him to follow her. Go home. Liamo whispered softly. Ah? Wang Fugui didn't quite hear it and looked confused. It's nothing, you just need to keep me safe, let's go. Liamo didn't explain much and urged Wang Fugui to go in quickly. After the two entered the copy, the view in front of them suddenly opened up and they found themselves in a desert. Is this copy weird? Wang Fugui looked at the endless desert with a strange look on his face. There was no monster in sight, which was very abnormal. It's not surprising. The level of the dungeon is reflected by the overall strength of the dungeon world. The fewer creatures there are, the higher the level of the creatures inside. Liamo explained to Wang Fugui indifferently. How do you know? Wang Fugui looked at Liamo in surprise. He had never seen this kind of knowledge in a book. But what Liamo said made sense. Some low-level copies may also have high-level creatures, but correspondingly, the number of other creatures in that copy world will decrease. I read it in a book. Let's go, we still have a long way to go. Liamo smiled at Wang Fugui, lowered the brim of his hat to block out the sun in the sky, and walked straight forward. Wang Fugui had no choice but to follow. They didn't encounter any living creatures along the way, which made Wang Fugui feel even more strange. Especially Liamo, who seemed to be walking forward with a purpose, without any hesitation, as if he was very familiar with this place. Wang Fugui felt that this trip was not that simple, and the MO must have hidden something from him. Where are you going? If you keep hiding it, I'll leave. Juan Fugui must find out who the MO is, in case he really sells him out. When the MO heard Wang Fugui's words, he stopped immediately. He looked back at Wang Fugui helplessly. My family all lives in this dungeon. I'm actually going home. The MO could only tell the truth. Go home? Then why did you bring me here? Wang Fugui was not surprised that Li Mo's home was in the copy world. Some big families like to build their homes in the copy world. After clearing out the creatures in the copy world, it becomes their own little world, which is much more comfortable than living on the blue star. My family situation is complicated. When I come back, someone might do something bad to me. Therefore, I need a strong bodyguard. I don't know anyone else, so I can only find you. Liamo said helplessly. Oh, I see. Wang Fugui understood instantly. Okay, how far is it? Although he didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, he had already come this far. If he went back now, wouldn't it be a waste of so much time? For the sake of $500,000, Wang Fugui was determined to finish the job even if it meant gritted his teeth. It's not far. You can see it when you climb over the hill ahead. Liamo pointed to the bare hill ahead and said, By the way, is your name really Liamo? Wang Fugui suddenly remembered that he was still not sure whether Liamo was the other person's real name. My name is Liamo Musili, which is pronounced as Liamo. Chapter 54, Castle in the Dungeon. So your family is the Li family? Are your family members easy to get along with? It must be difficult to get along with him, otherwise he wouldn't have brought me here. Wang Fugui muttered to himself. This made Liamo speechless. After climbing over the hill, Wang Fugui saw a magnificent castle in front of him. This castle is so big that there is no other private castle like it on Blue Planet. It covers an area of at least tens of thousands of square meters, and the tallest building has 6 floors and is several dozen meters high. Is this your home? Wang Fugui was stunned by the building in front of him. Is this a place where ordinary people can live? How rich is Liamo's family? Liamo looked at the castle in the distance, and nodded silently. But there was no excitement on his face that should be there for going home. Instead, his brows were furrowed and he looked worried. The two continued to move forward. Before they reached the castle, they saw a group of people like Liamo, wrapped in clothes, appearing in front of them. These people were wearing robes, with their faces and most of their bodies covered underneath the robes, leaving no skin exposed. Who are you? This is private territory, no entry allowed. The leading man issued a warning before he reached the two men. I, Liamo. Liamo simply gave his name indifferently. The man in the long robe opposite came up to them and looked at Liamo carefully with narrowed eyes. Then he looked stunned. Miss! The man in the long robe opposite obviously recognized Liamo. Miss, you are finally back! The man in the robe was surprised and excited to see Liamo. Uncle Li, don't make it clear, I just came back to take a look. Liamo didn't want too many members of the Li family to know that she was back, as that would mean having to deal with too many people. Miss, the master is dying and has been thinking about you all the time. Uncle Li sighed and said to Liamo. I know, that's why I came back. Liamo nodded. That was why she came back. Who is this? Then Uncle Li's eyes fell on Wang Fugui, who was beside Liamo, with a puzzled look on his face. The Li family rarely had outsiders come in, and even fewer people knew where the Li family was located, so Li Bo was a little confused when Liamo brought a stranger in. My friend, take me to see my father first. Liamo introduced Wang Fugui briefly without saying much. Wang Fugui was only here to protect her safety, there was no need to explain it so clearly. Uncle Li nodded and immediately took Liamo and the other man to the castle. After entering the castle, they got on the mobility scooter and soon walked into the largest building in the castle. Once inside the building, the Li family members took off their hoods, revealing their true faces. Liamo also took off his sunglasses. Only then did Wang Fugui discover that Liamo was different from ordinary people. She has a pair of blood-red eyes, which exude a weird look. Soon, Uncle Li brought Liamo to a magnificent bedroom. On a large bed in the middle of the bedroom lay an old man who was about to die. Master, the young lady is back. Uncle Lee came to the bed and spoke respectfully to the old man lying on the bed. The old man turned around, and when he saw Liam-o, a hint of joy appeared in his indifferent eyes. "Mo, I'm glad you're back. You are the hope of the Lee family." The old man looked at Liam-o with satisfaction and said in a hoarse voice. Wang Fugui noticed that the old man had a pair of blood-red pupils like Liam-o, but the red was not as deep as Liam-o's, and was a little dim. "I came back just to see you for the last time, not to take over the Lee family." Liam-o looked at the old man on the hospital bed and did not show any affection as he should have. He spoke to the old man coldly. "Ahem." When the old man heard Liam-o's rebellious words, he became so angry that he started coughing. "Asshole! You have the blood of the Lee family flowing in your body, so you should take on the responsibility of leading the Lee family." The old man's face turned red with anger, and Uncle Lee next to him was so scared that he hurried to comfort him. "Master, calm down, it's a good thing that the young lady is back." "Miss, please don't be angry with the master. He can't get angry in his current situation," Uncle Lee said worriedly. Seeing this, Liam-o could only shut up. At this time, a young man walked in from outside and was surprised when he saw Liam-o. "Sister, you're back." The young man also had a pair of red eyes like Liam-o, but the color was not as deep as Liam-o and the old man, just like diluted red paint. Liam-o saw a look of disgust on the other person's face. "Second master, the eldest lady just came back," Uncle Lee said to Lee Sun. But Lee Sun ignored Li-bo. Uncle Lee was just a servant in their family. He didn't even have the blood of the Lee family, and had no right to talk to him. "Big sister, you should have informed me in advance when you came back so that I could pick you up. You must have suffered a lot coming all the way here, right?" Lee Sun said to Liam-o with a concerned look on his face. He even reached out to touch Liam-o's face with a look of heartache. Liam-o frowned slightly and took a step back to avoid the other party's dirty hands. Wang Fugui looked confused as he watched from the side. "Big sister and little brother, aren't they brothers? Why are they so distant?" Liam-o seemed to hate the other person. "I'm tired, Uncle Lee, please arrange a room for me, I want to rest." Liam-o didn't want to have much contact with other people in the Lee family. Facing the enthusiastic Lee Sun, Liam-o didn't even want to look at him. The look of disgust was not concealed at all. This made Lee Sun very embarrassed and angry at the same time. "Yes." Seeing this, Uncle Lee had no choice but to take Liam-o away and arrange for Liam-o to have a rest. After Liam-o left, a gloomy look suddenly appeared on Lee Sun's face. "Father, are you really going to hand over the Lee family to her?" Lee Sun looked at his father on the bed and asked indifferently. It was as if the life or death of the old man on the bed had nothing to do with him. "Liam-o is the one with the purest bloodline in your generation. Only she has the chance to break the curse of our Lee family," the old man said lightly. "But she is just a bastard born by a nanny. How can we let her be in charge of the Lee family?" Lee Sun refused to accept and shouted angrily. "So I'll give you brothers a few chances. Whoever can marry Liam-o will become the next head of the family," the old man explained indifferently. Lee Sun took a deep breath, glanced coldly at the old man on the bed, snorted coldly, and left. With Liam-o's current attitude towards him, let alone marrying Liam-o, it would be difficult to even say a word. If he wants to achieve his goal, he can only use other means. Lee Sun returned to his room with a gloomy face, and then called a servant. "Go to the kitchen and put this in Liam-o's food. Don't let anyone find out. Got it?" Lee Sun instructed his confidant. The servant nodded slightly. "Yes." Lee Sun looked out the window and sneered. "When the rice is cooked, I'll see if you're still arrogant." Chapter 55, The Lee Family Curse. Uncle Lee arranged a room for Liam-o, and also arranged a room for Wang Fugui. But as Liam-o's bodyguard, he naturally has to provide close protection, especially looking at the current situation. Liam-o is wary of the Lee family in every way. Wang Fugui must protect his employer. "What's going on in your family?" Wang Fugui still doesn't quite understand the situation. It seems that Liam-o and the Lee family don't have a good relationship. Liam-o sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at Wang Fugui. Maybe Wang Fugui is someone I can talk to. In fact, I don't have much relationship with the Lee family. I was taken away by my mother when I was young. It was only when I was 18 that I found out that I was a member of the Lee family, and was carrying the Li family's curse. The Li family also found me and brought me back. My biological father is the old man lying on the bed just now. My mother used to be a nanny in the Li family. One day, she was raped by the head of the Li family. After escaping from the Li family, she found out that she was pregnant and gave birth to me. I don't have a good impression of the Li family. I even hate them as a group of hypocrites. Liemo explained his life story to Wang Fugui, basically explaining his relationship with the Li family. Is that so? Then your father is really a beast. After hearing this, Wang Fugui nodded slightly and said sincerely. Liemo rolled his eyes at Wang Fugui, but was not angry. Then why did you come back? Wang Fugui was a little puzzled. Since Liemo had no feelings for the Li family and hated the Li family, why did he come back? Coming back naturally means solving the problem and preventing future troubles. Liemo's face turned cold, and he said indifferently. Ah? Wang Fugui was stunned. You want to kill someone? I'm only responsible for your safety. I won't help you kill. Wang Fugui said hurriedly. That's another price. Then he added another sentence. As long as the price is right, he is not against doing the job of a killer. Liemo looked at Wang Fugui's reaction and smiled. Her stunning face and sweet smile made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. I don't intend to ask you to kill anyone. All the people with the blood of the Li family are cursed. Anyone with the blood of the Li family will be hated by the sun god after the age of 18. They cannot be exposed to the sun, otherwise they will suffer from the pain of being burned. The Li family has a treasure that can protect the person who carries it from the sun. I came here for it. Without the treasure, the Li family will be restricted in their movements in the outside world, and I can also be exposed to the sun normally, thus getting rid of the Li family's pursuit. Liemo explained to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui suddenly understood why Liemo was always wrapped so tightly every time he appeared. It turned out that he was afraid of the sunlight. Isn't this the same setting as vampires? Do you have the desire to drink human blood? Wang Fugui took a step back and asked Liemo vigilantly. Liemo was speechless. I'm not like a vampire. She didn't know what was going on in Wang Fugui's brain, why he always focused on such weird things. Then I feel relieved. Wang Fugui breathed a sigh of relief. Well, do you know where the thing is? I'll help you grab it and we'll leave. Wang Fugui asked Liemo. If he had used his skills to the fullest, there would be no need to steal. He could just rob directly. Why waste time? I have no idea. Liemo shook his head. If she knew where the things were, she would have taken action long ago, and would not have waited until now to come back. She saw that the head of the Li family was about to die, so she would definitely pass on the position of the head of the family, and the treasure before she died. That was the time for her to take action. Ah? How do I find it? Wang Fugui was a little disappointed. He didn't know where the things were. Wasn't he like a headless fly? Just wait 3 days at most. As long as the Patriarch of the Li family is no longer able to survive, he will naturally take out the treasure. Liemo said lightly. 3 days? Wang Fugui was somewhat reluctant. 3 days was too long to stay here. How much could he do in these 3 days? Even if he went to the dungeon to do tasks, he could earn a lot of points in a day. 500,000 a day. How many days will it take to calculate it? Liemo said to Wang Fugui indifferently. That's more like it. As long as you have money and wealth, you will feel relieved. So do I have to keep you safe all the time? What about at night? Wang Fugui looked at Liemo and said calmly. Taking a look at the bed under Liemo's, but it was more than enough for 2 people to sleep. If you are not afraid of death, then sleep with me. The bed is quite big anyway. Liemo saw what Wang Fugui was thinking at a glance. He leaned gently onto the bed, posed in a seductive posture, and said to Wang Fugui with a chuckle. Wang Fugui is really brave enough not to fear death. However, seeing Liemo's half-smile, he became a little worried about his brother. Forget it, I'm afraid I can't control myself, so let's just live next door. Wang Fugui immediately became timid. I didn't tell you to live next door. When you return to your room at night, come to my room quietly and you can sleep on the sofa. Liemo was still a little worried about safety issues at the Li family, and she would definitely not let Wang Fugui stay too far away from her. Ah? Wang Fugui looked at Liemo in surprise. The brothers of my generation in the Li family all have bad intentions towards me. I'm afraid they are up to no good. In comparison, you are relatively safe. Liemo's words made Wang Fugui feel a little embarrassed. What do you mean I am relatively safe? Isn't this looking down on me? Soon it was evening, and Uncle Li came and informed Liemo to go to the restaurant for dinner. Because Liemo has returned, the Li family has specially prepared a dinner tonight to welcome Liemo. At the dinner table, Wang Fugui met all the core members of the Li family for the first time. The old man I had seen before was pushed over in a wheelchair. Wang Fugui was afraid that he would die at the dinner table when he saw his weak appearance. It was so unlucky. And there is Li Sun, who I met before. There were also 3 other young men, namely the eldest son Li Jing, the second son Li Pao, the third son Li Hua, and Li Sun was the old man's 4th son. Boss Li Jing frowned slightly when he saw Wang Fugui behind Liemo. Tonight is our Li family's family dinner. Outsiders are not allowed to sit down. Li Jing obviously had no good impression of Wang Fugui, who came back with Liemo. Oh. Li Sun sneered and looked at Wang Fugui as if he was watching a show. No one in the Li family likes Wang Fugui, who is beside Liemo. The Li family is very xenophobic. Liemo ignored the other party and sat down by herself, then motioned Wang Fugui to sit next to her. This made Li Jing's face change immediately. He looked at Liemo with gloomy eyes. Liemo's action was tantamount to a slap in the face. Liemo! What do you mean? Li Jing was instantly furious. He is different from Li Sun. Li Sun wants to obey his father's wishes and marry Liemo, so that he can become the head of the family naturally. As the eldest son, he was quite dissatisfied with Liemo. Why should the position of the head of the family be decided by a woman? So he was full of malice towards Liemo, and even wanted to kill Liemo. Chapter 56, Li Family Dinner. It's not interesting. If you don't like it, I'll take my friends away now. Liemo said lightly. Who wants you here? Just get out if you want. Li Jing sneered. He wished Liemo would leave the Li family. Shut up! The head of the Li family shouted softly, stopping Li Jing from speaking any further. For the sake of the family's interests, Liemo cannot be allowed to leave. Liemo is the Li family member with the deepest bloodline, and only her descendants have the opportunity to break the curse on the Li family. Scolded by the old man, Li Jing could only sit on the chair awkwardly. Serve the food. The old man gently instructed Uncle Li. Uncle Li immediately asked the kitchen to serve the exquisite meal. The exquisite dishes not only look good but also taste delicious, but there are too few of them. Wang Fugui ate several dishes in a row but still wasn't full. Is this the legendary Western food? So troublesome. Wang Fugui sighed. It had been almost half an hour since he started eating, but he was still not full. The order in which dishes are served may also be particular. They are not served all at once, but one by one, and after you have tasted one, the next one will be served. Soon it was the last course, which was a dessert. When Li Sun saw this dessert, a smile appeared on his face. Big sister, I asked the kitchen to make this just for you. It suits your taste. Li Sun said to Liemo with a smile. Liemo, who had already raised his knife and fork, immediately put it down when he heard Li Sun's words. Sorry, I'm not sweet. Liemo was in a tiger's den, so he had to be vigilant at all times. After learning that this thing was arranged by Li Sun, he became more cautious. Li Sun's face suddenly froze. I cursed myself for being too talkative. I should have kept quiet if I had known. If Liemo didn't want to eat it, he couldn't force it into Liemo's mouth. Well, Emo is coming home today, it's a happy day, but I don't have much time left. Emo, I told you last time that you should choose one of the brothers to marry and help him become the head of the family. After the old man finished his meal, he began his performance. Liemo felt sick when he saw the old man. But this disgusting guy is still her biological father. I don't like anyone. They are my half-brothers by blood. What do you think? Liemo said to the old man with a disgusted look on his face. Even Wang Fugui didn't know about this. This dying old man actually wanted his son and daughter to get married? Isn't this against human ethics? For the sake of the family bloodline, We must do this to ensure the purity of the bloodline, especially since you are now the person with the purest bloodline in the Li family. Only by ensuring that your bloodline continues, can our Li family hope to break the curse. The old man doesn't care about human ethics, he only cares about family honor. Humph! Bloodline! Li Mo sneered disdainfully. If I have a choice, I would rather not have this dirty blood. After seeing what the Li family did, Li Mo just felt disgusted. The Li family was even worse than the stink bugs in the sewer. Even wild beasts had a sense of shame, but the Li family had completely lost their humanity. Asshole! As a member of the Li family, you actually insulted the family honor. Today, no matter what, you have to choose one person. The old man was already getting a little impatient, because he felt that he didn't have much time left and had to select the next head of the family as soon as possible to lead the Li family forward. None of the 4 young masters of the Li family stood up to speak. They were waiting at this moment. What if Li Mo would choose him? This way they wouldn't have to put so much effort into fighting for the position of head of the family. Li Mo looked around at the faces of the Li family members at the scene with a cold expression. She could actually pretend to choose someone, and after the head of the Li family passed down the position, she could take out the treasure, snatch the treasure, and then run away. But she couldn't do it. Asking her to choose a member of the Li family as a spouse would be better than choosing a dog, even if it's just for show. Let me choose them. Then I'd rather die. Li Mo directly and honestly refused. This made the old man so angry that he almost passed out. After a quick breath, he sat down on the chair. The doctor nearby hurriedly gave the old man first aid and soon stabilized his condition. Asshole! Someone! Lock her up! The old man really couldn't stand Li Mo's attitude anymore, so he immediately had Li Mo arrested. Many high-level professionals soon came in from outside and surrounded Li Mo. Wang Fugui clenched his fist slightly and was about to take action. Li Mo was seen shaking his head at him. Now is not the time to take action. Taking action now will only make the situation more complicated. Wang Fugui had no choice but to give up resistance. Li Mo was then taken back to the bedroom and placed under house arrest. Wang Fugui was also taken back to his room, and someone was guarding the door and not allowing him to leave. On the other side, after Li Mo was locked up, the head of the Li family sat in the living room with a pale face. Beside him are the 4 brothers of the Li family. Ahem! The head of the Li family covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed twice, and a streak of bright red suddenly appeared on the white handkerchief. The head of the Li family wiped his mouth and hid the handkerchief without making a sound. His condition is getting worse and worse. It's unknown how many days he can live. He may die at any time. Tonight, no matter what methods you brothers use, whoever gets the MO will be the head of the family. The head of the Li family has already resorted to all means. For the continuation of the family, the result must come out tonight. No matter whether Li Marong agrees or not, she has no say in this today. Since the MO doesn't agree, let them use force. A smile appeared on Li Sun's lips. He really liked this situation. But he still has 3 opponents tonight, and these 3 opponents are not easy to deal with. Li Sun looked at his 3 brothers. Li Hua is rather irritable and not very smart, so he is not a concern. Although Li Pao has brains, he doesn't have much and is easy to deal with. Li Jing is more difficult to deal with. First of all, Li Jing is the strongest. Secondly, Li Jing seldom goes home and knows very little about his elder brother. Li Jing snorted coldly and walked away. No one knew what his plans were. I'm going to rape her right now! Li Hua was rather hot-tempered and didn't think too much about it. After getting instructions from his father, he rushed directly to Li Mo's bedroom, eager to make things a fait accompli. Li Pao frowned. Seeing that Li Hua took the first action, he could no longer sit still. Also hurriedly caught up. Third brother! Li Pao shouted as he chased after Li Hua. What? Li Hua looked back at Li Pao and asked in confusion. Third brother, there is only one woman, but there are 4 of us brothers. If you leave early, wouldn't it be unfair to your brothers? Li Pao said to Li Hua with a smile. Why should I care about that? Just get rid of him first. Li Hua didn't care about that, he just wanted to end the battle quickly. No, what I mean is that my eldest brother and fourth brother will not let you succeed easily. If you rush up now, you will only become the target of public criticism. Seeing that family affection had no effect on Lihua, Li Pao immediately changed his way of persuading him. What's the meaning? Chapter 57, Fight for the Patriarch. When Lihua heard this, he calmed down and asked in confusion. My eldest brother and fourth brother have been eyeing the position of the head of the family for a long time. They will never let you succeed. Do you think you can defeat my eldest brother by yourself? Li Pao explained patiently. Although Lihua doesn't like to use his brain, it doesn't mean he is stupid. After listening to Li Pao's words, he understood what Li Pao meant. Then what should I do? Lihua frowned slightly. He really couldn't beat his elder brother. Let's join forces and take out the big brother first, getting rid of the person who poses the greatest threat. Li Pao whispered in Lihua's ear. Lihua was stunned. Kill it? They did not feel any psychological pressure about killing their brothers and fathers. They were taught since childhood to use any means necessary. Lihua was just curious about how to kill his eldest brother. Li Pao then said something in Lihua's ear, which made Lihua's eyes light up and he nodded slightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lihua actually believed Li Pao without hesitation. A smile appeared on Li Pao's lips. The most powerful thing is to fight without bloodshed. He doesn't want to fight. Wouldn't it be better to stand back and reap the benefits? He wanted to use the not-so-bright Lihua to stir up a fight between them, and then he would come out to be the one who stabbed them. After a while, Lihua came to the outside of Li Mo's bedroom. The guard outside the door did not stop him. Lihua led people straight into Li Mo's bedroom. In the bedroom, Li Mo saw Lihua and frowned slightly. He looked at the balcony worriedly, then turned back to look at Lihua. What are you doing here? Lihua smiled slightly. Sister, I'm here to save you. Big brother and his men are planning to do something bad to you tonight, Lihua said to Li Mo with a smile. Li Mo didn't believe that Lihua was so kind that he would come to tell her the news. To keep you safe, come with me, I will take you to a safe place. Before Li Mo could wonder, Lihua revealed his purpose. Saving her is fake, harming her is real. If she follows Lihua, she will be in real danger. Roll! After Li Mo learned of Lihua's purpose, he scolded him with a cold face. Lihua's face suddenly changed. The second brother's method is useless? Lihua listened to Li Pao, pretended to save Li Mo, and then took her to a secluded place to hide her so that she would not be discovered by her eldest brother and fourth brother. Then he did whatever he wanted. But what if Li Mo doesn't go with him? Forget it. Why bother? Just catch her and take her away. Lihua didn't want to waste his brain, he just wanted to take the person away, so he immediately asked the two people behind him to take Li Mo away. Li Mo suddenly became nervous, his red pupils flashed with a weird light, and he was ready to resist. But at this time, another person came in from outside the door, which made Li Mo, who was about to take action, change his mind. Third brother, it's not good to eat alone. Li Jing walked in alone and spoke to Lihua indifferently. When Lihua saw Li Jing coming, he frowned slightly. Didn't Li Pao agree to hold back Li Jing and Li Sun? Why did Li Jing come so soon? Brother, what do you mean? I just took my sister out for a walk. She may not be familiar with the Li family. Lihua laughed and said lightly. Oh. Li Jing sneered. Don't pretend. There are no outsiders here. Everyone knows what your purpose is. Ask Li Mo. How could he not know what you are going to do? Li Jing did not disguise himself at all, because there was no need. They were all smart people. Li Mo knew what they were going to do, and similarly, they also knew what they were going to do. So there was no need to waste time talking, and they could just take action. It would just depend on who had more ability. The smile on Lihua's face suddenly disappeared. No more pretending. You're right. I shouldn't have listened to the second brother. It would have been better to just go ahead. It might have been done by now. Why waste time? Lihua snorted. Li Pao? It seems you've been used. Li Jing sneered. Bang! Then he clapped his hands. Two of Li Jing's confidants came in immediately, carrying in a man covered in blood. This man was Li Pao. This! Li Hua was stunned. You actually killed him! Li Hua looked at Li Jing in disbelief. Aren't you afraid that your father will be angry? Li Hua couldn't believe that Li Jing actually dared to kill his own family members in the Li family. Although he didn't care about killing his brother, he would never do it under the nose of the Li family. At least he couldn't let anyone catch him. Him? No, you still don't understand what your father means. Li Jing smiled. Father is going to choose the next head of the Li family tonight. If any one of us becomes the head, do you think he will let the remaining 3 go? Will he let the 3 people who are a threat to him stay in the Li family? Tonight is not only a fight for Li Mo, it's also our fight. Among the 4 of us, only one can survive. Li Jing's words shocked Li Hua. He hadn't expected this to be the case. Li Hua understood instantly that Li Jing had come with ill intentions, and now it was a situation of either you or me. Brother, we all know that you are strong, but if we really fight, I may not be your opponent, Li Hua said in a deep voice. Really? I'll give you a move. Li Jing sneered and waved at Li Hua. The servants around immediately stepped aside. This is the dispute between the head of the Li family, and they have no right to interfere. A red light flashed in Li Hua's eyes, and he turned into a phantom and rushed towards Li Jing. Because of the Li family's bloodline, any member of the Li family who has red eyes will inherit a bloodline skill, which can be used to improve attributes. Li Jing stood there without moving, looking at Li Hua who was rushing towards him. Li Jing raised his hand slightly. A skeleton soldier appeared out of nowhere beside him. Summoning profession. The rusty sword in the skeleton soldier's hand chopped directly at Li Hua's head. Li Hua was unarmed and quickly dodged to the side. Li Jing waved his hand again, and another skeleton soldier was summoned. This time it was a skeleton soldier holding a long spear, and it stabbed towards Li Hua. Li Hua quickly stepped back to avoid it. Li Jing raised his hand again, and another skeleton soldier was summoned, this time a long-range skeleton soldier holding a bow and arrow. The 3 skeleton soldiers directly attacked Li Hua. The skeleton soldiers with long spears and long swords suppressed Li Hua from a distance, while they moved forward to engage in close combat with him. Li Hua frowned. As a melee fighter he was helpless under the siege of 3 skeleton soldiers. Li Hua resisted the attacks of the skeleton soldiers again and again, and looked at the culprit, Li Jing. As long as Li Jing is killed, these skeleton soldiers will no longer be a threat. An explosion suddenly occurred on Li Hua's body, and the power of the explosion shook away the skeleton soldiers around him. Li Hua took this opportunity to dodge the long-range attack and attack Li Jing. Just kill the fragile Li Jing. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as Li Jing is killed, these skeleton soldiers will naturally disappear. Seeing that Li Jing did not dodge, Li Hua showed a hint of joy on his face. As long as he kills Li Jing, he wins. Chapter 58, Flame Skeleton Knight. When Li Hua was about to succeed, a red figure suddenly appeared beside Li Jing, and the flaming sword in his hand went straight through Li Hua's body. The speed was so fast that Li Hua couldn't react. Li Hua was stunned and looked at the sword that pierced his chest with disbelief. Looking in the direction of the great sword, the owner of the great sword was an even larger flaming skeleton knight wearing armor. He didn't expect that Li Jing still had a trick up his sleeve and had an even more powerful summoned creature. You hid so well. The members of the Li family all knew that Li Jing was very strong, but they had no idea how strong Li Jing was because they had never seen Li Jing take action. If you don't keep any cards in the Li family, you will be wiped out. Li Jing looked at Li Hua with a sneer on his face. As the eldest son of the Li family, he had long known the cruelty of the Li family. He not only had to be ruthless, but also had to keep a trump card, otherwise he would only become a stepping stone for others. Li Hua died, and Li Pao also died. Now his only threat is Li Sun. Li Jing looked at the beautiful Li Mo without any emotion in his heart. He was not like the others who had evil thoughts towards Li Mo. If he wants to be the head of the Li family, he will definitely not rely on a woman to get to the top. Li Mo, let's talk. Li Jing smiled slightly and said to Li Mo. Li Mo saw Li Jing kill Li Hua with his own eyes, but did not show any emotional fluctuations. Maybe she also has the Li family's indifference in her bones. What? Li Mo asked coldly. I know you have no interest in the Li family, and I have no interest in you either. We have no conflict, but the old man insisted that we marry you before we can become the head of the family. I am very unhappy. How about this? I will work together to kill Li Sun and the old man. Whatever you want, I will give it to you when I become the head of the family. Li Jing looked at Li Mo with a smile. Li Mo's heart suddenly moved. Li Jing's suggestion was good, but the old man couldn't die yet. If he died, no one would know where the Li family's treasures were. You can't give me what I want. Li Mo shook his head. Only the head of the family knows where the treasures of the Li family are. Li Jing interrupted his father to come to power, so naturally he had no way of knowing where the things were, so he could not agree to Li Jing's proposal. What do you want? Is there anything I can't give you? You came back suddenly, you must be interested in something in the Li family, otherwise you wouldn't come back. What is it? Li Jing is very smart. He can guess from Li Mo's sudden return to the Li family that Li Mo must have some purpose. I told you that you can't give it to me. I want the Li family's heirloom. Can you give it to me? Li Mo said lightly. Li Jing fell silent. He really couldn't give it to him. Only the old man knew where the heirloom was, and the old man would never tell the location easily. That's all we can do. Li Jing sighed. I was planning to win you over, but since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you all. Flame Skeleton Knight, go! Li Jing waved his hand and immediately ordered his 4 summoned creatures to attack Li Mo. With Li Mo's strength, she might not be a match for Li Jing, but she doesn't need to put in any effort at all. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the balcony, the curtains moved, and a figure rushed out from inside. The figure moved very quickly, holding an iron sword and killing the skeleton soldiers. Crash! 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 A few sword lights flashed, and the 3 lowest level skeleton soldiers instantly turned into broken bones, and the soul fire was completely extinguished by a sword. The figure stopped, and it was Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui had long avoided the bedroom guards and quietly came to Li Mo's room from the balcony. He hid on the balcony when Li Hui came in, and he knew everything that happened. Li Jing frowned when he saw Wang Fugui suddenly appear. Oh, I knew this person was not simple. Li Jing saw Wang Fugui sneer, but he was not afraid at all. He only killed 3 of his lowest level skeleton soldiers. He also had a fire skeleton knight, which was 100 times stronger than a skeleton soldier. Flame Skeleton Knight, kill him! Li Jing pointed at Wang Fugui and immediately gave the order to kill him. He might hesitate to kill Li Mo, but he would not hesitate at all to kill an outsider. The Flame Skeleton Knight immediately walked towards Wang Fugui with heavy steps. Although the Flame Skeleton Knight is powerful, it moves slowly due to its heavy armor, which is also its disadvantage. Can you kill people? Wang Fugui asked Li Mo. Yes, but one of these 4 must be left alive. Li Mo nodded. One must be left, otherwise if the old man doesn't pass on the position of head of the family, she will never see the heirloom. With Li Mo's consent, Wang Fugui immediately attacked the Flame Skeleton Knight. The Flame Skeleton Knight raised the flaming sword in his hand and slashed it down, instantly releasing a flaming sword energy. Wang Fugui moved his body and easily avoided the sword attack. The summoner is quite convenient. Are you a summoner of the dead? Wang Fugui looked at Li Jing behind him with a relaxed expression and asked. The summoner can control the summoned creature to fight without moving. It is so easy. Snort! Li Jing snorted coldly and ignored Wang Fugui. Seeing that Wang Fugui was at ease in the hands of the Flame Skeleton Knight, he frowned. This Flame Skeleton Knight seems unable to deal with the opponent. To be on the safe side, Li Jing decided to increase his efforts. A red pupil flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand and a beam of red light shot towards the Flame Skeleton Knight. With the blessing of the red light, the flames on the Flame Skeleton Knight suddenly became more vigorous, and emitted a scorching breath, making him feel even more dangerous. Be careful! That's the Li family's innate skill, which can greatly improve attributes. Li Mo behind him reminded Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui looked at the changes in the Flame Skeleton Knight without any worry. Li Jing looked confident. Boy, although I don't know what the relationship between you and Li Mo is, I blame you for meddling in other people's business and coming here to die. Li Jing waved his hand again, and the strengthened flame skeleton knight immediately rushed towards Wang Fugui again. This time his speed was much faster, and his sword strike was terrifying. Li Jing looked confident, as if he had already foreseen the scene of Wang Fugui being chopped in half by the skeleton knight. Boom! The flame skeleton knight swung his heavy sword down, and the floor cracked directly, so that you could see the layer underneath. But there was no sign of Wang Fugui under the sword, as he had disappeared long ago. Li Jing was stunned, not knowing where Wang Fugui had gone. Looking around in confusion. "Where are the people?" Li Jing asked Liemo doubtfully. The person opposite looked indifferently behind Li Jing. Li Jing seemed to know something and turned around hurriedly, but before he could turn around, an iron sword pierced through his chest. "Looking for me?" Chapter 59, Patriarch's Inheritance. Wang Fugui appeared behind Li Jing at some point, and the iron sword in his hand went straight through Li Jing's chest. Li Jing looked down at the iron sword in front of his chest in disbelief. Then his legs went weak and he fell down with an unwilling look on his face. After looking at the three bodies on the ground, Wang Fugui looked at Liemo again. "Now there is only one Li Sun left. The 4 sons of the Li family are now dead, and only Li Sun, who has never appeared, is still alive. He can't die yet." Liemo was afraid that Wang Fugui would kill Li Sun as well, so he gave him a reminder. "It turns out that my elder sister loves me so much. Speak of the devil, and he will appear." At this time, Li Sun walked in from outside with a smile on his face. "I knew that my elder sister would give me a surprise, and it turned out to be just as I expected." Li Sun looked at Li Mo's graceful figure greedily. Liemo frowned. Li Sun was the Li family member she hated the most. He was just as much of a beast as the head of the Li family. But now is not the time to kill him. Li Sun needs to get the position of the head of the family before he can do it. "Now you are the only one left, you have achieved your goal," Liemo said to Li Sun indifferently. Li Sun smiled slightly. "I haven't got you yet, have I?" Then he moved towards Liemo. This made Liemo very disgusted. "Stop!" Wang Fugui shouted warningly. Li Sun stopped instantly and looked back at Wang Fugui unhappily. However, he saw everything Wang Fugui did to Li Jing just now, and knowing that Wang Fugui was an expert, he did not dare to act rashly. "What a good dog!" Li Sun turned around again and looked at Liemo and said with a smile. "Fuck you!" Wang Fugui instantly lost his composure when he heard this. "Why are you scolding me when you are just chatting? Are you crazy?" Wang Fugui didn't want to spoil him, so while the blessing skill was still in effect, he flashed and appeared next to Li Sun. Before Li Sun's men could react, Li Sun was caught by Wang Fugui. He was immediately given a big fight. "Who the hell are you calling a dog? Is there shit in your mouth?" As Wang Fugui spoke, he pushed Li Sun to the ground, causing Li Sun's face to make close contact with the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Sun's face hit the ground. The floor under his feet shattered and his face was smashed to pieces by the floor fragments. Wang Fugui was specifically controlling his strength, otherwise Li Sun's brain would have exploded and shattered like a watermelon. The subordinates behind Li Sun were suddenly shocked. At this time, Li Sun was the last direct descendant of the Li family. If something happened under their noses, the master would definitely skin them alive. Li's men immediately rushed forward, protected Li Sun behind them, and looked at Wang Fugui vigilantly. They could also see how powerful Wang Fugui was, so they focused on protecting him. "You're a jerk!" Li Sun got up from the ground and put his hands in front of his face, but he didn't dare to touch them because of the pain. Shouting loudly in anger, Wang Fugui frowned and looked at Li Sun behind the crowd with cold eyes. Liemo could feel the murderous intent emanating from Wang Fugui, and it felt as if the air around him had dropped several degrees. "Wang Fugui! He can't die yet!" Liemo was afraid that Wang Fugui would kill Li Sun, so he hurriedly and nervously spoke to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui's figure flashed, and the Li family's men in front of them didn't have time to react. They just felt that Wang Fugui disappeared directly in front of them. Then Li Sun screamed again. Wang Fugui broke Li Sun's arm with one foot. "Watch your mouth, I think killing you is easier than crushing an ant," Wang Fugui warned Li Sun in a cold voice. Only then did the others react and, For the sake of their own lives, they attacked Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue's eyes turned cold, and with a flash of his body, one figure after another flew backwards in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Mo and Wang Fugue were the only ones left standing in the room. Li Sun lay on the ground, covering his arm in pain, looking at Wang Fugue with horror. At this moment, he was really scared. Cooperate well and get what we want, and we will let you go. Seeing that there was no one else here, Wang Fugue spoke lightly to Li Sun at his feet. Li Sun swallowed and nodded stiffly. Go ahead and take credit for it. Now no one can stop you from becoming the head of the Li family. Li Sun got up from the ground. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Wang Fugue with fear on his face. After making sure that Wang Fugue was going to let him go, he rushed out of the room in a hurry. Let's go over later. According to the plot, you were just raped. You can't leave so soon, Wang Fugue said to Li Mo. Li Mo gave Wang Fugue a speechless look. But Wang Fugue is right. Anyway, as long as Li Sun becomes the head of the family, he will naturally know the whereabouts of the heirloom from the old man. Given how scared Li Sun was, he would never dare to complain as long as Wang Fugue opened his mouth. After Li Sun escaped from Li Mo's bedroom, he rushed to the living room with his limp arms hanging down. And the head of the Li family was waiting for him here. The old man was a little surprised when he saw that it was Li Sun coming down. I didn't expect it to be you, the old man said with some surprise. He thought Li Jing would win, but he didn't expect it would be the youngest Li Sun. But it doesn't matter, as long as one direct descendant of the Li family succeeds, it's enough. Li Sun's coming down proved that the others were already dead, and Li Mo had also been killed. Especially Li Sun, he had already planned against Li Mo and would definitely not let go of this opportunity. How did it become like this? Did you succeed? Seeing that Li Sun was so seriously injured, the old man still asked the question out of concern. Li Sun rolled his eyes and nodded. I drugged her, and she cooperated very well. But right after I finished, I was discovered by the outsiders she brought with her. The other party was quite powerful, and I almost got caught. Although Li Sun lost to Wang Fugue, in order to become the head of the family, his efforts cannot be in vain, and now he has to bite the bullet and go ahead. Yeah, that's right. I knew that guy was no ordinary guy a long time ago, so I specially asked someone to keep an eye on him. I didn't expect him to escape. But it's good that he's been dealt with. The old man had no doubts. Ahem. After saying that, the old man coughed twice, and this time everyone saw that the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. As you can see, my time is running out. I will pass the position of head of the family to you now. The old man looked at the seriously injured Li Sun and did not choose a new date. He was afraid that he would not survive today and had to make arrangements for his funeral as soon as possible. Remember, the Li family's curse can only be lifted when the bloodline power is fully awakened, and this hope can only be placed on Li Mo. She is the Li family member with the purest bloodline in recent generations. Even if she cannot awaken the bloodline power, you must let her give birth to a child for you and let her bloodline continue. Only in this way can our Li family have a chance to lift the curse. The old man explained to Li Sun in a serious manner. In addition, our Li family has a family heirloom. I believe you have heard of it. It is the symbol of the head of the family. Now that you are the head of the family, I can safely hand it over to you. Chapter 60, Scarlet Gem. After the old man finished speaking, he asked Uncle Li to push him to the study on the first floor. Li Sun followed closely behind. Soon they arrived in the study. The old man pushed his wheelchair to the bookshelf and reached out to turn one of the heavy books. Boom! The bookshelf vibrated and slowly opened from the middle, revealing a safe inside. It is also a safe with multiple unlocking methods. The old man verified his fingerprint on it, entered the password, and then turned the switch before opening the safe. The safe was empty, except for a red gem the size of a thumb. The old man took out the gem. This is our heirloom, a treasure that can suppress the Li family's curse. With it, you will no longer be afraid of the sun. The old man solemnly handed the gem to Li Sun. Li Sun took it with his only remaining hand with a look of surprise. After receiving it, he immediately felt a force covering his whole body. Although it did not improve any of his attributes, he could feel that the blood in his body was affected. Scarlet Gem. Continuous immunity to curse status. Cough! Cough! After the old man handed the Scarlet Gem to Li Sun, a stone in his heart was immediately put down. Suddenly I started coughing violently. Ahem! Remember, no matter what means, you must keep Liemo. At the very least, let her give you a child, ahem! Before he died, the old man did not forget to tell Li Sun not to let Liemo leave. You are really a qualified father. At this time, a cold voice came from outside the study. Liemo walked in with a cold face, looking coldly at the old man in the wheelchair. The old man was slightly stunned when he saw Liemo, who was dressed neatly. He looked at Li Sun in confusion. What's going on? When he saw Wang Fugue, whom Li Sun mentioned was dead, he immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately questioned Li Sun. Li Sun's face froze and he remained silent. Old man, I think your Li family may be extinct, Wang Fugue said to the old man indifferently. Asshole! Someone come! Ahem! When the old man saw this, he wanted to call for help immediately, but as soon as he shouted, he started coughing because he was too angry. However, the old man's voice still spread out, and soon many thugs from the Li family came and surrounded everyone with ferocious looks. But everyone was fearless. Liemo has Wang Fugue as his backer and is not afraid of these thugs from the Li family at all. Li Sun's face became even stiffer. I give you my things, you let me go, we won't interfere with each other. Li Sun knew that it was impossible for these people to be a match for Wang Fugue, so he gave in and was ready to hand over the Scarlet Gem and compromise. The Scarlet Gem is nothing, the most important thing is to save the Li family. Asshole! You're a traitor! You can't give it to her! Cough! The old man was nearly mad with anger, and was about to stand up from his wheelchair in excitement, but his legs went limp and he fell directly to the ground, drooling violently and with blood in his mouth. Master! Uncle Li behind him hurried over to support him. Catch these two guys! The old man immediately ordered Li's thugs to attack Wang Fugue and the other man. Stop! The Li family members were about to take action, but were suddenly stopped by Li Sun. I am the head of the family now, I tell you to stop! Li Sun raised the Scarlet Gem in his hand and warned the Li family. The Li family members looked at each other, not knowing who to listen to for a moment. The old man was so angry that he almost died. You bastard! You rebellious son! The old man pointed at Li Sun and started cursing. Father, this is what you taught me. For the sake of the family, anything can be sacrificed. Li Sun looked at the old man and said indifferently. When the old man heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, his breathing became rapid, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out in anger. Master? Uncle Li felt something was wrong and cried out in confusion. Later, it was discovered that the master had lost his breath. Doctor! Call a doctor! Uncle Li said to Li Sun hurriedly and anxiously. Li Sun ignored Li Bo and raised the Scarlet Gem in his hand. Now that my father is dead, I am the head of the family. Everyone, step down! Li Sun, as the head of the family, directly asked everyone to leave. He didn't care whether the old man on the ground lived or died. The Li family hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed the order and retreated. Uncle Li was even more stunned. Only at this moment did he realize how ruthless the Li family was. The master whom he had served for half his life, now died and no one even looked at him. Uncle Li felt mixed emotions as he looked at his master who was lying on the ground with his eyes open. Li Sun took the Scarlet Gem, walked forward and handed the gem to Wang Fugue. Don't kill me! He just wanted to save his life now. The gems and the head of the family were not as important as his life. After Wang Fugue took the gem, he immediately saw the properties of the Scarlet Gem. Oh my God! A divine weapon! The properties of the Scarlet Gem are comparable to those of a divine weapon, although it is a special item with no level division. Suddenly, Wang Fugue thought, will this thing conflict with the cursed item? Will it damage his cursed item? Thinking of this, Wang Fugue hurriedly threw the Scarlet Gem to Liemo. If he loses the cursed item, he will suffer a great loss. Here you go, keep this thing away from me. Wang Fugue shook his head. Liemo, who got the Scarlet Gem as he wished, showed joy on his face.
How does he deal with it?
Wang Fugue suddenly looked at Li Sun and asked. This sentence immediately made Li Sun nervous. His life might just depend on Li Mo's one thought. Kill him. Li Mo was not a good person either. Li Sun had bad intentions towards her, so she would not let him go if she had the chance. Li Mo's words made Li Sun's breathing pause for a moment. He almost couldn't hold it back and was about to take the initiative and give it a try.
Killing someone is another price. I am only responsible for protecting you now. Are you sure you want me to be your killer? The price is not cheap.
Wang Fugue was planning to blackmail Li Mo. He had put in a lot of effort on this trip, so he couldn't just let it go so easily.
Forget it, I won't kill him.
After hearing what Wang Fugue said, Li Mo shook his head. In fact, she doesn't have much money, otherwise she wouldn't have sold her equipment. Keeping Li Sun is not a threat. I believe that after today's lesson, Li Sun will not dare to have any improper thoughts about her again. What's more, now that the Scarlet Gem is in her hands, it would be difficult for the Li family to go out and harm her. Hearing that Li Mo was not going to kill him, Li Sun felt relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't worry, I will never let the Li family mess with you again. From now on, I will avoid places where you appear.
Li Sun hurriedly assured the two that he would never do anything bad to them. Naturally, the two of them would not believe him. But Li Mo had no intention of killing him. As a bodyguard, what else could Wang Fugue say? He could only obey his employer's wishes.
I will rearrange the room for you so you can rest.
Li Sun was a sensible man. Seeing this situation, he quickly arranged rooms for the two and tried to please them.
Forget it, we don't dare live here with you.
Li Mo refused directly and sternly. Now that he had the things in his hands, if he continued to stay here, he would be frightened. It would be better for him to rush back overnight. Chapter 61 Beautiful Teacher. Wang Fugue and Li Mo left the copy overnight. After returning to Kyoto, Li Mo gave Wang Fugue a reward of 1 million as agreed. Although it was less than 2 days, Wang Fugue killed quite a few people as compensation.
Next time you have work, come find me.
When Wang Fugue saw the new $1 million coming into his account, he immediately smiled and said, "This is much faster than making money by entering a dungeon."
Don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities, we will see each other again soon.
Li Mo smiled, then parted ways with Wang Fugue. After saying goodbye to Li Mo, Wang Fugue returned to the dormitory. It was already early morning and the sky was almost bright. Bai Liantao and others were sleeping soundly. Wang Fugue was very tired today. He had been traveling for half a day and had been enduring for so long. Even though his mental attributes were extremely high, he felt a little tired. Just as I was about to go to bed, I heard some noise coming from the bathroom. Wang Fugue was stunned. After staying at Li's house for a day, Wang Fugue subconsciously became alert. At this time, the bathroom door was pushed open and Kwang Kue walked out. Kwang Kue had sweat on his forehead, and his face was a little pale. After coming out, he was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Fugue, and then forced a smile.
"You're back?"
Wang Fugue spoke first. Unexpectedly, Kwang Kue had already returned from the infirmary.
"Well, the injury wasn't serious, it's okay."
Kwang Kue nodded.
"What are you doing? Your forehead is covered with sweat."
Wang Fugue saw the sweat on Kwang Kue's head and asked in confusion.
"I'm pooping, I'm constipated."
Kwang Kue smiled awkwardly and said sheepishly.
"Okay, if it doesn't work, go to the infirmary and get 2 suppositories. Hard pulling is not good for your health."
Wang Fugue didn't care and climbed onto the bed to rest. Seeing this, Kwang Kue breathed a sigh of relief. I took a look at my empty pockets and felt a little melancholy. But he didn't think much about it, and soon climbed into bed and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Fugue was woken up by the loud voice of the fat man Bai Liantao.
"Fugue, hurry up! Let's go see the beauties!"
Bai Liantao shouted loudly with excitement. Wang Fugue opened his eyes speechlessly, and saw Bai Liantao going out to hang out with several people from the dormitory.
"Why are you so startled? Can you let me sleep for a while?"
Wang Fugue said irritably.
"I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's not that I can't let you sleep, I'm just afraid of getting sick."
Bai Liantao immediately said with a look of horror, holding his chest. Wang Fugui was speechless. However, after Bai Liantao's disturbance, he lost his sleepiness.
What's got you so excited?
Wang Fugui sat up from the bed and asked puzzledly.
There's a new instructor at our school, and she's a beautiful one too, teaching biology illustrations. The classes are almost full. Luckily I had the foresight to make an appointment for you guys in advance.
Bai Liantao said to Wang Fugui as if he was about to thank me.
Thank you?
Wang Fugui's mouth twitched. Was he woken up by such a small matter? Was it really that serious?
You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. I am still single, so a beautiful teacher is not a problem.
Bai Liantao's heart is as big as his face, and he even fantasizes about having a teacher-student relationship.
Come on, do you want to play Beauty and the Beast or something?
Wang Fugui was speechless.
Well, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Anyway, I've already made an appointment for you. If you don't go, you may lose points. Still deducting points?
Wang Fugui knew how hard it was to earn points. Up to now, he only had 95 points. It would be a huge loss if he lost more points.
Go away, don't report these useless things to me next time, I'm very busy.
Wang Fugui expressed his helplessness. In order to avoid being deducted points, he could only go through the motions. Quan Kuei's injury had not fully healed yet, so Bai Liantao did not make an appointment for him, so only Wang Fugui, Gu Chuanqi and Bai Liantao went there together.
Fugui, come and see the beauty!
Before he arrived at the place, Chendong called him. He was also invited to see a beautiful woman, but he didn't understand how old this beautiful woman was that made these boys so excited. It was not until he arrived at the lecture hall that he realized how spectacular the scene was. The huge classroom was packed with people, 99% of whom were boys.
Wealth!
Chendong, who had contacted Wang Fugui in advance, saw Wang Fugui and others waving at them. Afterwards, Wang Fugui brought Bai Liantao and others to the last row of stairs near Chendong. They arrived a little late and the seats in the front were already occupied by other people. Wang Fugui introduced Chendong and the others to each other, and they got to know each other briefly.
How come you have time to join in the fun? Aren't you going to level up?
Wang Fugui asked Chendong puzzledly. Chendong is his divine messenger. Only when Chendong becomes stronger and learns more skills can he obtain more divine skills. If Chendong plays badly, his growth will be relatively slow.
What level do I need to level up? I'm just waiting for you to help me level up.
Chendong knows Wang Fugui's true strength, and is waiting for Wang Fugui to help him level up.
Are you that lazy?
Wang Fugui was speechless.
What do you mean by lazy? Miss Su is waiting for you too. You have ready-made resources but you don't use them. Do you think we are stupid?
Chendong didn't care much about it. They would be safe only with Wang Fugui following them. Who wouldn't want to level up safely?
Next time, find a better place.
Wang Fugui nodded. It's not impossible to take Chendong to upgrade, but we need to find a suitable place, preferably a copy with a large number of social creatures. This will maximize his abilities.
Sure. Someone's coming.
They were chatting when the scene suddenly became quiet. The noisy classroom was so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. A graceful figure walked in from the door. She was wearing a black business suit, black framed glasses, and her hair was neatly tied back, looking like a beautiful queen. The boys at the scene became excited instantly. This new teacher is no less beautiful than some of the famous school beauties in Longxia. She even has a more mature and queenly temperament, which makes her more charming.
Oh my God! She's really a beauty! My spring is here!
When Bai Liantao saw the new teacher, he immediately became excited.
Fugui, you are even more attractive than Miss Su. Are you tempted?
Chendong raised his eyebrows and said to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui was slightly stunned when he saw the beautiful teacher walking in. The silhouette looks familiar. But because the distance was too far, Wang Fugui couldn't see it clearly. Wang Fugui squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the other person's appearance. Then he was stunned for a moment. The other party also discovered Wang Fugui, who was at the back. She smiled at Wang Fugui and then winked at him playfully. Obviously the other party is also familiar with Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui was stunned.
Fuck! Isn't this Liemo? The queen teacher on the podium was Liemo. Chapter 62. What you said makes sense. Students, I am very pleased to see so many people come to my class. Liemo stood on the stage and spoke with a smile. My name is Liemo, and I'm a new teacher. I believe you all know what I teach, the biology encyclopedia. Although it's not an important course and can't improve your strength, if you listen carefully, it will definitely improve your ability to survive in the dungeon. Liemo started the lecture directly, first explaining the importance of biological atlas. The boys below listened so attentively. Although I may not have heard clearly what Liemo said, his attitude was very good. Okay, get out of class is over. Soon the class ended and Liemo announced the end of get out of class. This made the students below excited. Teacher, do you have a boyfriend? A brave little fat man in front quickly stood up and asked Liemo. Liemo smiled slightly, and the little fat boy was instantly captivated. No, but it's not easy to pursue the teacher. The teacher only likes the strong. After saying that, Liemo packed up and left. After Liemo left, the classroom suddenly exploded. Teacher Lee doesn't have a boyfriend, so I have a chance? Bullshit, I am Mr. Lee's Prince Charming. You think you're the Prince Charming? It's so dark that I can hardly see. Teacher likes strong people, that must be me. I want to level up in the dungeon. I want to become stronger. I want to be the teacher's boyfriend. The boys were so excited as if they were injected with chicken blood, and some even started to work hard to improve their abilities because of Liemo's words. It has to be said that a gorgeous lady like Liemo is too attractive to these little boys. No one can resist Liemo's charm. Wang Fugui shook his head helplessly. Liemo is good looking, but he doesn't feel that exaggerated. Maybe because of Long Yu, he has a strong immunity to the royal sister. Let's go and upgrade you. Wang Fugui greeted Qindong and said. I ignored Bai Liantao, who was still infatuated with her. Aren't you going to invite Miss Su? Qindong and another person came out of the classroom, and Qindong asked Wang Fugui. Call him up. Wang Fugui thought about it, and realized that Su Yutong's loyalty to him had reached 65%. If he worked harder, he might become a new envoy of God. Then he could use Su Yutong's skills. Mage skills were real magical skills for him, the kind that could kill anyone in an instant. After Qindong called Su Yutong and told her that Wang Fugui would take them to upgrade, Su Yutong hung up the phone and rushed over without saying a word. After not seeing her for a few days, Wang Fugui felt that Su Yutong had become more beautiful again, and now she looked even more cool and elegant than before. You upgraded? Wang Fugui could feel that Su Yutong's strength had improved a lot. Compared to before, he felt like an ant that had turned into a bigger ant. Yes, level 12. Su Yutong nodded. Not only did she level up several times in these 2 days, she also learned a new skill at level 10. Look at them! Wang Fugui said to Qindong with a look of disappointment. If Qindong had worked half as hard as Su Yutong, he wouldn't have to lead them to upgrade. How can I compete with her? I'm just a support. Qindong said speechlessly. How could he dare to enter the dungeon when he was just a support, and had no one to lead him? Su Yutong was too disdainful to help him upgrade, and she wasn't familiar with the others, so she could only wait until Wang Fugui was free. That's right, never mind, let's look for a suitable copy. Wang Fugui waved his hand. You've been to a lot of dungeons in the past few days. Do you have any suitable dungeons to recommend? I want dungeons with a lot of social creatures and high levels. Wang Fugui asked Su Yutong. Su Yutong thought about it. There are quite a few, but we need to go deeper into the dungeon. What level do you need? Su Yutong did learn a lot about Long Xiao's copies. Above level 20, right? Wang Fugui said lightly. Low-level copies upgrade too slowly, and copies between level 20 and 30 are just right. Copies of higher levels are of no use to the two of them. If the level difference is 20 levels, no experience points will be gained. No experience points will be gained regardless of whether the difference is upward or downward. Therefore, the level 20 copy was just right for the two of them. Level 20! Su Yutong didn't expect Wang Fugui to be so ambitious. I knew Wang Fugui was very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so confident.
It is now very difficult for her to deal with level 20 creatures, and she dares not go to the level 20 copy at all.
Are you sure?
Su Yutong asked with some concern.
Of course, don't you want to level up quickly? Higher levels give you experience bonuses.
Wang Fugui nodded slightly. Su Yutong pondered for a while and remembered a copy.
I have looked for relevant information before. I know there is a level 20 dungeon, Doomsday Battlefield, which is filled with densely packed undead creatures. It meets your requirements, but it is also very dangerous. If you are scratched by undead creatures, you may be infected.
Su Yutong said to Wang Fugui.
Then let's take this one, lead the way.
Wang Fugui nodded. As long as there are enough creatures inside, it doesn't matter whether it is the Doomsday or not, as long as he can upgrade.
The entrance to the Doomsday Battlefield instance is not at Longxia Academy, but outside and is guarded by the military.
Su Yutong said to Wang Fugui. Because the Doomsday Battlefield is quite special, if the creatures inside run out, it will have a very big impact on ordinary people. So to be on the safe side, the military guards the entrance all day to prevent people with bad intentions from entering or things inside from running out.
Let's go then.
Wang Fugui nodded, and the three of them left Longxia Academy and headed directly to the Doomsday Battlefield. Fan Shijuan, who had been following Wang Fugui's itinerary, immediately showed joy on his face when he learned that Wang Fugui had left school.
Call someone! I want to see him die with my own eyes!
Fan Shijuan sneered. He will return the humiliation he has suffered from Wang Fugui 100-fold. The people sent by Fang Su's army were more professional. They followed Wang Fugui and the others without being discovered until they arrived at the entrance to the Doomsday Battlefield, when they no longer dared to follow. There were a large number of soldiers inside, and he was not sure he could avoid so many powerful military men. We can only wait here for Fan Shijuan to arrive. Wang Fugui and others have already entered the garrison camp. The Doomsday Battlefield is also open to the public, but each time someone enters, their identity needs to be thoroughly checked by the military. After confirming that the three were students of Longxia Academy, the military did not make things difficult for them and let them in. Outside the entrance to the Doomsday Battlefield, there are more than just soldiers. It is much more lively than other dungeon entrances. Because Doomsday Battlefield is a popular copy, although it is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities.
Come on and take a look. Here are the essential supplies for the Doomsday Battlefield, inhibitors. Don't be afraid if you are infected. A dose of inhibitor will help you get back to your normal state and be yourself again. It was priced at $99.98, but now it's only $99,997. The quantity is limited, first come first served. Just a $1 discount?
Qindong was stunned when he heard the hawking voice.
This shows that my product is good, and it's only $1 cheaper, unlike others whose quotes are too high.
After hearing what Qindong said, the other party began to explain.
What you said makes a lot of sense. I almost believed it.
Qindong's face was filled with black lines. For the first time, I felt that there was someone more unscrupulous than him. Chapter 63, Doomsday Battlefield.
Would you like one? This is a guarantee for the Doomsday Battlefield.
The boss who sells inhibitors asked Qindong temptingly. Qindong subconsciously looked at Wang Fugui.
Would you like one? No, why do you need him? Aren't you a support? Remember to learn a healing skill next time.
Wang Fugui shook his head. There was no need for any inhibitors at all.
That's right. When I reach level 10, I will learn a healing skill first to avoid any accidents.
Qindong nodded and accepted Wang Fugui's proposal.
Boss, give me an inhibitor.
At this time, a group of fully armed people, 4 in total, came behind Wang Fugui and his group. He is fully equipped with all kinds of outdoor equipment hanging all over his body, looking very professional. The other party glanced at Wang Fugui and his group, then bought a dose of inhibitor from the boss.
Newcomer? Although the inhibitors are a bit expensive, they are indispensable in the Doomsday Battlefield. Compared to your life, 100,000 is really not much.
The leading captain spoke indifferently to Wang Fugui and the other two.
Thanks for the reminder, we don't need it.
Wang Fugui didn't want to waste the money, so he shook his head and thanked the other party for his kindness.
Oh.
They just sneered and ignored Wang Fugui and others. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. If the newcomers enter the doomsday battlefield without preparation, they will only die. What's the point of talking to a bunch of short-lived ghosts who are about to die? After that, the team walked straight into the doomsday battlefield. Then Wang Fugui and others followed in. The three of them saw a blur, felt their bodies lighten, and were teleported to the doomsday battlefield. When I regained my vision, what appeared before my eyes was a ruined city. The tall buildings are covered with green plants, as if the modern city has merged into one with nature. This place looks like a ruined city that has been uninhabited for hundreds of years. It looks a bit magical and not like a scene that should exist in reality. What a nice view! Su Yutong looked at the surrounding environment and sighed sincerely. It's so beautiful, just like in a dream. Qindong looked at the scene of high-rise buildings and various huge plants around him in surprise. He had only seen this scene in his dreams. Be careful, the more beautiful something is, the easier it is for people to ignore the danger. Wang Fugui reminded the two of them. In front is the 4-person team that just entered the dungeon. This team was more experienced. They drew their weapons as soon as they came in, looked around vigilantly, and moved slowly forward. Even though there were no living creatures around, they did not let down their guard. The 4 of them moved forward slowly, when suddenly the grass on the road ahead shook. The sudden movement made the 4 of them nervous in an instant. He raised his weapon and looked towards the bushes vigilantly. Then a group of corpses with festering bodies and half of their flesh rotted away crawled out from the grass. Although his body had decayed, his movements were not affected at all, and he quickly rushed towards the 4 people. Corpse. Level 20. Threat level 3. In the eyes of the 4-man team, the threat level is not high. After all, the 4 of them are professionals in their 20s and can easily deal with monsters of the same level. Quick victory! The captain gave orders to his team members, and then rushed towards the corpses. There were only 4 or 5 zombies, which they dealt with quickly with their joint efforts. They posed no threat. Go! After dealing with these corpses, the captain immediately led his men away in a hurry. Because they know that even if one corpse appears, it means there are countless corpses around, and soon this place will be filled with corpses. Wang Fugui saw them leaving quickly and discovered that there were no living creatures around. Let's go, let's follow. It just so happened that he needed to conserve his strength so that he could exert the greatest effectiveness at the critical moment, so following the opponent and letting him help them clear out the monsters was the best option. Su Yutong and Qindong had no objections and followed Wang Fugui's footsteps to catch up with the 4-man team in front. The 4-member team kept moving forward carefully, and no one knew what their purpose was. However, the captain of the 4-man team soon noticed Wang Fugui and others behind him, and frowned slightly. Then he stopped and frowned, looking at the 3 people behind him. Why are you following us? The captain asked Wang Fugui and the other 2 very unhappily. Isn't there only one road? Wang Fugui looked back and saw that there was only one wide road around, and all the small paths elsewhere were blocked by various plants. The captain looked and found that it was indeed the case. This was the only road passable. Hold on, it's dangerous around here. The captain didn't care. Instead, he kindly asked Wang Fugui and the other 2 to follow closely. As a senior, it is not wrong to give some guidance to the younger generation. Okay, big brother, you are so nice. Being a socialite, Qindong immediately approached them with a smile and started chatting enthusiastically with the team of 4. What do you call me, big brothers? Qindong asked the team members. Just call me Sude. The captain of the 4-man team spoke softly to Qindong. Yukamiya Olmids. Wu Yan. Land Cruiser. The 4 people introduced their names one by one. Which college are you from? Su Din knew that the 3 people were students as soon as he saw their appearance, and they looked very young. We are from Longxia Academy. Qindong did not hide anything and told the truth. Longxia Academy? Su De was shocked. He didn't expect that these 3 inconspicuous guys were actually from Longxia Academy. You know, those who can be admitted to Longxia Academy are all geniuses. Great, stop chatting, let's get out of here quickly, it might be too late if we're any later. After being surprised, Suda spoke to the few people in a serious tone. As soon as Suda finished speaking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the surrounding buildings. Hearing this noise, Suda's face suddenly changed. "Run!" Suda hurriedly called on everyone to flee forward. Wang Fugue and others didn't know what was going on and could only follow them and run away. Then, groups of rotting corpses emerged from the buildings behind them and chased after them madly. Suda's expression changed slightly. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He had only delayed a little time and allowed these zombies to wake up. "Du Zhong! Take them away first!" Suda suddenly stopped and ordered the team members to take Wang Fugue and the others away first, while he stopped. Du Zhong and the other two didn't hesitate at all, and without saying a word, they grabbed Wang Fugue and the other two, quickened their pace, and ran forward. Suda turned around and looked at the rotten corpse rushing towards him with a slightly fixed gaze. The blade in his hand was upright in front of him, and a force gathered on the blade. "Breaking the sky!" Suda shouted softly and swung his sword. Suddenly, a sharp sword energy emanated from the blade in his hand. Instantly, he hit a huge vine above his head. The sword energy cut the vine in half, and then he fell from the building with a loud bang. Boom! The huge vines fell directly from the sky and hit the group of zombies, temporarily blocking the zombies from chasing. Chapter 64, Melee Mage. After doing all this, Suda turned around and chased his teammates. But the vines did not hold back the zombies for long. Soon, the dense swarm of zombies stepped on the bodies of their own kind, climbed over the vines, and continued to chase them frantically. "No, it's hard to shake it off. Let's go into the building." Chendong felt his scalp tingling when he saw the dense group of corpses behind him. There were too many of them. Only by entering a building with a complex structure can we get rid of the horde of zombies behind us. No! However, Chendong's proposal was directly rejected by Suda. "You don't know how many corpses are hiding in this building. Going in will only lead to your own death." Suda is very familiar with the Doomsday battlefield. Although it is dangerous outside, he knows where the danger lies. And inside the building? Going in would be like delivering a package to the zombies, without even a chance to resist. "Are these the only corpses?" Wang Fugue suddenly asked Suda at this time. Suda was stunned, not knowing what Wang Fugue meant. "There are still many in the surrounding buildings. The more noise we make, the more corpses we will attract. So we have to get rid of them as quickly as possible," Suda explained to Wang Fugue. After saying this, Suda frowned. With Wang Fugue and the other two, they were moving too slowly. If it weren't for these three people, they would have shaken off the group of zombies behind them long ago. "The situation is critical. We may not be able to take care of you. Run separately. This way you still have a chance of survival." In the end, Suda had to cruelly abandon Wang Fugue and the others. "Otherwise, they will have to die here. As for Wang Fugue and the other three, we can only pray for their own good fortune." After Suda finished speaking, he asked the team members to let go of the hands of the three people, shook them off, and ran forward quickly. Naturally, the three of them could not catch up with Suda and his men. "Fuck! Brother Su, don't abandon us!" Chendong was shocked and thought he was doomed. Without the leadership of Suda and others, Wang Fugue and his men suddenly slowed down, and the group of zombies behind them quickly caught up. "Don't run away!" Wang Fugue suddenly stopped and asked Chendong and the other two to stop as well. "Fugue, even though I am doomed now, I still want to struggle a little. I don't want to wait to die," Chendong complained to Wang Fugue with a bitter face. Su Yutong looked at Wang Fugue's handsome face, and suddenly thought of the scene when Wang Fugue faced the Goblin army for the first time, and he was also so calm. "Try your best to attack the corpses. How many levels you can reach depends on how many monsters you can kill." After Wang Fugue finished speaking, he used his skills without giving the two people time to think. Suddenly, a stone pillar appeared in the sky and with a bang, it was inserted next to Wang Fugue, emitting golden ripples outward. The power attributes of the three people instantly skyrocketed within the range of the golden ripples. When Chendong took a look, he found that his strength attribute was as high as more than 3,000 points. Chendong immediately took a breath of cold air. He was a support profession. His strength reached more than 3,000? The same is true for Su Yutong, whose strength has reached an unimaginable level. Wang Fugui's body flashed with golden light again, and his attributes soared again, increasing by another 5,000 points, and his strength reached 8,000 points. At this moment, Wang Fugui seemed to emit a faint golden light, with a divine glow. Su Yutong and Qindong suddenly felt a sense of familiarity from Wang Fugui. Qindong felt that this aura was very familiar. It was the same aura he felt when he changed his job before. Su Yutong looked coldly at Wang Fugui, who had undergone a drastic change, and her heart beat faster. Wang Fugui didn't know that his aura had undergone a drastic change. He raised the iron sword in his hand, and a red light flashed on it. The dazzling red light seemed to illuminate the entire world. Su Yutong and Qindong both subconsciously closed their eyes under the dazzling red light. Then Wang Fugui swung his sword, and a red sword energy attacked forward. Wherever it passed, no grass grew and the ground was all blown up. As soon as the red sword energy came into contact with the group of corpses, the rotten corpses that touched the red light instantly vaporized, leaving no trace. The sword energy instantly penetrated the group of corpses, creating a straight groove in them, as if they had been chopped by a giant knife. The experience points of Wang Fugui and the other two were also increasing rapidly. Although it was of no use to Wang Fugui, the levels of Su Yutong and Qindong increased rapidly. Qindong instantly leveled up 4 levels, from level 8 to level 12. Su Yutong also advanced from level 12 to level 14. Wang Fugui's move shocked the two men. They opened their mouths wide and their jaws were almost dislocated. Fu, Gui, how did you do it, Qindong stuttered and looked at Wang Fugui in shock. Sure, keep it a secret from me. Wang Fugui did not explain, but he knew that as long as he made a request, Qindong would never betray him, so he did not intend to hide from him. Su Yutong looked at Wang Fugui with shock on her face. If she had felt resentful towards Wang Fugui before, she was now willing to admire him. Unconsciously, the Red Lotus Sword Immortal, who was extremely important and had idol status in Su Yutong's heart, slowly turned into the appearance of Wang Fugui. Su Yutong's loyalty +5. Su Yutong loyalty +29. Wang Fugui discovered that Su Yutong's loyalty to him had reached 99% without him noticing, and she was almost able to become his new messenger of God. However, Wang Fugui felt that this was a bit difficult and might require assistance from other methods. Be careful, watch your surroundings. Wang Fugui suddenly reminded the two stunned people. Wang Fugui's previous attack did not kill all the zombies, and many zombies were still besieging them. The 3 of them stayed at the totem and attacked the surrounding corpses. With Wang Fugui's reminder, the 2 came to their senses. Just as she came to her senses, a rotten corpse pounced on Su Yutong. Su Yutong didn't have time to use any skills, and subconsciously used the staff in his hand to smash the corpse on the head. Boom! Su Yutong hit the corpse on the head with his stick, and the corpse's body exploded instantly. The terrifying power allowed Su Yutong to use his staff as a stick and kill the corpse instantly with one strike. The same was true for Qindong. Without a suitable melee weapon, he could only attack with the staff in his hand. With one hit from the staff, the rotten corpse exploded instantly. Melee mage? Qindong looked at the staff in his hand in disbelief. Experienced the excitement of close combat for the first time. Be careful, don't get hurt. Wang Fugui reminded the 2 of them, and his figure quickly shuttled among the corpses, like cutting rice, and wherever he passed, the rotten corpses fell down one by one. Su Yutong and Qindong also experienced the fun of melee mages. He kept hitting the corpse's head, and was almost going crazy with anger. For the first time, I realized that close combat is so exciting. Qindong smashed a rotten corpse's head with a stick and said excitedly. Yes, it's a bit refreshing. As a girl, Su Yutong was a little shy, but her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Chapter 65. The Horrifying Battlefield. Time passed minute by minute, and soon with Wang Fugui's efforts, all the rotten corpses around were finally killed. There were broken limbs and fallen objects all over the ground. Although they are all ordinary monsters, there are too many of them. Although the explosion rate is low, with the blessing of quantity, the harvest is still quite good. The time of the totem was up, the stone pillar disappeared, Su Yutong and Qindong also became weak, and their strength attributes returned to normal. The two of them suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Although his body was covered with the disgusting liquid of the rotting corpses, he could not resist the pleasure of venting the two men's emotions. Now that he had lost this power, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. But they both gained more. Qindong's level increased from 8 to 17, and Su Yutong reached level 18. Although Qindong was behind Su Yutong, he was about to catch up with her.
It feels great.
Qindong was so happy to see that his level had increased so much.
Brother Fugui, you are really my brother!
Qindong almost couldn't hold back his excitement and hugged Wang Fugui and kissed him all over. Fortunately, Wang Fugui reacted quickly and dodged it in advance.
I have a normal sexual orientation. If you come over here again, I'll beat you up.
Wang Fugui pointed at Qindong and said warningly.
Pack your things, we are leaving.
Wang Fugui looked at the fallen objects on the ground and said to the two of them. He has used up most of his skills, and the remaining skills are not strong enough. 1,000 miles of ice can only freeze the target, but may not kill it. Among his other skills, only the power of the dragon god can enhance his sustained combat effectiveness. If he encounters so many corpses again, it will not be so easy to deal with them. It is better for him to leave and come back next time.
Okay.
Qindong reluctantly helped Wang Fugui pick up the dropped items around him. Most of them were white equipment, with only a few black iron equipment, which were not expensive. But it's better than nothing. If processed in batches, it can be sold for tens or even hundreds of thousands. After the three left the Doomsday battlefield, soon Duzhong's team members completed their mission and returned. They were particularly careful on the way. When they came, they alarmed the zombies around them. Now they don't know whether these zombies have gone back. If the zombies block their way back, they will be in trouble.
Duzhong, go ahead and investigate.
To be on the safe side, Suda asked Duzhong, who was the fastest, to go ahead and scout the way and see the movements of the zombies before making any plans. If the zombies were still there, they would have to find a way to rest in the Doomsday battlefield for a night, and make plans tomorrow. Duzhong nodded and moved forward flexibly. About 10 minutes later, Duzhong came back with a shocked look on his face.
What's going on ahead?
Suda couldn't wait to ask Duzhong. Duzhong looked horrified.
Dead? All dead?
Duzhong said in a trembling voice. Suda sighed, thinking that Duzhong was talking about Wang Fugui and others. There was no way these three newcomers would survive among so many zombies. This outcome was expected.
Alas! We are helpless. We cannot save them with our abilities. How are the zombies now? Have they returned?
Suda asked Duzhong again. Duzhong turned around and looked at Suda stiffly.
The corpses are all dead.
When Suda arrived at the scene, he was also stunned by the scene before him. The ground was littered with corpses, not a single one was intact. The most horrifying thing was that there was a ditch on the ground that extended forward, which was not there when they arrived.
Who on earth did this?
Suda said with a look of shock. What kind of person can achieve this? This sword definitely has the power to split a mountain.
Could it be that the military station there took action? But the military doesn't have anyone so strong?
Suda looked confused.
There are at least hundreds of strong men in Kyoto, if not thousands. Could it be that some big shot who passed by did this?
Duzhong guessed.
Impossible. Which big boss would come to the Doomsday battlefield for no reason?
Suda couldn't figure it out.
Have you found the bodies of those three little guys?
Suda asked Duzhong and others. No. The three shook their heads. Apart from the rotting corpses, they didn't find any human bodies here.
Alas! The genius of Longxia Academy ended up with not even a complete body found. How sad!
Suda sighed and said. But he has become numb. There are many Longxiatian talents, but only a few of them can grow up. Too many die halfway. This situation is very normal. Then they left the Doomsday battlefield and did not associate the incident with Wang Fugui and the other two. After Wang Fugui and the other two came out of the Doomsday battlefield, they planned to go straight back to school. But they were stopped by a group of uninvited guests on the way. At this time, we are outside Kyoto, which is not a safe area. There is no one here to maintain public security, and robberies have occurred along the way. It's just that it won't be so open. The robbers have already started working before the sun sets. There were more than a dozen people who stopped them. They were all fully armed and wearing standard equipment. It was obvious that they were a group. What are you doing? When Chandong saw these guys with bad intentions, he frowned and asked. Oh. Then a sneer came from the back of the crowd. A path was cleared through the crowd, and Fan Shijuan walked out from the back with a sneer on his face. They are all here, saving me from wasting time. Fan Shijuan smiled when he saw Chandong and Suyutong, who had fought with him before, were here. It's you. When Wang Fugui saw that it was Fan Shijuan, he suddenly realized what was going on. There are not many people who have conflicts with him, and Fan Shijuan is one of them. I thought that his leaving the new class would be the end, but I didn't expect that the other party would chase him outside the school. Are you unconvinced? Wang Fugui looked at the people brought by Fan Shijuan and asked in confusion. Haha, I will repay you 100-fold for the shame you brought upon me, Fan Shijuan said with a sneer. He is very excited now. He is extremely excited when he thinks about teaching Wang Fugui a lesson and taking revenge. What shame? You mean the time you crawled out the door in public? Wang Fugui asked in pretended confusion. Chandong, who was standing next to him, came over with a gossipy look on his face after hearing what Wang Fugui said. What do you mean by crawling out of the door? Explain in detail. Su Yutong also pricked up her ears, as they were not aware of this matter. Wang Fugui briefly explained the situation at that time. Chandong listened with great interest. Fan Shijuan was so angry that his mouth was almost twisted. He was whipped repeatedly by Wang Fugui just for this humiliating thing. You are going too far. Kill them! Fan Shijuan couldn't bear it any longer. He wanted Wang Fugui to die now. When Fan Shijuan's men heard what Fan Shijuan said, they immediately drew their weapons and rushed towards Wang Fugui and the other two. These people were thugs hired by Fan Shijuan's family. They had committed many murders. Now they were just killing a student, so they had no pressure at all. Fan Shijuan looked at Wang Fugui with a sneer, as if he had already seen the scene of Wang Fugui begging for mercy under him, and he felt particularly relieved. Chapter 66 Equipment Recovery. Wang Fugui looked at the dozen people rushing up and gently raised his right hand. Grasp of holy light. 10 golden hands suddenly appeared under the feet of the 10 people and directly held the 10 people in their hands. Wang Fugui squeezed hard and crushed the person in his hand. Boom! The human remains from the explosion splattered onto the faces of those nearby. The remaining 1 or 2 people looked horrified. He turned around with a stiff expression and looked at his companions who had turned into pieces, with a look of horror. Fan Shijuan was also stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Fan Shijuan couldn't believe it. Looking at Wang Fugui's indifferent expression, a look of fear appeared on his face. At this moment he had the idea of retreating. If I had felt resentment towards Wang Fugui before, now I was just filled with fear. Fan Shijuan turned around and tried to escape. Leave no one alive! Wang Fugui spoke softly to Su Yutong and the others, then he moved and chased after Fan Shijuan. After receiving Wang Fugui's instructions, Chandong and the other man nodded slightly. Kill the remaining 2 people. Chandong waved his staff and a wooden totem appeared beside him. Its attributes immediately improved a lot. Then, a light flashed on its body and its attributes improved again. He waved the staff again, and a golden hand, smaller than Wang Fugui's, appeared under the feet of one of them. It grabbed him directly and slammed him to the ground. The opponent was already frightened by Wang Fugui, and did not react immediately to Chandong's attack, and was hit directly. He was slammed to the ground hard, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was killed instantly by Chandong. Mainly because Chandong's skill effect was enhanced by Wang Fugui's divine link, the effect was doubled. Although he was only level 17, Chandong could instantly kill masters who were several levels higher than him when he exerted his full strength. At the same time, Su Yutong also took decisive action. A beam of lightning emanated from the staff, piercing through the opponent in the blink of an eye. Su Yutong's skills are even more powerful, and he can instantly kill opponents who are several levels higher than him without any bonuses. On the other side, Wang Fugui also easily caught up with Fang Shijuan. He now did not rely on any skill bonuses, and his attributes were around 50 points, comparable to a level 10 professional. Fang Shijuan's level was not high to begin with, so there was no need for Wang Fugui to use any skills. Wang Fugui, please forgive me this time because we are classmates. I promise I will never cause you any trouble in the future, big brother, big boss. From now on, if you tell me to go west, I will never go east. Seeing that he could not escape, Fang Shijuan quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He could feel the murderous aura emanating from Wang Fugui, and he really intended to kill him. Wang Fugui didn't say anything, but just gently raised the iron sword. He has made up his mind to kill Fang Shijuan, and will never change his mind easily. No! Fang Shijuan let out a scream, and the iron sword pierced through his neck directly, killing him with one blow. Then Wang Fugui dragged Fang Shijuan's body over and threw the remaining 3 complete bodies together. Take out a lighter and set their clothes on fire. What is this for? Qindong asked Wang Fugui in confusion. Destroy the body, Wang Fugui said calmly. Then he used the fire control skill, and the originally small flame instantly became as strong as if it was poured with gasoline. The temperature rose rapidly, and soon the bodies of Fang Shijuan and others were burned to ashes. Fang Shijuan's background is not simple at first glance. In order to avoid trouble, destroying the body is the best way. Back in Kyoto, the 3 of them headed to the equipment and supplies store. Because the quantity of equipment obtained this time is quite large and the quality is not good, it will be too slow to sell them individually. I will just find a store to see if I can buy them all at once. It doesn't matter if the price is lower. The main thing is that I don't want to waste time. Should we keep some for ourselves? Qindong suggested. He and Su Yutong are almost level 20, and they will be able to use the level 20 equipment soon. What's the use of black iron equipment? You are not short of money, at least you need silver equipment, just one step at a time. Wang Fugui said lightly. He now simply doesn't care about equipment below the silver level, and he doesn't even like gold equipment. He wants at least platinum equipment, otherwise it won't improve anything for him. That's easy to say, but it's not that easy to get silver equipment. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy the right one. Qindong was relatively knowledgeable about equipment. After all, his family business was quite large, and he had been involved in the equipment industry. He knew how rare equipment above the silver level was. Then fight on your own. When you reach level 20, I'll take you to get equipment, Wang Fugui said indifferently. Anyway, we have to make money, and it doesn't matter whose money we make. When there are good things, we naturally have to think of our brothers. Of course, when you get good equipment, you should give it to your own people first. That would be great. Qindong became happy when he heard Wang Fugui say that he would take them to get equipment. This is not just about equipment. With Wang Fugui around, they can upgrade quickly. Do you collect equipment? Wang Fugui found the waiter and asked. Collect it. Equipment stores naturally need to collect equipment, otherwise where would the equipment for sale come from? But the price must be lower than the selling price, only 70% of the selling price, and they want to make a 30% profit. Then they took out all the equipment, more than 40 pieces, most of which were white. The waiter was a little surprised to see them take out so much equipment. Please wait a moment, I will go call the manager. He had no say in how to deal with so much equipment, so he could only ask the manager. Soon the waiter came over with another young man in a suit. Hello, I'm the manager here. I've understood the situation. According to the rules, I will calculate it for you at 70% of the market price. What do you think? The manager was quite straightforward and came over and gave a price directly. Wang Fugui looked at Qindong. As a profiteer, Qindong's business insights are much better than Wang Fugui's. We don't just have white equipment here, we also have black iron equipment. 70% of it won't work. How about this, a flat price of 200,000? Qindong shook his head. It was appropriate to calculate the price of white equipment at 70%, but the same could not be said for black iron equipment. Qindong was too lazy to haggle with the other party and just gave a price. The manager frowned and looked at the equipment. There were indeed a few pieces of black iron level equipment on the top, but he didn't know if there were more below.
I want to inspect the goods.
The manager is also a shrewd person. He dare not make any decision without being sure about the goods.
Okay, but according to the rules, the price will be calculated separately after inspection. Black iron equipment will be calculated at 90% of the price.
Qindong didn't care. He let the other party inspect the goods if they wanted, but the price would definitely be different. The manager frowned. Looking at the several pieces of black iron equipment above, the prices of these large pieces of equipment already account for half of the total price. If there are more black iron level equipment below, the price will definitely exceed 200,000.
You better hurry up, we're in a hurry, and we'll suffer a loss if you give us a flat price. 200,000, if you want to calculate it separately, you'd better hurry up.
Qindong urged the other party impatiently. This made the manager somewhat unsure of what Qindong was thinking.